Everybody watching, I'm sorry, I'm pouring out my drink. We just got started. I am here. I'm Rico Knows. Today's the day, man. This is the day we make all our money. This is the day we do everything right. Because we know every player in the draft. I say we, it's just me. Give me a second here. Oh, we got this ready to go. You guys always know I have to set up my other monitor when I'm talking to you guys. Shout out to anybody being here. The draft is starting. Am I late? Is that what you guys are telling me? I'm late? We're on pick 103. I don't think I'm late. I think I'm here. Bear with me. Shout out to the people watching on YouTube. TikTok, if you got any questions, comments, concerns, anything, just come on over to YouTube. Drop it in the chat. I will get back with you guys. You guys know the deal. It's rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7. These are the rounds where I make all my money. Now, full disclosure, I'm only on here till 5 p.m. 5 p.m. Eastern, so I'm only on here. I don't know when the draft's going to conclude, but I have UFC fights tonight starting at 6 p.m., and I have to make a final video for the MVPs so they can win all their money tonight. Shout out to them. So we're going to be doing that on another video on another channel. Shout out to my boys. But yes, Young Boss is up in here. What up, Young Boss? He says, yo, what up? Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. Remember, my chart is still up. We're going to highlight names every time somebody gets drafted. We're really pulling for these dudes in the middle column here. Hopefully one of them gets their name called today. At the same time, the top column, my 5 favorites, we really want to see all those go yellow as well because those are my favorite guys. Noticeably, linebackers not being drafted. Obviously low value. Centers not being drafted. Quarterbacks not being drafted. It's just a part of how it works. They draft them later, guys. The value's there for running backs and tight ends to go on a run today. Same with linebackers. We should see that at an absorbent amount. More wide receivers, more safeties. It's just the nature of the NFL and how they value positions. And they hit the trenches really hard on the first couple of days because there's a big drop-off from a first, second, and third round offensive lineman versus a 6th or 7th round offensive lineman. Those guys won't make your team. But in the 6th and 7th round, you can still find really good running backs, quarterbacks, wide receivers, defensive backs that can still play special teams for you, things of that nature. So it is what it is. Love the thumbnail. Too funny. Oh, shout out to YouTube. If you guys haven't seen the thumbnail, it's on point. Get over there. If you're writing comments, you're writing questions, anything like that, we don't read this over here. You got to come over to YouTube and drop it in the chat. Go to YouTube, search Rico Knows. You get on the live stream. We got you. Don't talk to TikTok. They don't pay me. Ty Robinson is going off the board in the 4th round. I'm letting you know that now. He's amazing. There are teams that want Ty Robinson. By the way, every single pick so far in this draft, not only do I know that player and talk about him in depth, I have never turned on the TV to hear what these guys are talking about on TV. I have no idea. I don't need to hear what they say. I know the players. That's why you watch Rico Knows. I don't need to hear their assessment or what they're saying. I just sit here, and every time a player gets drafted, I tell you everything about him. Everything I know, I go, boom. Oh, yeah, we talked about the guy. Now, if I skim over the guy and I don't say much about him, it's because I already talked about him at length on the podcast. You guys should go watch the live streams. We had a lot more people watch the draft yesterday than the day before. Shout out to the over 25,000 people who have chimed in and watched the draft with me this draft cycle. It's pretty awesome. Hopefully those numbers go up. Maybe one year we'll get over 100,000 over the course of the 3 days. But 25 works for me. I'm cool with that. So shout out to TikTok and YouTube for watching. It's just nice to get you guys in here every single day. I'm about it. Yeah, that's cool. Diabolical thumbnail. There we go, Juicer. Thank you so much. That is content creation. I am creative. I try my best. Late. Nuck. You late? I'm not late. We're here for the first pick. Fries in the bag thumbnail is crazy. Shout out to Trey. Thank you so much. Mick Sanders. Hey, let me get 2 Mick Sanders. So funny, man. So funny. Kim and I went to breakfast this morning. We actually went and had breakfast in our country club here at the on the golf course. We have a 27 hole golf course in our country club, and there's a grill here, and we went to go order breakfast, but instead I ordered like a bacon western cheeseburger for breakfast. I just wanted to get something that reminded me of a barbecue because these dudes are burnt chicken, bro. These dudes are barbecue sauce. When I look at Shedeur Sanders, barbecue sauce. Shout out to barbecue. All right. I had a nice burger this morning. Yo, Rico, how do you feel about the Texans getting a steal with Jalen Noel? So I don't necessarily know if it's a steal. Obviously, they evaluated wide receivers really high. The Texans knew they were going to draft wide receivers. So typically how this works is you'll go and evaluate all the wide receivers, and you give them different ratings and different evaluations, right? You give them different values. And then you go and pick one, And then the next round, you're going to pick again, and you go, oh my God, that other receiver's still here. And you might have had them 1 and 2 right next to each other. So on your big board, you might have had a receiver at 120 and then another one at 121. And you take the guy at 120, and then a whole round later, the guy at 121 is still available. Theoretically, the best available player. This happened with the Packers 2 years ago or last year when they took Tucker Kraft. It was 2 years ago, right? They took Tucker Kraft and Musgrave. And it was like, yo, we got these guys back to back. This happened with the Redskins when they took RG3 and then Kirk Cousins was still on the board in the 4th round. It's because they probably had Kirk Cousins with a 2nd round grade because they evaluated all the quarterbacks knowing they were going to draft a quarterback. So sometimes these teams will go deep dive on all the players in a position group and then they'll take their top guy. And by the time they go to pick again, they start looking around going, hold up, man. That other guy that nobody's picking, we actually had a really high grade on him. And that's how you get 2 wide receivers from Iowa State drafted to the same team. Are they stills? I don't know about them being stills. Some teams probably didn't need them. But more power to you. If you think that's a still, congratulations. Shout out to the Texans. I hope they're addressing their needs with the draft. That's how it goes. Sean Gatson says, this is the day the MVPs are waiting for. If you guys don't know, we take great pride in knowing group of 5 teams better than anyone else in the world. The MVPs, my members, the people who pay for my subscription and my premium services and everything, they gamble on football. That's their thing. I advise gamblers. That's what I do for a living. I provide gamblers with advice and maybe an edge. Whatever your percentage is, however many games you get right, all I can tell you is if you're an MVP, you get more right. If you're a 48% gambler, you get MVP, you become a 52% gambler. I'm just here to help you, bro. I'm just the cheese on all your food. Your food tastes good, I'm the cheese. Now, if you're a terrible cook, cheese ain't going to save your meal. If you're a terrible guy, I ain't going to save you, bro. I'm just letting you know. But the reason he says this is the day MVPs have been waiting for is because we know these players getting drafted in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round. Remember, in the top 100 draft picks, and I'm going to check the math this year, but in the top 100 draft picks, before the transfer portal, about 25 guys were from group of 5 or lower. About 25 guys on average every single year. You would get, I think a couple years ago I did the math, and it was like 22 guys in 2021 or 2022 were from, I think it was 2021, were from group of 5 or lower in the top 100 picks in the NFL draft. Last year there was 8. Every year there's going to be less and less and less because NFL caliber players are going to transfer to the Power 4 teams. So the Power 4 teams are just going to find every NFL prospect they can find at any echelon through the transfer portal, and they're going to get them on their teams, right? So that's how that's going to happen. So while everybody keeps bragging about, like, this is an SEC draft pick, is it really? Is it really? Jaden Daniels is an SEC quarterback, or is he from Arizona State? Right? We can do this all day. We can sit here, Jackson Dart, SEC quarterback, or is he from USC? Or did he grow up in Utah and not the South? Like, people don't understand what's really happening here, and that is the richest schools get to harbor all the talent, the NFL caliber talent, and now you're getting, like, blacklisted almost if you don't go up in competition. If you stay at the group of 5 level or the FCS and just stay an All-American, the NFL teams might look at you like, well, you don't want to go and compete against the best teams? All right, we got the first pick of the day. It is my boy DK. Shout out to Florida. There you go. Another SEC draft pick. But where's he from, really? Where's DK from? Arizona State. But they're going to give it credit to Florida for that draft pick. Congratulations. He's a very good player. Do I have him on my chart? I don't even know if I have him on my chart. Let me double check. Wide receivers. DK's not there. DK's not there. DK's not there. There's so many good wide receivers, I can't possibly have them all on my list. Obviously, I picked 5 that I really like, my 5 favorites. Then there's 5 underdogs, and then there's only 10 of the best. And there's about 40 wide receivers that are getting drafted nowadays. If you ever want to see something crazy, go back and look at drafts in the late 80s and early 90s. Back when they used to have 12 rounds in the draft. Go look at how many running backs used to get drafted. Something like 50 running backs. 50. Some of them running backs will be moved to linebacker after the draft. But running backs are getting drafted everywhere. And that's because teams used to run the ball all the time. You needed just a number of them. So shout out to them. I can't believe that was the first pick in the 4th round, though. That kind of threw me for a loop. I didn't see that coming. Shout out to him. Did I say Arizona State? I meant Wisconsin. What is wrong with me, bro? It just hit me right now. I said Arizona State. It's Wisconsin. Dude, I'm tripping. This is why I just be going. It's too early to make a mistake. I don't make mistakes. Did you say mistake? I said steak. No, I thought you said mistake. My bad. Yo, Rico, I love the thumbnail. Shout out to you, Damian Gaspard. I like your thumbnail, man. It looks like it's you with the sun. There you go. Jack Sawyer to New England. Oh, I don't know where he's going, White Adams. I don't take guesses at that kind of stuff. I hope he goes where he goes. I hope he makes it. I hope it happens. Shout out to Jack Sawyer. He is one of my 5 favorite players in his position group for sure. I put him on my chart. Rico, is Juice Wells anywhere on your draft board? And not on my draft board, but I think Juice Wells is fine. He did himself a disservice by leaving South Carolina, going to Ole Miss, and not becoming the alpha male in that wide receiver room. But Juice Wells is a good football player. I'm sure he can make it in the NFL. It's just you guys know some names because they play on popular teams. Not that they're necessarily good or they're good enough or they're better than NFL talent. Which, when you want to see if a player is going to make it in the NFL, you don't ever look at the other receivers in the draft. That's not how you do it. You look at NFL wide receivers, and then you start identifying players on rosters that you think he's better than. And it's pretty slim. It's not a whole lot of rosters, but he's got a shot. So that's how you know if a player is going to make it in the NFL. Are you better than the guys we're drafting? That kind of deal. Rico, you ain't shit for that thumbnail. Terrell Green, I'm rich, bitch. Like, I'm good, bro. What you mad about? My life is good. I'm shit. I am the shit. I'm good. I'll be in Hawaii in 2 weeks for 10 days. I'm going off the haters' clicks. You just paid for it, Terrell. You just paid for it. I'm just letting you know. Rock Taylor, undrafted free agent, maybe. Well, not maybe. If Rock Taylor doesn't get drafted, then that's where he's going. If you guys don't know who Rock Taylor is, 6'3" wide receiver coming out of Memphis. He is probably the second best receiver on that team. I love Demir Blankumsey. He's still there. He's the fastest. He's the best, all that other stuff. But when it comes to Rock Taylor, if he doesn't get drafted, yes, he's an undrafted free agent, and I hope he picks the right team that he can make it. Let me tell you guys something. If you're a 7th round draft pick, you do not want to get drafted. If you're still on the board in the 7th round, you do not want to get drafted. Remember that, okay? Agents don't want you to get drafted because 7th rounders do get cut. And if you're in the 7th round, that team doesn't really want you. Remember, if you get drafted in the 7th round, that means that team passed on you 6 times at a minimum. Okay, every team passed on you 6 times at a minimum. And you don't get to pick the depth chart you're going into. Baishal Tootin just went off the board to Jacksonville. That's an amazing draft pick. Incredible for Jacksonville. Jacksonville is knocking it out the park. But you don't want to go to a team that you can't control the narrative. That's my second favorite running back in the draft, by the way. Hey, and there you go. There's another example. ACC draft pick. No, man, that's an FCS HBCU draft pick because he was playing at North Carolina A&T for 2 years and an All-American at the FCS level. So shout out to him. But you don't want to be drafted in the 7th round. You want to be an undrafted free agent so you can then choose the team you want to go to. And I say this all the time, and I really mean this. When you go to a team, you do not want to go to a team where you're fighting for a roster spot. Nope. If you're an undrafted free agent, do not go to a team where you're fighting for a roster spot. Go to a team with an established roster. Go to a team, you're a wide receiver, go to a team with all the best wide receivers. All the best wide receivers. Go there. And if they're like, well, we're not signing anybody, that's perfect. That's the one I want to be on. Because you're going to be with them for training camp. You can learn from those pros. And more importantly, they're all going to sit out the preseason. You're going to get a lot of tape getting on the field in the preseason. Because they're going to be chilling, saying, oh, I don't play in this game. I don't play. You get all the playing time. And you get a lot of tape, and that's how you make a team's practice squad. And that's how you get picked up by another team. Because if you're on one team and you're on their practice squad, another team can sign you as long as it's to the active roster. And that's how you get that active roster paycheck. But if you go to a team that doesn't have established players in that position group and you're trying to earn a roster spot, well, now it's dog or be, it's like eat or be eaten. Now you got a real problem. You're fighting for reps. And you're fighting against other dogs, and you might not make it. So you have to understand that mindset. I've talked to a lot of NFL agents. They reach out to me to do pub on their players, and can you do a video on my guy? Can you do? I talked to a lot of NIL agents and NFL agents. And that mindset, I actually learned it about 3 years ago from an agent. He was like, Rico, let me tell you what I think. I think my guy should go here because he's going to get more reps when the stars are sitting out. And I was like, it makes so much sense, and I've lived with that ever since. So I hope Rock Taylor picks the right situation for him for sure. What time does day 3 start? It just started 2 minutes ago. What is it? 15 minutes ago, bro. The pick is in. We got 2 picks in. The Giants already said who they're picking. Let's see who they're doing. It's been a pleasure, Rico. Your analysis is awesome. Thank you so much, Carson. Your guys' support is awesome. You guys make me want to wake up every morning and do my job. I love this. I'm with it, man. I appreciate you, Carson. Salt and the SWAT says, what was the over-under for Shedeur not even being the first Sanders taken off the board? I never saw one, bro. TJ Sanders was the first Sanders. TJ Sanders, South Carolina, was the first Sanders drafted. I wish I saw the odds for that. That would have been phenomenal. Why does the stream sound so low? A number of reasons. I can turn the mic up. I try not to. Sometimes it gets distorted and I sound like a robot. I'll keep it there. Sometimes you just got to turn your stuff up, man. I don't know what to tell you. It is what it is. Thanks for letting me know. If it's still bad, let me know, Nuck Nuck. You're late. You're late, Nuck Nuck. You're late. Good morning, Rico. What up, Dave in Arizona? Day is going good. Draft party than UFC is today. Yes, it is. Shout out to the MVPs. If you ever see somebody in here on YouTube with their name in color like that, you see how Dave in Arizona's name is in green? Oh, my God. Cam Scatterbo just got drafted. We're doing a run on running backs. There it is. My boy Cam. I've been talking about Cam Scatterbo for 2 years, 3 years even. Shout out to Cam Scatterbo, one of the best running backs in Northern California, coming out of high school, 2,800 rushing yards in his senior season, and still didn't get an FBS offer. Had the best run of all time in his senior season. He broke like 20 tackles on one play. And still didn't get an FBS offer. Goes to Sacramento State, balls out of control, gets on my radar. I watched the Sacramento State versus UIW semifinal game in the FCS. Maybe it was quarterfinals. The game was like 62-55. It was an insane score. I don't remember exactly what it was, but you can go back and watch that game. Incredible players on that field that day. And I remember I discovered Cam Scatterbo that day. I said, oh, my God, this is the best running back I've seen. And then they said, oh, he hit the transfer portal. He's transferring to Arizona State. I made videos about him right away. I was like, oh, that guy's a real deal. What are you talking about, Rico? He's a white running back. Shut up. He's great. He's great. And he's shaking. And he's shaking it out. And he's shaking it out. And he's shaking it out. Love that kid, man. Shout out to him. Shout out to Dave in Arizona, though. His name isn't green because he's an MVP. Okay? Shout out to him. That's an MVP on YouTube. You can be an MVP on Patreon or YouTube. Those are the guys that are excited about UFC fights today. Shout out to them. Juicer. There's one difference. At the end of the day, you're still broke. Hey, you're still broke, Juicer. Both me and Shedeur have something in common. We both don't play in the NFL. Shout out to you, Juicer. This is very true. This is very true. And apparently Robert Gray wants to let you know that you're still broke. I don't think Juicer's broke, man. I don't think Juicer's broke. Shedeur rather be selling merchandise. What up, Mike? If you guys didn't know, Mike is a Nebraska homer. Mike's been a follower of the channel for many years. Mike says Shedeur would rather be selling merchandise draft night, or maybe said he got a prank called from the NFL after the first round, why he's not picked yet. Okay, a lot of that was not English. All right, Mike. Hey, Mike, it's early, bro. Put down the Mike's Hard Lemonade. Put down your hard lemonade, Mike, and calm down with that. I think you're texting with jittery fingers, bro. You're nervous. Relax. He's not picked. I have a number of reasons why he's not picked. I've been spitballing this, and I've been thinking about it. And I use this analogy on TikTok, and I just want to share it with you guys. Have you ever been on a first date? Have you ever been on a first date with somebody, and you knew, oh, this ain't the one? What made you know this ain't the one on a first date? What? Put it in the chat. Let me know. When you realized you were on a date, and you were like, yo, this ain't the one. I was sitting with a girl on a first date. Shout out to this girl. I forgot her name. I actually did forget her name. We were sitting on a first date, and the guy walked up, or the girl walked up to the table, and she said, can I take your order for drinks? And I said, yes. And the girl says, I'll take a Jack and Coke. And I said, I'll take a Malibu and Coke. Because I like the taste of Malibu. No one likes the taste of Jack. She said, Jack and Coke. I said, Malibu and Coke. Waitress walks away. About 2 minutes later, the bartender, dude, walks from behind the counter, walks up to the table, and goes straight to her and says, ma'am, I'm sorry, but we're all out of Malibu. Is there something else you would like? And she said, I didn't order that bitch drink. He did. I got Jack and Coke. And I was sitting there, I was like, yeah, man, I'll just take Bacardi and Coke. But I knew right then and there, as fine as she was Russian and Brazilian. Every curve in the world, thicker than a Snicker, built beautifully. I knew right then and there, this ain't the one for me. She just spoke out of turn. This ain't the one for me. That's the way it is when you're doing an interview with somebody and you realize they're not the one for me. There's a podium. At the podium, at the combine, Shedeur's at the podium. I believe it's the combine, or it was some type of pre-draft post-conference thingy, press conference. He's at the combine, or he's at the podium, and he says, hey, Don't draft me with all this change. Don't draft me if you ain't trying to change the culture and win. We got to change the whole organization because that's what I do everywhere I go. I've done it twice already. You know how we do it. You know what that's saying? Imagine you're trying to get hired for a job and you walk into the job interview and you start talking shit about the owner and the general manager and the district manager and the CEO, and you're just trying to be an employee. But you see it as, I'm here to fix this whole organization. You know, I'm RicoKnows. I got a platform. I hire people. If I say, hey, guys, send me DMs, go on Indeed, I got this job listing up, you can apply and become an intern for RicoKnows. You can become one of my employees. And you go to the interview and you start talking about, well, we need to change this structure and this structure. You're not hired, bro. You're done. If you tell me you and your brother are a package deal, you're done. I don't know you like that. You're not a package deal. You're wasting your fucking time talking to me trying to dictate roster slots. Now, let's follow the track record. Go find the interview with DNVR on YouTube where Shedeur said, and I got it straight from his mouth. He said, oh, I can't do no offense with no choice routes. I don't like that. I don't like having to trust the wide receivers to make decisions. I'd rather the decisions be on my shoulders. Some people, all the Colorado fans, eating that shit up. Oh, yeah, that means he's in charge. That means everything runs through him. Yeah, that's how a quarterback should be. I saw Peyton Manning do it. That's the way it is. Da-da-da. Guess what? I saw Josh Rosen go to the Elite 11 camp and tell Trent Dilfer, you're running the wrong offense. I don't want to do progression reads. When I come to the ball to the snap, I want to throw it where it goes. I know where to go. That's what Peyton Manning and Tom Brady and all of them do. They make a pre-snap read and they make it count. I just want to make decisions and throw. Guess how many teams Josh Rosen was on before he's out of the NFL? First round pick, 8th overall. You can't go around and dictate your terms. You can do it when your father's the coach. Dad's the coach. Hey, we're going to fire Sean Lewis before the end of the first season. And we'll bring him another guy who won't challenge the quarterback or the offensive scheme to run a certain way. But when the NFL sees that, what are you doing? Hey, man, if we draft you, how's it going to go? Well, if you draft me, you got to fire this guy, this guy, this guy. And, you know, we're going to show up and change the culture for everything. Oh, yeah, that's what he's saying. He's saying if he gets drafted, he's going to make them Super Bowl champs, and they're no longer perennial losers. No, that's not what he's saying. What he's saying is if you draft me, we're going to change the management, player personnel, the scouting department, the way you evaluate players. We're going to change that head coach. We're going to change. What? Oh, because they're all losers. That's why they got to draft me. Because they're all at the bottom of the draft. That's why they got to draft me. So if you have that mindset, you're just trying to get a job, bro. Jalen Milroe shows up and just starts throwing. You think Shador Sanders is the only rich kid? You think none of these other players got millions of dollars? You don't think Cam Ward got paid millions of dollars at Miami? There's rich kids. There's some of these kids, their dads played in the NFL for 14 years. Are you shitting me? Dad's a 14-year veteran in the NFL. Come on, man. Jack Kaiser just got drafted. I told you he would, he should, he could, and people didn't believe me. I said, bro, that's one of my favorite linebackers. He played 70 games at Notre Dame. You can't tell me you're a starter at Notre Dame and played in 70 games and you're not getting drafted. You can't do this to me. Rico, he's a white linebacker. He's not that good. Hey, he's my number 4 favorite linebacker. Just got drafted before all your boys. Got drafted before Shamar James and Chris Paul Jr. Oh, Rico, you don't know. Chris Paul Jr. is a beast. Yeah, I know. I evaluate players different. Shout out to Jacksonville Jaguars for watching the podcast and watching all the live streams before the draft. Oh, Craig Woodson got drafted? Do I have him on the list? Craig! What up, Craig? Do I got you on the list? I do not have Craig on the list. Don't have him. Congratulations on the reach. Shout out to the Patriots for reaching on their draft pick. It is what it is. Shout out to him. DK versus Torrey Horton. Horton is better. Oh, there you go. Rico, weren't you hating on Siobhan yesterday for staying at ECU? Yeah, that was a terrible decision. You give up a 6-figure NIL deal, get injured at practice. You were just playing at ECU against scrubs. ECU plays in one of the worst conferences in America. What are we doing? I'm good. I'll stand by that. I don't give a shit if an NFL team valued him. I don't. Mr. Cinematic, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate the money, man. Thank you so much. I need it. Why isn't he drafted, Rico? Give me the real. I just gave you the real. Walking into rooms pretending like you have answers for organizations when you should just be grateful that you're being selected, when you should just be grateful that you're getting a job. Nah, you don't run shit around here but your mouth. That's what they're saying. It's not collusion. It's not collusion, man. You ever seen a girl? You guys see that show? Look at that. They just got Dante Thornton. Dante Thornton. You ever seen them girls on that pop balloon show? You ever seen a girl walk up on that pop balloon show? She might look fine as hell, and she just walks up. She's like, "Yeah, da 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 da. You got it." What if she told you, "I'm not dating you unless you change jobs. You got to change jobs to be with me." You'd be looking at her sideways, bro. I don't give a shit about that BBL. You crazy. That's exactly what happened to Shedeur. Homie walked into rooms thinking he was running the show. You're not. It's not recruiting. You're not going on a recruiting visit and they got to give you the red carpet treatment to convince you to come to their university. He got it backwards, man. When he went on all those interviews and all them visits, it wasn't about showing up and show me you deserve me. Show me you earn the right to draft me. He's got it backwards. He needed to show up and be grateful for where he's about to be. Now he writes to God on Twitter because God has Twitter. He writes his prayers on Twitter now. For the last 2 days, 3 days, oh, thank God, God got me. Da, da, da. God does not read Twitter, bro. There's no Twitter in heaven. God didn't get a fucking iPhone. He doesn't know any of you cats. Stop writing to God on Twitter. It's embarrassing. Embarrassing. Uh-oh. The Bills traded up. Are they getting a running back? Why did Bills Mafia trade up? There's a run on running backs right now. Who did they trade up to get? Let's see. I got my chart up. I'm trying to think. Who did the Bills need? What are their team needs? Bills just traded with the Bears. Who'd they trade up to get? Dylan Sampson? Kyle McCord? You would trade up for Seth McLaughlin? Barrett Carter? Danny Stutzman? These are the guys. I'm trading up. Corey Black? Possibly Corey Black. Dylan Sampson, I hope. I don't know. Who they drafted so far? Oh, they've been doing all right. They got the first Sanders. They got the best Sanders in the draft, TJ. They got TJ. Shout out to Tijuana. Let's go back. Shedeur Sanders, Birmingham Stallions, bound, baby. Yeah. I don't know. Good morning, Rico. What up, Sean Pat? Loving your draft coverage, man. You're the best. Thank you so much, Sean Pat. Appreciate you, man. Like Jalen Coker. That's my boy, Jalen Coker. Shout out to Holy Cross. I was on Jalen Coker before everybody. I don't want to hear about no Steve Smith. Steve Smith said he's going to be good after he watched my videos. What do you think of the Patriots draft so far? Andrew Bunn. I think I talked about it yesterday. They were doing just fine until they reached on Craig Woodson. They were doing all right until they reached on Craig Woodson. Vernix, man, happy to see you. Vernix, I need to talk to you, man. Vernix, my bad. I was trying to find where, remember, I have 10,000 people blocked on TikTok. So I was trying to find where you said you got blocked on TikTok. One of my admins blocked you. I was trying to lift the block. I searched for an hour last night as I was laying in bed. I did not find it. So what I need from you is your actual spelling on your TikTok name. And so I can do a search for you and then unblock you that way. But I don't know what your entire TikTok name is. So please, I want to unblock you, man. That bothered me. This is crazy. I got 250,000 people that follow me on all platforms. And that alone bothered me that you're blocked because you're one of my day one A1s. Back when I was just starting, I had same guys writing to me every single day that believed in me. And that's what you have to do when you start a platform is people, you got to get traction. There's my boy Dion Walker. They traded up for Dion Walker. Oh my God, the Bills. Oh my God, the Bills. They saw my draft chart last night. They said we got to trade up and get Dion Walker, Rico's number 2 defensive tackle. What an incredible move, bruh. What an incredible move. That's an enormous man. Pad level's a concern. I don't give a shit. I think he's got some traits you can't duplicate. He's huge. Oh my God. Dion Walker, number 2 overall defensive tackle off the board. Joshua Farmer's going off the board soon. The Jets. I expect the Jets to take Joshua Farmer. 100%. The Jets will always pick somebody whose borderline work ethic is questionable type stuff. For sure. Rico knows college football. What up, Gimp Show? Rico, if Shedeur didn't F up his interviews, what round do you think he would go in? Huh. Well, there's plenty of guys that are tricking you. Come on now. Jake Haener tricked me. Took steroids and everything, tricked me. If you don't mess up your interviews, I mean, I don't live in that hypothetical world. You can mess around and marry the wrong person. And you guys ever? Come on, man. I'm talking to a bunch of dudes right now. We got hundreds of people in here on both sides. Guys, I don't talk to TikTok. I'm sorry. I'll never read the TikTok comments. You got to go to YouTube, put it in the chat over here. I will eventually read it. Go to YouTube, search Rico Knows, get to the live stream. I will answer your question. I just can't do it on TikTok. They don't pay me, and the comments don't stay up forever. They go away, and I can't sift through them. So we do it on YouTube. Nonetheless, yeah, what was I saying? Like, if you ever been in a relationship with somebody, and you know, like from day one, oh, I married the wrong person? Like, come on. You're all dudes out there. You did it before, right? My first wife, I married her where there was a physical attraction, where there was physical compatibility, whatever. I think by the third month, I knew I was with the wrong person. She aced the interview process. But after about 3 months, I knew I was with the wrong person. It was too late, bro. Hey, and we stayed married for 10 years. You stay with the wrong person for a really long time. You keep trying to make it work. Sometimes these teams will draft the wrong player and stay with them for 4 or 5 years for the whole contract, right? Because it's guaranteed. If you didn't know, the NFL has guaranteed contracts. They do. First rounders have a guaranteed contract. It's a guaranteed 4-year contract with an option for the 5th-year option. This is why you don't draft a player in the first round unless you're willing to be committed to them and you need that 5th-year option to evaluate them. That's what it is. You only draft people in the first round who love football and have no red flags. Theoretically, teams who take chances on other people, like, they're just failures. It's not my problem. But anyways, yeah, he would have probably gotten drafted higher, and then they would have realized we got the wrong guy at some point. Giants, closet Giants fan. Oh, goodness. I don't hate their draft so far. No, I don't hate their draft. It's been pretty decent. Damn, Scatterboo, career ruined. Oh, I didn't know. Career ruined. What are you talking about? Going to the Giants? What? Tiki Barber did just fine. Excuse me. Hey, Rico, what's the link to Washington State with their recent quarterback talents like Cam Ward and John Mateer? Who is analyzing their quarterback talents? Oh, well, Trey, it's actually changed over the years. So it's not the same person for the both of them. Washington State's always had pretty good quarterback play. You guys don't remember this. Gardner Minshew threw for 4,800 yards, won the Johnny Unitas Award, and was drafted in the 6th round. Oh, my God, he got blackballed. I've never seen somebody throw for so many yards and fall in the draft. Gardner Minshew did it in the Pac-10, Pac-12. Gardner Minshew. No one's talking about it. He got blacklisted. They didn't like guys with long hair and mustaches. So dumb. So anyways, Washington State eventually hired a man by the name of Eric Morris. Eric Morris was the UIW head coach. And he moved over, UIW, Incarnate Word, University of Incarnate Word, FCS. So he gets hired at Washington State. And when he gets hired to be the offensive coordinator up there, he brings his quarterback with him, which is Cam Ward, right? Now, eventually, Eric Morris leaves Washington State to go be the head coach. He goes back to Texas. He's a Texas guy. So he goes back to Texas. He's the head coach at North Texas right now. And you know the deal. North Texas is phenomenal in throwing the ball. It's Eric Morris and his pedigree for developing quarterbacks and throwing the ball. His offense is special. So North Texas is always going to have a really good passing offense. Okay, so that's how Cam Ward got to Washington State, and then he departed once his coach left and he wanted to go to the NFL and get paid at Miami. Okay, now John Mateer. What happened here? There's a guy named Ben Arbuckle. Ben Arbuckle is an offensive coordinator, co-offensive coordinator with Zach Kittley when they were at Western Kentucky under Tyson Helton. So you have Tyson Helton, who's this Western Kentucky passing guru, right? I want you to think Bailey Zappi, 5,000 yards, 6,000 yards, whatever it was. And you have these offensive coordinators, one Zach Kittley, and the other's Ben Arbuckle. Ben Arbuckle's really young. Ben Arbuckle goes and replaces Eric Morris up at Washington State. Ben Arbuckle knows quarterbacks really well, and he gets the most out of Mateer. Well, Ben Arbuckle just got hired at Oklahoma to be their offense coordinator, and he brought Mateer with him. So that's how that works. It's these quarterbacks being tied to offensive coordinators. And if we take it a step further, Zach Kittley left, went down to Texas Tech, been building their offense, and now he's the head coach at FAU, and that's why I think FAU's offense is going to be elite next year. You have to study coaches and what they correspond with the players. It's not just, oh, look at the results. You got to kind of look at the root cause of why things are occurring, and that's a quick example of the quarterback situation and why it's so good at Washington State. It's actually coach-driven. And, of course, the Jets take a receiver who can't catch the football. Oh, my God. The Jets just drafted Arian Smith, the fastest player in the draft. Yes, he's the fastest player. I don't care about 40s. I don't care about that. This is the fastest player in the draft. By and large, a track star, not a football player. Can't catch to save his life. Don't want to see the highlights because they're going to ignore the lowlights. That's not a good player. The Jets are embarrassing. I'm done with them. That's crazy. Jets got an F, capital F. They've been doing, every pick they've been making is just so Jets-like. It's terrible. That is terrible. Great question, though, Trey. Shout out to you. Tress. What are your thoughts? What up, Tomer Elias? What are your thoughts on staying in school for the late round picks if they had the opportunity? Does NIL help players that don't go in the first 3 rounds? Love the content. So, yeah, I'm a big advocate for this. I talked about this 2 years ago. It can backfire on you. The Western Kentucky quarterback, I'm forgetting his damn name a couple years ago. He was supposed to go into the draft. He got a 7th round grade, 6th round grade, came back to college and got $300,000, which would have been equivalent to, or not equivalent, but just underneath some of these practice squad contracts and these NFL min contracts. So it's probably smarter to go and get your NIL money and just get your guaranteed paycheck that you know you're going to get. And then you can go. Because you start looking at guys like Will Howard, they're getting paid a hell of a lot more in college than they are in the pros. And there's going to be guys like Diego Pavia. No business going to the NFL. You're not an NFL quarterback. But in college, they're going to pay you a substantial amount of money because you can win games in college, right? I'm sure Diego's making $1 million at Vandy. So it's just one of those things. It's going to happen that way. If you're a fringe level player, you should probably stay in school and get your NIL money guaranteed to get a contract. Now, you might drop in the draft if you have a bad year, which is what happened to the quarterback of Western Kentucky. It's so bad. I'm forgetting his name right now. Somebody's going to remind me in the chat. I just forgot it right now. But I never forget it. I know all the players. It's just 15,000 names all the time. So, but yeah, that's probably going to happen, is players are going to stay in school. Now, if you declare for the draft, you cannot go back to college, at least not right now. It's not allowed by the NCAA. Okay, if you declare for the draft, you can't go back to college. So all these people saying Shedeur should just go back to Colorado and play for his dad for another year. He needs to get out of this draft because he's fallen too far. He can't do that legally. Now, he could challenge it if he gets a bunch of attorneys and that want to go fight it. And I've watched the NCAA lose in court all day long, every single year. So I wouldn't be surprised if they came up with some ruling. But I think that court case would take a lot longer in its findings, and he probably wouldn't be eligible before the football season. But that'd even be worse. Could you imagine you pull out of the draft and you throw a fit and say, no, I didn't get drafted high enough, I'm not going to play, and then you just wait out another year and hope you get in the next draft? Dude, the quarterbacks next year are better than the ones this year by a fucking wide margin, an astronomical wide margin. Let me tell you guys something. All you guys that are shocked that Shedeur is still on the board and didn't get drafted, you need to think if he ever was in a quarterback battle at a school without his father, without his hand-picked offensive coordinator, without all this stuff. Like, if he ever went into a quarterback competition at some of these other schools, do you think he would be the starting quarterback at Ole Miss? Do you think he'd be the starting quarterback at Alabama? I don't. There are 4- and 5-star quarterbacks, third string everywhere at those other schools, at those Blue Bloods. I don't think he'd be the starting quarterback at Georgia. I think Gunnar Stockton would take his lunch money because they're a lot more athletic than him. They're just a lot more poised, and they actually learn the offenses better. This guy didn't learn any offensive scheme. He just had to fire offensive coordinators until he found one that didn't challenge his scheme, which is, I'm going to go pre-snap and throw. And you're throwing to a Heisman Trophy winner. Yeah. It's terrible. It's terrible the way people envision this versus the reality. Like, the reality is it's just not NFL caliber. It's not the end of the world, man. It is what it is. I told you, he's my number 1 quarterback in this draft, but I said all these quarterbacks are backups. So I wouldn't be drafting backups. We're in the 4th round. These guys are drafting starters. Ty Robinson just went off the board. I told you he was going to go off the board. It's an amazing defensive tackle. The Eagles are doing some real shit. Eagles are trying to win Super Bowls. They just got Ty Robinson. He's got one of my best defensive tackles. This late, that's an amazing talent to get in Nebraska. That's an A+ pick right there. For sure, for sure. And I've been harsh on the Eagles for a couple years. That's fucking a phenomenal pick. Yeah, it's so hilarious to watch Aaron Smith, an F+ pick, to Ty Robinson, an A+ pick. Look at this. Rico knows. Never touching this dude with a 10-foot pole. Rico knows. Look at the picks. They're all my Rico knows guys. Tootin, Scattaboo, Kaiser, Walker, Robinson. Every other pick is a Rico knows pick. That's why we love these rounds. That's why we love these players. So it is what it is. Attitude. When she asked for a vegan Caesar salad. Oh, she had a bad attitude when she asked for a vegan Caesar. How about she just got badass kids? You ever been with somebody who has just bad kids? I was with a woman. She had the ugliest kid. I couldn't look at it. I couldn't look at it too long. It was a daughter. I forgot her name, but I couldn't pretend it was cute. It was a baby, too. She might have been like 1 year old, and I was just like, ugh. Her name might have been like Hadley or something. And I would just keep looking at that baby, and it was hard to look at. I couldn't get over it. And I just couldn't let it. Oh, RicoKnows draft pick again. The Saints just took Danny Stutzman. Let's go. Everybody's taking my picks now. Now you understand why we get excited about these players. These are ballers. Barrett Carter's coming off the board soon. There's Danny Stutzman. Just went. But Rico, Chris Paul Jr. is a superstar. He's a beast at Ole Miss. You don't know what you're talking about. SEC. Nah, give me Danny Stutzman, bro. Oh, wait, that's SEC too, right? They get to claim Oklahoma now? Stop it. That motherfucker played in the Big 12 his whole career. Shout out to Danny. What's the deal, Rico? What up, T? Ron says, she said she didn't like chocolate cake, but then ordered red velvet cake. Shaking my head. You know, Ron, I don't like anybody. No, we can't trust nobody who don't like cake. Cake is the way we all got here. Cake. Come on, man. Nicholas Blystone says, what up, Rico? What up? All you do is talk about Shedeur Sanders, but you don't care about him. TBE Trucking. Have you noticed what I'm doing? I'm answering questions in the comments. I'm interacting with the followers. TBE Trucking. That's all I'm doing. I don't dictate the show. I don't dictate the content of the show. The viewers drive the content. They ask the questions. I answer them. That's it. I just went on a rant about Washington State quarterbacks and their offensive coordinators for the last 3 years and where they all went. Did I have that in my notes somewhere? Did I have a production meeting where I said, hey, guys, we need to prep for this. We're going to talk about this today. No. I am a walking encyclopedia almanac about sports. I answer the questions in the chat. That's it. I don't dictate the questions. I'm not some fucking evangelist with some plants out there in the crowd. You're going to walk magically. Hey, make sure you ask me a question about Shedeur every 15 minutes. Hey, make sure you talk about this. Make sure you bring up Shiloh in the 5th round. Make sure you do. I don't do that shit. Fucking loser, bruh. What do we think about Woodson? Total reach of a pick. Truth hurts, TBE Trucking. Truth hurts, bruh. And your wife likes the neighbor. Your wife likes Marcus next door, bro. She ain't going to Walmart. CJ West just got drafted. Another RicoKnows draft. Another one. I feel like DJ Khaled out here, bruh. One of my favorites. You boys ain't on my level, bruh. Come on, go get that Pegasus. Give me that white chocolate. All right. Daddy's pay for control. Sanders about to be legendary. It's because his dad got a microphone. I don't care about none of that. Can't control someone with a big voice. That doesn't matter, guys. All you guys talking that nonsense, that's silly. Randy Moss had a son. Didn't make it in the NFL. Didn't get drafted. Randy Moss got a microphone. He's on shows. That doesn't matter. You guys sound silly. And nobody gives a shit. That's dumb. You got all sitting around. They can't hold down a prideful black man, a rich black man. They trying to humble him. They can't hold him. They can't control him. This ain't the plantation. You guys fucking ignorant, bro. I don't know how you guys go through life. I really don't. I don't know how you pay bills with the level of intellect you have. I don't know how you pay bills. I tell you right now, I got black neighbors across the street. Retired military, retired doctor. They don't talk like this. They don't even think like this. They're successful. You might want to get in where you fit in. You want to know how to be successful? Stop talking like that, bro. Stop dropping comments about LeVar Ball. Stop it. That's not how you become successful in life. Fix yourself. I'm the son of a construction worker. Okay? I come from nothing. We just some Mexican kids growing up. You can be great. Fix yourself. Stop talking like that. Stop putting, I don't walk around, órale, güey. La otra cosa, I don't talk like that. Get your life together, bro. Do better. You're embarrassing your parents, your family members, your kids, and anybody else that's trying to make it in life. You're embarrassing them. My Hood. That's your name, My Hood. You got on YouTube, and you're like, yo, I need a profile name. Let me figure it out. Yo, I'm going to be My Hood. And misspell the name or the word my. Motherfucker in the 6th grade, like, my, M-I. Get your life together. And stop talking sports. Go read a book. Cody Simon. He's fine. I never really got too excited about Cody Simon. Not in my top 10. I understand some people think he's a sleeper, maybe overrated, but for me, it didn't work. It is what it is. Facts, sir. Shout out to you. Dante Thornton to the Raiders speed kills. Yeah, he's pretty good. He's pretty fast. He's not the fastest, but he's pretty fast. I got one better, Sultan. David in Arizona says, when she told me her last boyfriend cheated on her and she broke into his place, then proceeded to break all his stuff. Oh, my goodness. I love it, man. If I'm sitting there with a girl and she starts talking about... let me tell you guys one of my favorite questions on the first date. I let them bring up their ex first. If they bring up their ex, I always look at them and I go, oh, what did he do for a living? What did he do for a living? And if they tell me, oh, he works at Jiffy Lube. Oh, he works over there at the dollar store. He works at Dollar General. Oh, he's a manager at In-N-Out. If I hear anything like that, the date's over, bruh. The date's over. Because you don't get to level up from a minion to the CEO. No, we're not on the same level. You don't get to level up to me. I don't care what you look like. You make poor decisions in life. You're with riffraff. You let homie hit it raw? You're not messing with me. Nah, we're not doing that. Oh, who's your ex? Oh, he works over there at the BP. He does night shift at the BP. Get the fuck away from me. No, we ain't never going to meet in public. And he's going to be like, yo, I had your girl. Who, that guy? Nah. You guys got to do better, man. I'll tell you right now, that just straight up, I'll just be like, nah, I'm not interested. I'm good. You don't get to level up like this. And that's the difference. Some of you dudes out there, some of you dudes will meet a girl and be like, oh, I don't care if she's on fries. I don't care if she works at Wendy's and she's on fries. As long as she look good. Oh, look at that. She looked good. She think it. No, she didn't do her homework. She has terrible spending habits. She's in debt with a credit card debt. She's got 2 kids and 2 baby daddies and lives at home with her parents waiting for you to save her. Nah. You guys don't know how to pick them. You guys are gross. And why? Well, look at that. That shit nice. Dude, shut up. Shut up. Rico and the draft go hand in hand. Hey, word. Appreciate you. Dante Thornton was picked up, but Squirrel was the better wide receiver. Well, we're going to find out. Squirrel's at Florida State this year. We'll see what happens. I like Squirrel White a lot. So we'll see how it works out, Gimp. Who are your favorite Big 12 people left that you think need shine? I'm going to get back up to you, Sean Gatson, I promise. Who are my favorite Big 12 people left that I think need shine? Well, Trevor Etienne just got drafted. My God, the Panthers get an F, bro. The Panthers' last couple picks have been terrible. They took the quitter. They took that Princely dude, and now they just took a drunk driver. Yeah, that's crazy. You can't waste a draft pick on that dude. Nah, that's stupid. That's silly. What a terrible draft pick by the Panthers. And they traded for it? Yeah, there's a run on running backs right now, but that's stupid. See what the Cardinals did. Maybe the Cardinals just took Shedeur. Maybe they just took Shadazy. Maybe they just took him. Give me a second here. And then we'll look for Big 12 guys on my list who need some shine. I'll let you know. There's not many that I'm really advocating for. I don't really care about your conference all that much. Players move around so much, I don't give them credit for the conference. Cody Simon just got drafted. There you go. Do I have him on my list? I told you I didn't, but we can double check. Yeah, I don't have Cody on my list. Shout out to him, though. Very good, very good player. Just didn't wow me on the tape. And maybe it's because he was surrounded by other great players. And sometimes that happens. When I watch the tape and I see a lot of great players, it's hard to evaluate whether or not that play occurred because of how great you are. Right? Like your defensive tackles are elite. There's so many draft picks on that defense. It's hard to see how great you are. That happens to me sometimes. All right, Big 12 guys that I'm advocating for. Let's see. Big 12, Big 12, Big 12, Big 12. Well, there's Shedeur Sanders. Man, they need to get Shedeur. He's amazing. There's my Big 12 advocation there. I'm being a huge advocate for that dude right now. Let's see. Who else? Jakrowski Merritt might be a sneaky good pick late. Just remember that. He didn't get to play this year. He was an Arizona guy. Kind of was an Arizona guy. Didn't get to play. Let's see. Man, I don't have a lot of Big 12 guys on my list, do I? Brendan Presley, wide receiver. Love him to death. Shout out to Oklahoma State. I don't have a lot of Big 12 guys on my list. Oh, my goodness. That's crazy, bro. I don't rep them like that. Joshua Simon, I'm repping Western Kentucky, not South Carolina, just so we're clear. Holden Willis, too small, undersized. Man, I'm trying to think. I don't have anybody. Ain't that crazy? I'm not really rocking with anybody in the Big 12. Maybe Jackson Slater just got drafted right now. Maybe my boy Jackson just got drafted. I'm not rocking with anybody from the Big 12 for the most part. I might be. I might just be overlooking a name and just not realizing it. You never know. But it doesn't look like... Oh, Corey Black, Big 12 for sure. Big 12 for sure, Corey Black. Oh, there you go. Malik Verdon, safety, Iowa State. Corner, Corey Black, Oklahoma State. Those two stick out to me. Shamari Simmons. Oh, Arizona State. Shamari Simmons, safety. Really like him a lot. I can't think of nobody else. Yeah. That's about it. There's nobody else in the Big 12 I'm really repping like that. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't really look at players like that from that perspective. So if anybody else makes it, I'll let you know. Dylan Gabriel impressed the Browns coaches at the Senior Bowl along with others. Sanders did not. Well, yeah, that's a fact. Dante Thornton was picked up. Yep, got it. Rico, yep. They showing him that he not bigger than the program. Use the wrong version of the word then. I love you to death, Jalen, but I feel you. I get what you're saying. Mr. Gimp, Squirrel White is terrible. Mr. Drop the Ball. There we go. Juicer is just here to argue with people. What do you think about the Bears draft picks? I'm not very impressed with the Bears draft picks. I've talked about this for a couple days now. Not very good. 6'5", 205, 4'3", Yikes. Yeah. Big, strong, and fast. Well, not really strong, but big and fast. The Bills' defensive line is impressive. Damn. Sadly first. I remember the Jake Haener hype. There you go, T. Amsterdam Admirals need a quarterback. Well, they better call DJ Uiagalelei. Hey, I want to take this moment, take a break, and talk to the TikTok people. All those questions, all those comments, I don't read them. I never see them. You got to come to YouTube, put it in the chat over here, and I will answer the question. Just like the hundreds of people over here. We have 150 people over here on YouTube. We got 100 over here on TikTok. Move over, bro. Move over. It ain't hard. Move over. Back up top. What do you know about the Florida kid to Tennessee? I don't know what that means. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you talking about college? Pros? I don't know what you're saying, EJ Medina. You have to be a lot more specific. We all remember the Jake Haener hype. There you go, Gimp Show. Rico, what do you think of Ollie Gordon? I think he's a drunk driving arrest away from, killing somebody. I don't like Ollie Gordon at all. If you break the law, I don't get down with you. You break the law, I do not advocate for you to be a millionaire. Just don't. I don't give a shit how good you are at football. You're out there putting people's lives in danger. No, I'm on the road every day. I do not condone him in any way, shape, or form. Don't give a shit. Undraftable. Do you still watch the UFL? Varinks, I try. The problem is with the UFC year round, and I tried to have a normal life this year. I've dedicated myself to the gym again. I'm back in there lifting, running, working out. I do trail runs once a week. I got a lot of stuff going on. So I just changed up my schedule a little bit, and it's not conducive to watching all the UFL games. I do watch some of them, though. If it's on, I put it on. Remember that video you said Sanders was better than most quarterbacks in the NFL, can start as a rookie? You're comical. Why you hating on him now? Why GM? Are you late to the show? Did you miss the part where I said he walked into rooms and started telling them how to run their organization and started telling them that they need to fire everybody for him to be there? Did you miss that part where he threw more teammates under the bus than he threw passes in the evaluation process? Did you miss that part? He threw teammates under the bus after the season more often than he threw passes. like if you meet a girl and you think she's the woman of your dreams, and then she slaps the shit out of you, is she still the woman of your dreams? Or do you start looking at her going, wait, she don't carry herself right? Man, that's fool's gold. So you can remember I made a video where I said Shedeur Sanders was good and could start as a rookie in the NFL. But since that video, what has he done? Other than give me red flag after red flag after red flag. And the only difference is, since that video, you've ignored the red flags and I haven't. An evaluation is always occurring. There are parents who think they got good kids because they were really good elementary school kids. And then they turn into assholes as teenagers. And then they get arrested. And they keep trying to convince you they're a good kid. But they're not reevaluating themselves. They're not reassessing. I'm constantly reassessing. When you make an assessment on a player, it's not set in stone. It can change to fucking tomorrow. YGM, you ain't shit. And that's my assessment of you today. And it'll be that way until you prove otherwise. Get your life together. Woody Marks and Jarquez Hunter just went off the board. There is a run on running backs. I just told you that's going to happen. Woody Marks, where is he? I don't have him up here. And Jarquez Hunter. I don't have either one on the board. Wow. I thought I had him on my list. That's okay. Shout out to both of them. Pretty good running backs. Obviously, Jarquez Hunter, porn star. But Woody Marks doing his thing. I'm not mad at him at all. What do you think about Cam Scatteraboo? Go watch the channel, Magic. Magic, you're asking me what I think about Cam Scatteraboo. I'm the only guy in the world that has been making videos on Cam Scatteraboo for 3 years. Get with it, bro. How you feel about the Lions picks? I try not to feel about them. What would you grade the Bengals draft so far? I don't give out grades. Grades is a made-up metric people started applying to the draft. I would never give out grades. I give it a 10.0. What grade is that? I don't fucking know, bro. I give it a 13 on a scale from 21 because I've never heard of Isaac Tisla. Oh, you've never heard of Isaac Tisla, former Division II star, went to Arkansas, was a role player at Arkansas. I have no earthly idea why they drafted Isaac Tisla. That is a terrible reach. It is a terrible reach. Troy legend Gardner Minshew. Hey, Evan Kramer's the one, bro. Titans fan here. Okay. What's your thoughts on Edge Tennessee took? Not very familiar with UCLA games. He's not very good. Yeah. Oladipo or whatever his name is, the kid who moved from linebacker to edge. He moved from linebacker to edge because a better linebacker is on the team, Carson Swessinger. So he moved to edge, and they say he's playing well. I didn't see it on tape. I did not see anything worth drafting that high, not at all. He's not in my top 10 for a reason, and they drafted him. It's fucking insane. Billy Bowman just got drafted. That is one of my top safeties. Billy Bowman's a beast. Shout out to Billy. There's Billy down there. Billy with the little Willie. There he goes. Good pick. Shout out to the Falcons. Have addressed their defense on every level this draft. The Falcons are doing it, guys. The Falcons are getting defensive players and going ham on them. You remember last year when they passed on a defensive player to get Michael Penix Jr.? They could have took the best defensive player in the draft, and instead they took Michael Penix Jr. Now they're making up for it this year. They realize, oh man, we got to go get all these guys. They're getting nothing but defenders. It's awesome. Good for them. Need your opinion on Quinn Ewers. Apparently he's a hunter. Apparently they shoot everything with horns, bro. I think Quinn Ewers is mid. Very mid of a quarterback. I think that he's always been surrounded by elite talent and never did anything with it. So I'm not a huge Quinn Ewers guy. He's down here at 8 for me. I'm not a huge Quinn Ewers guy. Don't believe in him that much. I'm way more excited about Seth Hennigan. But obviously you guys are going to talk about the famous names from the big schools, which doesn't really move me. That's not what the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th round are. If you start seeing a famous player, a big name in the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th round being drafted, he sucks. Because those big schools had all the scouts at their games. Those big schools have way more tape, way more publicity. They get all the attention in the world. They have refined and evaluated those players more than other players. And if they still didn't like them enough to take them in the first 3 or 4 rounds, they're not any good. So you might see a guy from USC, from Oklahoma, from Georgia, taken in the 6th or 7th round. They're not any good. It's just a big name kid that they're used to seeing on the road a lot because the scouts go to the big games. If you see a player in this realm right here, 4, 5, 6 rounds, and he comes from an FCS school, a Division II school, he's elite. He's amazing. He's so damn good that they got nervous that he might be taken by somebody else and they had to take him now. Yeah, that's how that works. Did I just read the same thing again? Please don't repeat your questions. Please don't repeat your questions. Thank you. What do you know about that Florida kid to Tennessee? Are we talking about fucking DK? Wisconsin's okay wide receiver. He's not bad. He's not great. Barrett Carter just went off the board. Bengals watching the draft. Bengals watched all my shit, bro. Bengals watched all my shit. Bengals watched it all. They just took Barrett Carter. Thank you, Bengals, for watching the content. You made me rich. It's cool. I appreciate you. Tell your scouting department. RicoKnows thanks them. Saints draft. Saints and Longhorns fan, so love seeing them take Longhorns. Not sold on Shuck being the answer at quarterback they're looking for. Oh, you think they drafted a quarterback to be a starter? I don't think they did. They did not draft Tyler Shuck to be the starting quarterback. No, they did not. That is not a fact. They drafted a backup quarterback who won't rock the boat. If they wanted a starting quarterback, they would have taken one sooner. They did not take a starting quarterback. They took a backup who won't rock the boat. Nope, their answer at quarterback is Spencer Rattler. Yeah, they're just getting ready to get... They just need a backup that's cheap, a backup that's the league minimum. You can't get the league minimum after that first contract's up, right? Then you get a veteran minimum on your next contract. So Jake Hayner's about to come up on his new contract in about a year. We got to get rid of his ass, and we'll let Tyler Shuck take that spot on the roster. That's all that is. We got to pay the league minimum to the third-string quarterback or second-string quarterback, whoever it is. They're not looking for starters. That's not a starter draft pick. That's silly. How you feel about Ashton Genty having the second most guaranteed money for a running back? I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. Are you talking about contracts? I haven't analyzed any contracts. I don't give a shit. Ashton Genty was my number 4 running back. Like, I look at Ashton Genty, and you guys don't realize, if Breezy Dubar didn't get injured, they would have split carries. But Dubar got injured, so they gave Genty all the carries. He's always been a running back by committee at Boise State. If Ashton Genty played at Tennessee, he's on the bench behind Dylan Sampson. If he played at Texas, I don't think he ever sees the field. Like, Arizona State, he's not taking carries away from Cam Scatterbo. Ashton Genty is a big fish in a little pond, and that's great. Go run all over them dudes. Go do what you do. That offense needed you. It was awesome. But I can take those same running backs. Byshaw Tootin at Boise State, he's going to rush for 2,000 yards. Dylan Sampson's rushing for 2,000 yards at Boise State. It's nothing special. Like, when you stop looking at the production and just look at the individuals. And we had tryouts tomorrow. And we just put them all. We went to practice. No jerseys, no nothing. We just went to practice, and we had tryouts tomorrow. I don't think you'd make Ashton Genty your starting running back. If you didn't know who they were, you probably wouldn't make Ashton Genty your starting running back. You'd be like, yo, that Omar and Hampton guy's nice. And we got this guy Hampton out here. He's fast as fucking hell, and he's running through everybody. Omar and Hampton is nice. Put Omar and Hampton at Boise. He's a starting running back. People don't see it that way because they saw a ton of production. But I've seen 2,000-yard rushers not even make a dent in the NFL. I've seen them not be worth a grain of salt in the NFL. And you rush for 2,000 yards in college, but you did it at the group of 5 level. This is the same thing that happened with some of these MAC wide receivers. Some of these MAC wide receivers have numbers you've never seen in your life. Bet you didn't study it. Some of these guys went out of their world, and then they didn't make it. Do you know Andy Isabella? You guys know Andy Isabella? UMass wide receiver, white guy, second-round pick. Go look at his stats and tell me why he didn't make it. He just got cut from the UFL like a couple months ago. Second-round pick. You don't remember him. You don't know what I'm talking about. It's all good. Yeah, the best running back in this draft for me was Omar and Hampton. It's fine. The production and the accolades at college is cool. That doesn't win you anything. That's not going to get you drafted. Obviously, it helped Genty get drafted, but I'm not sold on Genty like that. I don't give a shit how much money he got. Typical Rico, preached about Sanders all season, now want to hate on him because he's falling and acting like you had it right all this time. You and Sanders rated number 1 in your top 10 quarterbacks. YGM, go watch the quarterback episode. Go to the live stream and watch the quarterback episode. I mean, we can do it. I don't want to wait waste everybody's time because I know that some of these people watched it. But we can do it if you want to go there. I got you, man. It ain't hard for me. Let's go see it. Because you say I had him as the number one quarterback, right? And I did. Let's go. But we can watch the live stream together. I got no shame. You think I'm changing up my assessment on Shedeur Sanders. Remember, I posted this video a month ago before he skipped everything. That's fine, but we can go there. Let's see what I got in the NFL draft. And that's important because when they do the best available, typically they only put people in here that they expect to get drafted. Now, there's going to be guys that too. Things change. Well, no shit, Sherlock. You ever dated a woman? You ever met the woman of your dreams? You met the woman of your dreams. You said, man, this girl's amazing. I'm going to go through life with her. And then she bangs the neighbor. Is she still perfect? Is she still the woman of your dreams? No, things change, right? The more data you gather, the more accurate your assessment. That's how it works. The craziest thing is I don't even want to waste people's time to watch the episode because I know you didn't watch it. Because you came in here and said I had him as my number one quarterback. I know you didn't watch the podcast. Because I did in that podcast, I said none of these quarterbacks should be drafted before anybody else. These are all backups. It doesn't matter what order they're in. I have Shedeur Sanders number one. I don't think he should be drafted ahead of any starters. Because these are all backups. But you didn't watch it. You just came in here talking. YGM, typical of you haters to not watch the content. You motherfuckers, you guys are a Google generation. You're a generation of standardized test takers. You guys seriously ain't read a book. You read Cliff Notes, the back of books, and you Google shit. You've never read a book in your life. I know you've never read a book front to back. Not one without pictures. You ain't done a book report in your life. You don't know the Dewey Decimal System. You ain't walked into a library and had to find a book. You motherfuckers don't even read. You see a headline and you stop. And you make assumptions on what it's about. You go to IamRight.com to find your fucking answers. I made a chart and ranked all the quarterbacks, 1 through 10, and then went ahead and said, none of these guys are starters in the NFL. Draft starters. I don't even want to waste your time with it. Because you won't watch it. Because you love not knowing. You motherfuckers love shit. I don't know. Shit, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't really know. I never really looked into it that deep. It ain't that serious. It ain't that deep. That's what you say about everything. That's the way you go through life. You casually go through life that way. You don't take anything serious. And you'll never be successful. I don't know you, but I do. I can tell by your comment, you ain't shit. That's real. You woke up on a Saturday morning with the same 24 hours I have, and you're watching a 42-year-old man on YouTube right now. That's the height of your existence. You're not doing anything productive in your home, in your life. You didn't yesterday or the day before. And you might be writing this comment on a phone you didn't pay for. From a phone plan you don't pay for. You're hating from a house you don't pay the mortgage or rent in. You don't pay to keep those bills on, and you damn sure never filled up a refrigerator full of food. There's not a single human being on this planet Earth that depends on you to live. And you want to write hateful shit to me? I'm self-made, bro. I don't lie about anything. I take great pride in my integrity, and that's why I always got receipts and proof. Go back and watch the podcast, and then come back to me and quote my podcast. Don't quote a chart that you blind-tailed. Weak-ass motherfucker, bro. Weak-ass shit. Bet you never read a syllabus. Bet you never read a grading rubric. Fucking losers. Jack Sawyer just got drafted. Shout out to him. I know we got a super chat. I appreciate you. I'm going to get to it right now. Where's my boy Jack Sawyer? There he is. One of my favorites. Shout out to him. We got it. Let's go. Let me get to that super chat. Super chat. Sterling Irish Reeves says, what's your opinion on Mike Green to Baltimore, bro? My opinion is he's undraftable. You don't draft somebody who's been accused of sexual assault in 2 different places by 2 different people. The red flags are immense. I would have never drafted him, employed him, never would have invested $1 in him. Straight up. You know when you get those applications and you're like, check this box if you're a previous convicted felon. That's the dude I'm not hiring. Look, man, I'm not out here to do charity for nobody. Oh, man, some people need second chances. Man, they just lying. No. These girls had the accusations on this man before he was ever famous, before he was ever popular, back when he was at Virginia on the bench. This wasn't about, this is a pre-draft smear. They're just trying to ruin his draft. So no. Wouldn't draft that motherfucker. There's so many edge rushers. 1 just went off the board right now. 2 just went off. David Walker got drafted. I missed it. My shit. Gunnar Helm got drafted. I missed it. Excuse me. Gunnar Helm, my 4th tight end. Great tight end, by the way. And David Walker, my first deep hitting gem to get drafted this draft. Incredible. Shout out to Central Arkansas. That's where it's at. I don't draft guys with character issues. I don't invest millions of dollars into character issues, guys. It's not for me, bro. Not for me. Did I have Lathan on the list? I might have. Might. Did not. We're good. Shout out to these guys for picking great players. We're not doing that shit. Thank you for the question, though. I don't think Mike Green should have been drafted. I think he's a terrible human being. I wanted the Rams to draft him. I don't know who you're talking to. You're talking emotion. Congratulations. My guy, our draft last year was pretty effing good, brother. There you go, Trey Money. Rico, why don't you watch the NFL? They knowingly employ criminals. I'll never support an organization that does that. Any organization that knowingly employs criminals, I don't support it. I have my own standards and character. I'll never watch the NFL. Nothing about it appeals to me. I like my Sundays watching college football. I like going back and rewatching the games, doing my stat checks, checking my results. I like my Sundays the way they are. I'll never watch an NFL game. And that includes the playoffs and the Super Bowl. I don't watch any of that shit. My girl watches football. She'll watch every Saints game. I won't watch them. No way. I do a live stream in the middle of an NFL game every day. Every day if I could. I do a live stream in the middle of the Super Bowl. Don't care. Barry and Sorrell. This is one of my favorite. I think I put him as a linebacker. He's my number 7 favorite edge or linebacker from Texas. I really like him a lot. Shout out to the Packers for getting him. It's just he couldn't make my list because I only do 5. But he's right up there. He's a good player. And he's there on site at the draft. There it is. I'm glad he brought 3 outfits. That's a good player. Go shake hands on stage, man. That's good. Walk it out. You're a pro now. You going to Green Bay where it's cold as frick. Stop hating on Joe, man. I don't even know who the fuck Joe is. Rico knows. More like Rico hates. Yeah, I hate ignorance, dude. I hate ignorance and failure. I hate crime and criminals. I hate a lack of accountability. I hate substandard production. I hate a lot of things, bro. Remember that. I don't hate you because you're black. I don't. I hate you because you condone criminal activity under the guise of black support. You condone substandard support. It's just crazy the way you get down. I'll never get down with you, bro. We're cut from a different cloth. A little under the weather today. Real off topic, but do you know about any JUCOs in Florida? Michael Dawson, sure. I mean, there's JUCOs everywhere. Excuse me. Google them, look up their coaches, and find them on Twitter. Rico, thoughts on Ozzy? Didn't make my top 10. Shout out to him. He's a huge kid, huge man, I should say, playing at Boston College, but didn't really impress me on the tape. Shout out to him. Why do we get the same questions over and over? Because they show up to the show and they think they're important enough that they deserve an answer individually. They literally don't watch the show. When you get the same question over and over, they don't watch the show. Remember that video you said Sanders is better than most quarterbacks? Oh, we got it again. We got YGM's comment again. Arian Smith is boo-boo. Yes, he is. Boo-boo the fool. NFL's politics. I think everything is politics. If you haven't experienced politics in your life, you've never been successful. Every successful organization is political. It's about people skills. And perception is reality. Point blank, period. Politics is everywhere. Everything becomes political at some point. So you can complain about it or keep it moving. Like just saying the NFL is, well, that's not a unique take. It's silly. That's like saying life is hard. Yeah, no shit. Don't ask me about Ozzy again. Please don't spam the chat. I will always get to it eventually. Just be patient. Jalen Royals was right there and the Jets took Arian Smith. That is a prime example of why the Jets fail in his organization. Max Lesnick, you said it exactly. There's a ton of receivers still available, and they took one that can't catch. It's insane. Jets making terrible picks, Membo, and a guy who can't catch. Classic Jets. Exactly, Nick C. We're all there. You even said any scouts that think Sanders shouldn't be a first round should be fired. Now you're acting like you knew he was going to drop. Once again, I had no idea he was going to drop. I thought he brainwashed and convinced an organization to draft him high. I had no idea he was going to drop. YGM, where are you going with this? What I'm saying is I'm very aware of his red flags. What I'm saying is I'm very aware of his substandard conduct, his self-entitlement. It's not confidence, bro. You can be confident as fuck, but you can't walk into a place and tell them they're running their organization wrong. And if they draft you, they better be ready for a whole lot of change up top. You're threatening them for their jobs. We're a package deal. I'm coming here and I'm bringing my pops with me and I'm bringing my brother with me. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. We don't need you. We don't need all this. Can you imagine you met a girl and she's like, well, when I move in, I'm moving in my parents and my brother, and you're going to work for the family? You don't get to move it. Move on. Move on, little Susie. Move on. Move on, little Shedeur. This guy, I saw the best one, bro. They called him Shador Dash. Shador Dash. Move on, Shador Dash. Rewatched the pod last night. He spoke about him. I don't think he really likes him. There you go. Don't like anybody. Yeah, I just think he's a big waste of space. I'm being honest. Ozzy's just a big guy. Didn't really look skillful on tape to me. Is it Zappy? Bailey Zappy. No, that is not who I was talking about. The Western Kentucky quarterback that went back is not Bailey Zappy that I was talking about. It's after Bailey Zappy. He was using Bailey Zappy as an example because Bailey Zappy had an amazing year and got drafted in the 4th round. So he was hoping he would have an amazing year and get drafted in the 4th round instead of the 7th round. But that didn't happen. He actually went undrafted. How did Michael Turk, ASU, go back to college Oklahoma, after declaring and participating in the combine a few years ago? I don't remember that. I have no answer for you. I have no idea. Shut up, dude. You literally said, okay, you're done. Bye, YGM. We won't see you anymore. You don't come to my house and talk shit to me in my living room. Right? Figuratively. You don't get to come to my house and talk out of turn in my house. This is my platform, bro. You come in here telling me shut up, man. Get a fucking life. We'll never see you again, YGM. Do some push-ups, bro. Do some push-ups so you don't lose your girl to the neighbor. I'm telling you right now, YGM, you're going to go through life just upset, angry, it never worked out. That's going to be your life. Just sitting there with a black and mild in your mouth. Well, shut up. Travis Hunter should be -- pick the way he carried Shedor's draft stock. Nah. Thoughts on Kyle Williams to the Pats? Love him. Shedeur might have to go to Canada. Is he Drake? Yo, Rico, why isn't Sac State ASU legend Cam Scadaboo not on your favorites list? Oh, because I try not to do redundant things. So sometimes, and I'll explain this to you guys, sometimes I'll put top 10 running backs. So when I make my list, I make my top 10 down here at the bottom. I do top 10. I try to do that individually. Then, if there's other names that I want to mention that are really good, that I really like, they'll go on the favorites list. Now, if I run out of if I have a bunch of names that don't need to be up here, then I'll put them twice. So like here, for example, there were 5 other quarterbacks I wanted to mention not down here. But I felt like I had to put Seth Hennigan twice because I love him so much. Brady Cook twice because I love him so much. Right? So sometimes you will see redundancy and then sometimes you won't. It's just the way it works. Sometimes there's position groups like wide receivers. I try not to repeat it and then I went, nah, this year I'm going to repeat it. Usually I don't. So that's all it is. I love Cam Scadaboo all day long. I had him above a bunch of other running backs. So Cam Scatterboo is him, but he's not on my favorites because I wanted to mention some other guys that should get some love that weren't in the top 10. So he's already in my top 10, and people already know how I feel about him. So there's really no point. It's like I don't need to rub it in that I was on Cam Scatterboo before the whole world. I don't need to do that. Shout out to you, Juicer. I'm a plant in the crowd. There you go, Salt and Swat. As a Rams fan, I hate how good our division rivals are drafting, especially the Niners and the Seahawks. I think the Niners are drafting really well. To be honest, the Niners are drafting extremely well right now. I've been very impressed with theirs. Eagles draft Ty Robinson while they still have Jordan Davis. What do you think will happen in that situation? Gigantic run stop. Oh, no. Ty Robinson is not gigantic. Ty Robinson is actually like a 3-4 defensive end. He's actually very athletic. Obviously had the second fastest 40 of all the defensive tackles. So he's a very athletic defensive tackle. I think he can move all the way out to the 4-eye position, which is inside of the tackles or inside of the guard, or he can go head up. So he can move from 0 all the way out to your guards as far as alignment goes. I think it's an incredible embarrassment of riches to have up front. I think it's pretty good. Shout out to Ty Robinson. He's an absolute beast. Kyle Kennard just got drafted. That's because people are listening to me. Kyle Kennard is him. This is easily my favorite or one of my favorite defensive ends in the draft. I had an agenda to put Johnny Walker number 1, but Kyle Kennard, watching him dominate at Georgia Tech for 4 years and then go up to South Carolina and still do the same thing, incredible. I really like Kyle Kennard as a player, a leader, everything about him. He's the best. On tape, he was the best player on South Carolina's defense, on tape. I don't care where they draft him and none of that stuff. When I watched the film, he was the best on tape. Shout out to him. Man, this chick looks like she plays for the Browns. What the fuck? This chick looks awful, bro. She got bags for 3 days. She need to get some sleep, dude. She need to get some sleep. You see this girl? She look like she's hanging out with Ray Rice too long. International Fan of the Year from the UK. Ugh. She probably got terrible teeth, too. The UK has been known for that shit. Dylan Sampson off the board. That's a running back run right there, y'all. We've been seeing running backs go off the board like crazy. And now, is this the second running back they drafted? Am I tripping right now? That's what I told you guys. Remember when I told you you evaluate, you knew you were going to take running backs? So you evaluate all the running backs? There it is. Judkins in the second, and now you just took another running back in the fourth? That's what happened. They evaluated all the running backs hard. They looked at all of them very hard. And then they took Judkins. They're super excited. And as the draft keeps going, they go, hold up. How's this guy still on the board? He was our third best running back. And he's still there in the fourth round? That's the best available player in the draft, and that's why they took him. That's pretty neat. And you guys just saw it in 4K. You just saw it the very first time right there in this draft. A team has drafted the same position group 2 rounds later because, and it happened with the wide receivers and the Texans as well, but this happens when teams evaluate a position group in depth, and then they realize, oh, man, we got to go with it. Jalen Travis being drafted. Guys, I've been an advocate for all Iowa State players. You know this. I've been talking about them for a couple years now. Never once mentioned Jalen Travis. Never once. Big guy. Huge guy. Haven't mentioned him once. Very surprising to me on that draft pick. I feel that's a reach. It is what it is. Facts, bro. Shout out to you, Rio. I don't know why you wrote it in all caps. I don't know what you wrote it about because it's been so long, but I feel you, bro. Facts. I love how Rico says how it is and doesn't care. Keep up the great work. Roman Johnson, you ain't got to care when you're paid, bro. Nobody pays me. There's no sponsorship deals. I've turned down everything. I'm independent 100%, so I can say what I want to say, carry myself the way I want to carry myself. I can be who I want to be. I'm not dependent on anybody else but me. And when they try to call me, man, they ain't talking numbers big enough to talk to me. They ain't talking big. One guy offered me $70,000 to act right. $70,000 to sponsor me, blah, blah, blah. A company. $70,000 for 6 months, and then we'll redo the deal in another 6 months. Shut the fuck up. And I'm sure some kid jumping on that. I'm sure you're getting excited about $70,000 for 6 months. Lose my number, bro. Lose my number. $70,000? Take a walk. Do some push-ups. Take a walk. And go with that YGM kid. Fuck out of here. Anyways. Soul SWAT. I want to see the deleted message. I don't think it's allowing me to tag my TikTok. I'll comment it on the vid. Soul SWAT. Don't get rid of Varinks. I'm asking Varinks for his TikTok. information. That is a day one supporter, and he got blocked on another platform, and I'm pissed about it. I'm trying to get that guy unblocked. I just need a name written out. It's not allowing you to tag. You don't have to tag it. Just write the whole name out. I don't need the tag or nothing. Can we see your trademarked spreadsheet for this draft? Thanks, G. No, yeah, it's posted on Twitter. Go to the Twitter homepage and scroll down. It's there. It's not hard. I pull it up every time I talk. You guys are good. Jalen Lane, shout out to Jalen Lane, getting drafted. Former leading receiver out of Middle Tennessee State, transferred to Virginia Tech. Been injured for a couple years. Did not think he was the best receiver on the team. Ollie Jennings was the best receiver on that team, but he got injured. So now Jalen Lane is here. I don't think that's a good pick. Not at this point. There's other better receivers. That feels like not a good pick to me. Just so we're clear. When Sampson's still available. Sampson's no longer available. He just got drafted. I haven't seen his videos in a while. He still sucks at his sports takes and with the same girl, Josh Jackson. He don't exist anymore. That's why we don't worry about people like this. Like, could you imagine you show up to my channel and say you haven't seen my videos in a while? I make 10 videos a day. The fact that you're uninformed is not my problem. The fact that you don't watch content that can teach you about sports is not my problem. And then you pretend to care about who I'm dating? That's the wildest energy I ever seen. You walk into fucking Carl's Jr., you ain't been there in a minute. You're like, yo, I ain't been here in about 3 months. Hey, is so-and-so still working here? Who gives a fuck if so-and-so still working here? It ain't your business. Lame ass dude. We don't know you, Josh Jackson. Josh Jackson, if I saw you in public, you would stare at the ground and pretend like you're lost. You literally wouldn't say what's up to me. We wouldn't be dapping shit up. You'd be worried about a 5.56. You ain't fucking with me. Little ass dude. How we feeling about Kyle Williams? He's amazing. Shedeur might actually go undrafted. Yeah, that's not a far-fetched reality. Nobody needs a backup quarterback. Thoughts on the Bills draft so far? Bills draft. It's probably pretty decent. They got Deion Walker. I haven't checked the whole thing, but it's probably. I'm going to do draft analysis of entire classes. After my vacation, I'm going to do videos on all of them. I'm going to do every single team like I do every single year. If you want to see all the previous years, you just go to the playlist on TikTok or YouTube. You can see them on either platform. But I do an analysis breakdown of every single team in depth after every single draft. I've been doing that for several years now. How many Ohio State players are getting drafted today? No idea, Sean Hillary. We're going to find out together. So far, it's been one, right? Hey, Chico. Hey, what's up, Chico? Hey, this boy talking like he Razor Ramon, bruh. What up, Willie Bobo? Bobo with the no. Don't talk out of turn. You might get a coco. Any players you think the Rams should draft? No, I don't tell teams what they should do. What made Brashard Smith miss your top 10 running backs? Oh, a couple things, Matthew. First and foremost, Brashard Smith is a converted wide receiver, so I don't think he's a natural running back to begin with. He couldn't really see the field in Miami, so when he transferred to SMU, I saw him eventually break into the starting lineup, but he was buried behind other running backs for a while. He was buried behind Rooster, right, who just hit the transfer portal, Knighton. He was buried behind Johnson, and then he eventually earned the room and started playing well this year. But I don't think he's that great. I think he's a receiving wide receiver, or running back, excuse me. But that's a scat back running back, and running backs already don't have any value as it is. So if you look at my top 10, it's guys with straight up every down productivity or every down capability. I like running backs who can carry the load and carry the team. I don't like situational use running backs. Situationally used running backs can be picked up as undrafted free agents, and they'll make the team. But it's not something that's going to be in my top 10. So that's how that goes. By the way, Teddy Buchanan just got drafted at Cal. What did I tell you guys? I think he has one of the best ceilings of any linebacker in the draft because we haven't seen his ceiling yet. So Teddy Buchanan played 4 years at UC Davis, was really good at UC Davis, and then he transferred to Cal for his final year. He makes all conference, but he's still so good. We haven't seen where he goes. Like, I haven't seen him regress anytime. We're still not sure. Maybe he could be all conference anywhere. Maybe he's an all pro. We don't know. I think he's very good. That's a very good draft pick at this point as a linebacker. Teddy Buchanan, really cool. Really cool to see him go this early. And that means he probably did well in the interview process as well. I like that kid. He loves football. Ravens, go and, you piss me off, Ravens. You draft a guy like Mike Green and then you get that. You got a good guy, bad guy, trying to balance it out. Get a little bit of the devil, a little bit of an angel. We got the shoulders going. Get it. All right. Shout out to the super chat. I didn't see this one. I'm sorry, guys. Sometimes I don't see all the super chats. ARW says, I know I'm late, but thoughts on Trey Amos yesterday. So I skimmed over it, and I'll talk about it. Just thank you for the super chat. But the reality is I've never been sold on Trey Amos, personally. I never really thought very highly of him when he transferred to Alabama initially. And as he's been transferring and playing and starting in the SEC, like every week I'm watching him, and I never sold on him. But at some point you got to realize, okay, maybe I'm wrong. Like maybe I'm wrong about him. And you know, some coaches like certain players more than others. Nobody's always right. So as a coach and an evaluator, I'm going to tell you, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't like him. Somebody likes him. A lot of people like him. They're convinced he's good. I'm just not there. So shout out to Trey Amos. He checks all the boxes. He looks like he plays on Saturdays and Sundays now. It is what it is, but I'm just not on him. And we just saw another safety go, and somebody talked about him earlier yesterday, Malachi Moore, and I told you I would not talk about him. I didn't think he's a very good player. He's not on my top 10. He's not one of the best safeties for me. And who drafted him? The Jets. I can't make this up, guys. I can't make this up. The Jets will just pick players that I don't think very highly of. Over and over and over. And they don't have a track record of being successful. The Jets are doing something wrong. Their room. Hey, somebody call the Jets and tell them they need to hire RicoKnows, because they are picking all the wrong players. All of them. Thoughts on Luther falling to 39? Bo Jiden, I do not think. I just realized your name is Joe Biden, but you inverse the B and the J. And is your picture Degrassi? Is your picture Drake? I'm talking to a troll account? Bruh. I think you pee sitting down, bro. But I don't think you pee sitting down like any normal person. I think you straddle the toilet seat backwards. I think you rest your head on the back part of the toilet when you're peeing. Thoughts on Luther falling to 39? I don't think he dropped. That's not falling. How did he fall to 39? Amazing wide receivers are always taken in the second and third round. I don't think he's an amazing wide receiver. He wasn't in my top 10 wide receivers. That's not falling at all. I think that's a reach. You're talking about a guy. Like, what did Luther Burden do in the SEC? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go look at it, man. I don't want to talk out of turn. That's this year? Where's his 100-yard game? Where's his 100-yard games in the SEC? Oh, he had 100-yard game this year against Boston College. Not even the SEC. Oh, Rico, it was the quarterback play. It was this. No. Where's his? You want him to be a first rounder. You said he fell. Does this look like the 39th best player in the draft? All right, let's go back last year then, when they were very productive. Where's his elite games? Where are they? LSU, Florida. Vanderbilt, Memphis, K-State, Middle Tennessee, South Dakota. What did he do in conference play? There's a noticeable drop-off in conference play. Dominating in the preseason non-conference schedule. Beating the shit out of scrubs. But when you get into a conference play where the defenders are just as skilled as you and the coaches can scheme you out, now we see this shit. What are you talking about? What did he do in the SEC that warrants you saying he's a first-round draft pick? No 100-yard games. I mean, this is crazy. What world do you guys live in? This guy ain't special. He disappears against good players. Nah. I can tell you guys don't watch tape. I can just tell. It's crazy. Oh, I didn't have Quincy Riley on my list? I thought I did. I guess I didn't. I'm not a big fan of Quincy Riley. To be honest, I'm not. It is what it is. He just got drafted by the Saints. Yeah, I'm not a big. Luther Burden did not fall to 39. He raised up to 30. Somebody reached to get him at 39. What do you think of the Chiefs draft? I don't think about it that much. I don't think about it. I haven't even looked at it. Guys, I don't want to give you a rundown on every single team's draft because I'm going to do that in videos on TikTok and YouTube after the draft. I don't need to do that now. Thanks for the question, though. CJ West, good pick for the Niners. Sure, I like CJ West. I think he's a good player. I think the Niners have done really well on the defensive line. They've gotten some really good players. How would you rate the Bills draft so far? I don't rate things. What do you think of the Saints draft so far? I don't. Thoughts on Luke Kandra? I have no thoughts on Luke, man. He doesn't really cross my mind all that often. I never once looked at him and thought, yeah, that's a bona fide NFL guy. Like, I just don't live like that. I'm a fan. I think I have him up in my top 5. Let me go check. I should. He's a leader. Where is he at? There he is. He's my number 2. So here's my problem. And I don't mean no shade, right? When you transfer from one school to the next, and you're a leader at the next school, and you're playing whatever, I gotta see you just absolutely dominate and rip the whole fucking. Like, I just gotta see you rip it. And with Luke, the results weren't there. I watched the tape. I don't know if it was regression. I don't know. He's my favorite. I'm cool with him, but I don't think, like, guards have no value in the NFL. They're needed. They don't have much draft value. You can get them later. They're almost like the running backs of the offensive line. Obviously, centers don't get drafted all that often, but guards in comparison to tackles. But Luke's a tough guy. He's just not my guy. He's just not like that. One of my favorites. Never confuse favorites for projected or predicted NFL success. That's not what this means. This just means you're one of my favorite guys. I've been rocking with Luke for multiple years. So that's how it is. So I should rephrase it. My thoughts on Luke are, I have been rocking with Luke for many years. Is there anything to talk about? I like people with production. I like people who play a lot of football. So multi-year starters, team leaders, fine. But he's not wowing me on the tape and taking over the world. So I'm never going to come in here and advocate for him to be drafted to a certain team or anything like that. I don't get down like that. I never dictate where people go. I just assess where people go. Do you think Taj Brooks can get drafted? Yeah, he can get drafted. I mean, if he's in the draft, he's in the draft pool, and they want to draft him, he can get drafted. Ruben, no. Hippolyte. Nah. These picks are for the fucking birds. Who just made that pick? The Bears? Oh, Bears are bottom 5, y'all. Bears are bottom 5 in draft picks. Yeah. Bears are bottom 5 in draft picks. When do you think Caden will go? I don't know who the fuck Caden is. Aliza, are you talking about Caden Price-Corn? You asked me about him yesterday. I remember your name. Eliza, I don't know when I think he'll go. I don't know. I hope he goes. That's all I can do. Why are you screaming? Football scouting report. Why am I screaming? It's my fucking house, bro. It's my channel, my house, my microphone, my camera. I can scream if I want to, bro. I run this shit. If you don't like it, turn it off. I think I broke my back. It's spinal. This is ludicrous. The fuck came in here and asked me why I'm screaming in my house. Woody Marks, Mississippi State product. Shout out to Woody Marks. SEC, USC. Fight on. Y'all done pissed my boy Rico off. Shout out to you, Rio. I appreciate you. You're not late. Ayo, CJ West. Good pick for the Niners, for sure. Billy Bowman catching strays. Billy with the little Willie. I'm just saying, bro. I was in the locker room. He was just out there just tinkling and shit. 2 belly buttons. It looked weird. Best quarterback left on the board. J.D. Ostrander. Shedeur Sanders, best quarterback left on the board. Nobody wants to draft that guy. Cancer in the locker room. Gonna tear apart your organization. Smells like cocoa butter. Nah, we don't need that guy. Let's go get somebody else. Nah, man. Shedor's the best quarterback on the board. But that don't matter. That doesn't work. Like, you could just go, hey, who's the finest girl available right now? What? Amber Rose? I'm not marrying Amber Rose. What? A Bella Danger? Why is she so single? She's beautiful. I would be with her. You guys sound like them dudes who go to the strip club. And be like, you're too pretty to be in here. You start simping and shit. She don't want to be saved? Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. I can take you away from all this. You don't need to live like this. You don't have to be dancing for dollars in here. You don't have to be rubbing up on all these smelly guys. You could just come home. I got a good place. I got a nice house. You can just be a housewife. She don't want that, bro. She want to go out there and get a rub on. Come on now. Rico, should I do sprint work before or after I lift? Or before or after I lift? You know, T, it's all individual. It all depends. on your energy levels. I highly recommend, if you're going to do sprint work, you end with your sprint work. I think you should always lift when you're fresh. I think you should lift when you're full of energy. That way you get the most out of your reps. You don't need your spotters as much, and you're safe, right? There's no fear for injury. Maybe you're doing some unassisted dumbbells or a bench press or a squat or a power clean. But sprint work you can do when you're exhausted. And the worst thing that's going to happen is you're just going to quit and stop. The worst thing that'll happen when you're tired lifting is you can get injured and hurt, right, and crushed and die. So I'd prefer you to lift when you're fresh, heavy, and do it to the best of your ability, and then end your workouts with the sprint. That's how I would get down. I've only been working out for about 40-something years, right? I've only been working out for a living. It's not just a hobby for me. I was getting paid to be in shape, so it's a little different. But that's how I feel about it. Number one, shout out to you, Rico, for answering my questions. Always, Trey. Number two, is Kyle Kennard not good enough to you in the draft? He was dominating last season. He's my number 2 defensive end, bro. I love Kyle Kennard. You're not going to get me off him. Want to see who grabs David Walker? Somebody did. Who was it? The Buccaneers got David Walker. Congratulations. Shout out to the Buccaneers. Do you think Jeremiah Smith would be wide receiver 1 if he could be eligible in this year's draft? Well, a lot of people draft based upon metrics and potential and stuff like that. I mean, he'd be up there. It'd be really hard to not draft Jeremiah Smith number 1 wide receiver. T-Mac's obviously loved by a lot of people, and I respect T-Mac immensely. He was my number 1 wide receiver. Jalen Royals just went to the Chiefs. There we go. Chiefs have a certain type of receiver they love, and it's Jalen Royals. Jalen Royals is a beast, y'all. Where's my Jalen Royals? He's right there. I have him way high, him and Sam Brown. Remember, these guys can still play football. I don't give a shit if they fall in the 4th round. These guys are good players. Shout out to them. Good stuff. Who are your Division 2 sleepers? Steven Wagner. I really don't remember who my Division 2 sleepers are. I'll get to them after the draft. Most Division 2 sleepers aren't. There's no such thing as Division 2 sleepers. I want to make this very clear. Division 2 All-Americans are barely getting drafted, right? If we're thinking about it, they're barely getting a shot in mini camps and obviously training camp tryouts and stuff like that. So there's no such thing. It's just Division 2 sleepers. Go look at an All-American list and pick the best ones that you see. Most Division 2 players are transferring to the FCS and FBS level after a good season. That's how it works now. Everybody's moving up. But there are some good guys. If you were to ask me who's my Division 2 sleepers, well, then I would have mentioned guys like Tisla, who already got drafted after going to Arkansas for 2 years, but he was a Division 2 sleeper. There's a number of players like that. Trey Stewart, running back from Jacksonville State. Limestone Division 2 sleeper, but he's from Jacksonville State now. So if you know the origin of the players, a lot of them are Division 2 sleepers, quote unquote. But I don't have a list right now of all the guys. I mean, I can go through each position group and start naming Division 2 guys, but that doesn't really work for me. But thanks for the question. Joke's on you, Rico. The Bengals don't have a scouting department. They just started watching your videos. Touche. Fair enough. Appreciate the views. Doesn't make sense because Tom Brady was drafted in the 6th round and played in the Big Ten. Caden Van Tilburg. What doesn't make sense is when I said players get drafted in the 6th and 7th round and from big schools, they generally suck. Yeah, what doesn't make sense is when you use something called an anecdote to disprove me. I want you to look up anecdote. A-N-C, anecdote. A-N-C-E-D-O-T-E, anecdote. Go look it up and understand what you're doing. You're naming a one-off, an outlier, and trying to justify that as the social norm. There are probably 3,000 examples of failure, and you name the one example that's the greatest quarterback of all time. That doesn't work for me, right? You could say, I'll give you an example. If you want to draft a franchise quarterback, you take him in the first 3 rounds. Any quarterback taken after the first 3 rounds is not a franchise quarterback. And then your retort's going to be, what are you talking about? Kirk Cousins was in the 4th round, Dak Prescott was in the 4th round, and Tom Brady was in the 6th round, and Brock Purdy was in the 7th round. That's what you're going to do, right? You're going to name 4 guys. When there's 13 quarterbacks every year that are taken after the 3rd round that don't ever become franchise quarterbacks, 13 every single year. So you named 4 guys in the last 20 years. You named 1 guy right now in the 6th round from over 25 years ago. And that's your only example. When there's 13 every single year that disprove your one example. So now we got 25 times 13. I'm sitting there going, well, what's that? Well, I don't know. Something like 325. Okay? Now, let's go a little step further. Because I named you a couple examples of quarterbacks who eventually became franchise quarterbacks. How did Kirk Cousins become a franchise quarterback? RG3 got injured. How did Dak Prescott become a franchise quarterback? Tony Romo got injured. How did Tom Brady become a franchise quarterback? Drew Bledsoe got injured. How did Brock Purdy become a franchise quarterback? Whoever the fuck they had got injured. I just gave you 4 examples, and the only way you become one is through an injury. The only way you even see the field is through a luck and injury. Even your examples of success and getting it right only came to fruition because of an injury. So what you're saying is mathematically, astronomically unrealistic. So no, you're not going to find a franchise quarterback in the 4th, 5th, and 6th and 7th round. And if that's your recipe for success, to get it right once out of every 300 draft picks, keep doing what you do, bro. But don't analyze data and don't try to educate me on shit. You don't know what you're talking about. You're not prepared for this conversation. And in a debate about sports, the person who loses that debate is the first person that learns something. And when we're talking right now, you told me Tom Brady was drafted in the 6th round. I didn't learn anything. I already knew that. But me talking to you right now, you learned a whole hell of a lot. That means you lost in the debate. The minute you learned something you didn't know, you weren't prepared for it. Don't ever come to my channel and try to debate me. This is sports educate, not debate. All of you were raised on a generation of people debating on TV. Shannon and this guy and Skip Bayless and this guy and this guy. That's not how it's supposed to be. There's an entire generation of us who used to watch TV shows where it wasn't 2 people arguing. That's not the recipe for success. You can sit down and get educated. And if you're at this show watching my live stream and the draft with me, you're here to learn about the players and get educated. Not debate me. You're in the wrong fucking spot. You're not ready to debate me. You haven't even earned the right to debate me. And there's nobody out there that can go bar for bar with me in this thing of college football. Not a chance in hell. Because you can't retain the same amount of information I do. I'm a fucking computer. Shout out to the NSA, military intelligence, and my brain. And you don't have the same conviction and commitment to excellence. You don't work 20 hours a day. I'm in front of a camera 20 hours. And I'm not exaggerating. When I'm done with this draft, I'll be going to UFC fights. Live streaming them for 6 hours straight. And I'll be making videos when it's over. For another 3 hours till I fall asleep. You're not built for this. You're a casual fan who sat around and watched a little bit of sports and then went, watched a little bit of porn, played a little bit of video games. You're not built for this. That makes sense since regarding Saints draft. Shout out to you. All right, let's see who got drafted. Broncos, you fell flat on your face. They drafted Q Robinson. He is not draftable. Hasn't played enough football. I don't believe in Q Robinson at all. Terrible pick. F.5. Tonka Hemingway, very good defender, but regressed this year. Used to bat down a lot of passes, did nothing this year. And I think a lot of that had to do with TJ Sanders starting to play better, Jules coming in the transfer portal from Pitt, things of that nature. I'm not sold on Tonka Hemingway as a defensive tackle, but I don't mind. Remember yesterday, a young man asked, Rico, are any other South Carolina players going to get drafted? And I said, yes. Many other players. And here you have it. There's another one getting drafted. I said 4 or 5. I said 4 or 5 at that point. And that was after Emeka got drafted. No, that was after, who was it? Emanwari got drafted. Nick Emanwari got drafted. And I said, oh no, there's other guys. South Carolina? I said, yeah, just wait. Demetrius Knight's going to get drafted. Raheem Sanders going to get drafted. Oh, I'm excited, bro. Tonka Hemingway just got drafted. Kyle Kennard just got drafted. I told you 4 or 5. South Carolina getting drafted. Go there, you want to get drafted. That makes sense since regarding your Saints draft. Yeah, I don't think any Colorado players will be drafted. The league is making a statement to Deion in Colorado. It's a privilege to play in the NFL, not a right. Well, I don't know about the whole league. I don't think they have any NFL caliber players outside of Shedeur and little Jalen Wester, right? Not Jalen Wester, but LeJounte Wester. That's it. There's nobody else out of NFL caliber on that team. There's no one else to draft. Everybody else is an undrafted free agent. Everybody else they're not draftable. You guys got to evaluate talent correctly, man. You guys sit around like I talk about 50 players at every position group, and I didn't talk about a single Colorado player except for LeJounte Wester, Shedeur Sanders. That's it. Nobody else. And I went 50 deep on every position. I went 50 deep on every position for every single podcast. You can't, if you're not in the top, well, how many positions is that? There's only 250 draft picks. You're not getting drafted. And I might have missed the guy who got drafted. I might. You never know. There might be a guy drafted today that I don't know. That's possible. Happens every year. About 10 guys get drafted. I go, who the fuck is that? Happens. It's not going to be the dudes you saw. Well-off media is not draft content, bro. That's not where you're going to get your information. You guys got to change where you get your information from. Well-off media is not going to educate you on the draft or the talent at college football teams. It's a propaganda channel that just teaches you about the players at Colorado. It's a fan page, man. It's no different from any other beat writer or fan page. They don't know anything. It's crazy that there are fans who think that's where all the information comes from. They're like, yeah, that guy's getting drafted. Jimmy Horn getting drafted, Rico. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay. If Jimmy Horn were to get drafted, that would probably be one of the biggest mistakes by an organization. Just a waste of a draft pick. It's not the biggest mistake. It's just a waste of a draft pick. You guys don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're seeing. You haven't evaluated other players. No. Why do you think teams are passing on Dylan Sampson? I don't know, man. I like Dylan Sampson as a running back. Same thing happened last year with Jalen Wright. I really liked him, and they passed on him as well. It's just taste. It's what you want. It's what you think. Do you think other running backs would do well behind that Tennessee offensive line? Probably. So it is what it is. But they didn't all pass on him. A lot of teams don't need running backs. If you look at a college running back and you don't think he's better than the running backs on your team, then you don't take him. Or you wait to take him later in the draft. There's other guys that are very comparable. You don't need to take him. Nah, it's fine. Sheesh, Bucks got him. Yep. I hope the Browns take Shedeur Sanders in the 6th round. Okay. Kyle Kennard going to be a steal for someone. I don't know about a steal, but he definitely is good. I'm with it. Rico's cooking. There you go. Well, my opinion on Mike Brown, like I said, Sterling Irish, I think he's a criminal. Lambert Shaw, I appreciate you, bro. Bro, this is so funny. Why are you hating on this guy so bad, Rico? He might deserve it, but damn. Joseph Stewart. It's content creation, bro. Relax. It's content creation. He's been trying to get on Rico since the live started. Talked out of turn too many times. Rico, Ohio State is having an amazing draft. They had an amazing season, so of course they're having an amazing draft. They got good players. All those guys should have been in the draft last year. They stayed in college for another year, and they won a national title, and now they're getting drafted. They had NFL draft picks on their team. That's how you win a national title. You win it with NFL players. You want to know how you be a good team? You win it with NFL players. That's how you become so good. David Walker got drafted, Rico. Thank you so much, Easton. I just saw it. I updated it. That was my boy. One of my deep hitting gems getting drafted. Sawyer to the Steelers. There you go, bruh. You got to be excited, Rio. He's a good player. Watt and Sawyer. Just big-ass white boys. Plus, they got that DT they got in the 1st round. Yeah, they're mean. Steelers are doing it. They're about to be good next year. There you go. You sound like a Steelers fan. Shedeur needs to go to the XFL. XFL doesn't exist anymore. It's the UFL, but I feel you. My Bucks got Rico's top gem. Let's go. No, my top hidden gem, but my top player in the draft was Mykel Williams, and he went to the 49ers. Bengals GM, definitely a fan. For sure, Will Lee, shout out to him. I think the Jets are watching Theo Ash content. Shout out to T. I just got your super chat. Thank you so much. Give me a second. I just saw Varink's comment about his online name. I want to write it down so I can go unblock him on TikTok. One of my admins probably blocked you, and I want to make sure that doesn't happen. So I'll go find you, bruh. Give it some time. I might not get to it till tomorrow, but I will get to it, promise. That really bothered me. Out of all the things in the world that bothered me, that bothered me so much last night. I was trying like hell to find you on the block list, but there's 10,000 names. So let me go back up here and see the chat and see where we're at. Battlehawks need Shedeur, UFL, and the Battlehawks need him. Should I be excited for Deion Walker in Buffalo? Yeah, you should, especially when they got him cutting corners. I really like Deion Walker a lot. I think there's potential there. Rico, what do you think was the best pick in the draft? I'll probably analyze that in a couple of weeks. I have to sit down and look at when a player was taken the best pick in the draft is typically associated with the value, meaning when he was taken, and you might get a good player late, and it'll become the best pick. I got to think about that for a second, though. Florida does have JUCOs. ASA is a scam. A few prep programs, though. Shedeur doesn't have JUCOs. There you go. Shedeur couldn't make it doing KP duty in the National Guard. Bum. All right, Jason Clinkscales. If you guys don't know what KP duty is, it's kitchen patrol. Back when I was in the Army, I was in the Army over 21 years. As a young soldier, you used to volunteer for KP duty because that would get you out of regular work, and you would go work at the DFAC, the dining facility, and you would serve food to your battle buddies. If I didn't like you, you got half a scoop of chili mac. Keep it moving, bro. No, I'm not giving you no more. Rico, I need some more of that Sokobi, whatever they were saying, Yakisobi. Get out of here, bro. You get half a scoop. I don't like your ass. And then my boy comes in. I'm like, here's 2 scoops, bro. Get some energy in you. Yep. Shout out to KP. I used to do the dishes as well. It's a good time. Good memory to have. So that's how that goes. Let me scroll back up. Where was I? My Bucks got Rico's top gem. Bengals GM, definitely a fan. There you go. Florida doesn't have it. Got it. Read all that. Bro, Ricky White III cannot be an undrafted free agent. Gim Show, I love Ricky White. I think he'll get drafted a little later. Josh Farmer just got drafted. What a great pick by the Patriots. Patriots got a beast right there. See, that's a good pick. Getting him this late. This is my number 5 defensive tackle in the draft, and you got him at the end of the 4th round. It's a huge deal right there. Shout out to them for making that pick. It's a very good pick by the Patriots. And if the 49ers take Jordan Phillips right now, I'm going to lose my mind. We'll see who they get. 49ers been watching all my draft information, so I'll be pretty excited. Sorry, I got a lot of allergies. I keep keeping my snot in my nose instead of blowing it out because we're on live stream. What do you think about Ashton Gillette? Very good player. Always been a fan. Just couldn't put him on my top 10. Just couldn't put him on my top 5. But he was on my top 5, in my top 10 while I was doing the evaluation. He just got bumped out eventually. But he was there for a good portion of the evaluations until I found too many good players ahead of him. But I like the kid. I liked him a lot. So shout out to him. Wonder if teams see LeJohntay Wester as a year 1 impact type of player. Not at all, Jazz. A slot receiver isn't typically a year 1 impact kind of player. And if you do see a slot receiver with that type of impact, you would take him in the first 3 rounds. That's not happening here. LeJohntay Wester is a fringe NFL player, probably a 6th or 7th round draft pick, if I had to take a guess at it. I don't think he's going to get drafted. I hope he does, but I don't think he will. You guys got to remember, I did the math on this. Every year, only 33, typically on average, 33 wide receivers are drafted. You better start doing the math and start counting how many wide receivers have been drafted and how many are left. He's not going to get picked. That's how it works. So I'll show you. I did this yesterday. I can do it again real quick. You can just come up here. You can go to best available. It don't matter. And you go to wide receivers. And if you look at the best available wide receivers and you scroll down and you see LeJohntay Wester at 24, right? That would mean typically about, 9 wide receivers will have to have only been off the board so far. Typically, if there's 9, because there's 24 if we get to him. Every guy before him has to get drafted. So then when you come in here and you see, let's go with rounds. Maybe it's not rounds. Oh, positions, my bad. Positions. And you go to wide receiver. And you see that they've already drafted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Excuse me, I'll start from the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 at Pat Bryant. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 wide receivers. So there's only going to be about 13 more wide receivers drafted, typically. 13 to 15 max, right? So if there's only going to be 13 or 15 drafted, that means we're only going to get to numbers 13 or 15 in here. What are the chances Jimmy Horn gets drafted? Very, very slim. How do we get all the way to LeJohntay Wester? This is going to be different. And it's just going to be team's preference at this point. But it's more likely that these guys get drafted and then all these guys will be undrafted free agents. Just it's a numbers game. It's math. And I've studied this at length. And that's why you guys can't just come in here and say so-and-so's getting drafted. That's not a real thing. And Jordan Watkins just went off the board. Another wide receiver. That's just yet another slot where you don't get picked up. You don't make it. So LeJohntay Wester, Jimmy Horn are not NFL draft picks. They might be. But they shouldn't be, but they might be if teams want to push to 37 drafted wide receivers, which I don't see in most seasons. You can go study the numbers if you want. There's a website to study the numbers. If you guys think I'm just making up these numbers, I'm not. NFL draft, it's called year by year. And I showed this yesterday, but I can show it every single time. So you're going to go into draft history, go to positions, and go to wide receiver. And then, like I said, last year was 35. The year before was 32. Next year was 28, 34, 37. And I think I've done the average 29, the average over the last 20 years or so, and it comes out to 33. Okay? So typically 35, 33, 35 is where you're going to go, and you're still not going to get to the number you're looking for. You're still not going to get to LeJontay Wester way down there at the rankings. Now, do teams draft out of the ranking order? For sure. So you don't have to, they can go get anybody on the list. But to think that they're going to go to the very bottom and get a guy just because you know his name and he's popular, that's not happening. Especially being a slot receiver. Slot receivers are a dime a dozen. They're everywhere. Do you think the Cowboys are drafting well? This is the first year I've been pretty encouraged by how they're drafting. I think the Cowboys are drafting well. In comparison to how they usually draft, yeah. I think they're drafting well. Thoughts on Pat Bryant at wide receiver at Illinois? Deep ball threat, kind of runs the same routes every time, running these fades. I think he's enormous. I think he's great. I think he can Randy Moss players. If you're an MVP, you know how I feel about Pat Bryant. I've been singing his praises all year long. I was the first guy to start talking about him because I pay attention. I watch every game. And I was like, yo, this Pat Bryant guy is special. I think he's NFL. I think he's Sunday special is what I said about him. And so I really believe in Pat Bryant. Unfortunately, he's got one route. And just go. They need to teach him the route tree. He needs to refine some other things. I thought Kyle Kennard was better than Abdul Carter when I turned on the tape, but I know no one was ready for that conversation. Kennard dominated Will Campbell. I totally agree. Now, let me explain that. Evan Kramer, I would have been grilled if I put Abdul Carter ahead of, or if I put Kyle Kennard ahead of Abdul Carter. So what I did was, although I respect the NFL's evaluation of Abdul Carter, I still put him third. But when you look at my top three, I put Kyle Kennard number 2. I just took him out of my top 10 completely. Same with Johnny Walker. I took him out of my top 10 because I didn't want to deal with this shit. But it was going to be, they were going to be up here. Both of these guys. I watched Johnny Walker and Kyle Kennard dominate in the SEC. And everybody's ignoring it for a guy who played 9 games at edge rusher. I don't understand it. So, yeah, totally agree. No problem there. Shout out to Evan Kramer. By the way, Evan Kramer, I think he watches a lot of tape, just so you know. I think he watches a lot of tape. I know he does. We ain't talking about that kid from Colorado anymore. No, we're not. What's the most realistic destination for Shedeur besides Uber Eats? He was number 1 quarterback on your board, and he's getting skipped by possible destinations multiple times. Him, I still wouldn't have drafted a single quarterback to this point. You can still get starters right now. I'd be getting starters. If I'm a GM, I'm drafting starters. I'm not drafting backups. And all the quarterbacks are backups. It doesn't matter what number they are. Doesn't matter what order they're in. Like the Vikings just got an F for that draft pick. They just took Tyron Ingram-Dawkins, and he's never played football at Georgia. But he tested really well in his underwear. He was an athletic defensive tackle who they're now moving out to the edge. He's not all that athletic at the edge, but okay. He's got a lot of amazing physical traits. That is a potential-driven draft pick. That is a terrible draft pick. Terrible. I don't like it at all. Cam Jackson just went. Not any better. This is getting ridiculous. The Panthers are really fumbling this draft. They've made some great picks up top, and then they've just been picking shitty ever since. Cam Jackson, not that good. Yeah, these aren't good picks. 2 bad picks to start off the 5th round. I'm good. I forgot to highlight Samson off my board. Give me a second. I think I got to it. Oh, I did not get to it. Thank you so much. So that's why you guys are here, man. Thank you guys for reminding me. We're going to get to it. We're going to see how this board goes. This board might, tight ends are going to go off the board in the 5th round, just so you know. There's going to be a run on tight ends, guards, and tackles. We go back to them. I'm not missing anybody else, right? Yeah, I would have taken like Howard Cross. I would have taken some other tweeners and stuff. See, that's an example of ignoring production for potential. This is the NFL being the NFL with that pick right there. The Vikings had no business taking Tyron Ingram-Dawkins. He's played no football at Georgia. None. But he's a former 4 or 5-star player, looks good in his underwear, tests really well. Like, they're just convinced they can make a football player out of him. So they're taking a flyer on a kid, and instead of getting someone who can actually play football. Tyler Batty dominated Colorado in that bowl game. You know why they won by 30 and why Shedeur Sanders got his jersey retired and isn't drafted? Yeah, because Tyler Batty. I don't even understand it. The Rams drafting Jarquez Hunter and drafting Corum last year. Do you think Kyron Williams' time is coming to an end? Most running backs are. Most running backs have a 3 to 4 year lifespan, and you just draft them. They hold that spot for a little couple years, and then they move on to the next one, and the next one, and the next one. It's not like not every running back is going to be a 10-year pro. That's not a thing. So yeah, you just do that. You just keep finding other younger legs. You got to keep them on a rookie contract. It just saves money that way. So you don't go get all these veteran minimum dudes. You just keep getting rookies. That'll fill that role. You don't need them to do much. And they don't care who they drafted the year before. I remember the Cardinals drafted Josh Rosen in the first round at the 8th pick. And then the very next year, they drafted Kyler Murray. Back-to-back years, first pick in the first 10 picks. Quarterback. They don't care. They just keep drafting. Just get the best player you can find. It's all good. Rico, you're entertaining as well as informed on the draft. Thank you so much, dude. And what's crazy is I read no mock drafts. I watch nothing on TV. This is the first time I've had my TV on in 6 months. I don't really give a shit, or 4 months really, but I don't really care about any of that stuff. I just do my own assessment, my own evaluation. I learn the players on my own. I'm really proud of the amount of work I put in before this draft and the amount of evaluation I did. And it really helps me. And I'm doing the same thing with every college roster in preparation for next year. Just learning every player that I can. And it helps. I'm happy. Thanks. I'm glad you guys enjoyed the content. I think you forgot to highlight Samson. Finally got to him. Thank you so much, Nicholas Blystone. Lewis Henton says, roll tide roll. My wife says she's making me cream corn casserole. Poor Lewis. If you guys don't know, Lewis Henton is a black man. And he married that white devil. He married that white excellence. Him and Uncle Ruckus. But listen, man. Now he's got to eat a life full of cream corn casserole. I'm going to tell you a true story, Lewis. In the military, there's a job role out there. It's called Casualty Notification Officer. And then there's a Casualty Assistance Officer. So when somebody dies, usually what the Army does is they will send somebody of equivalent rank to that house to notify the spouse that their husband has died. And then they will give them a service member to escort the spouse for the next couple of weeks or months or whatever it takes to all their appointments to help them get all of their benefits and do the funeral and all that stuff. So when I was a first sergeant passed away, and he had retired from the military in 1979. Carson Vincent, he's on my list. I know he's on my list. Carson Vincent's on my list. Shout out to the tackles. I just told you. Great pick, by the way. Where's Carson? Boom, my number 2 tackle. My favorite number 2 tackle. Love that kid's tape. Huge, does everything right. Love the way he's about that life, and that is an HBCU draft pick. There we go. Haven't had an HBCU draft pick in a while. Very rare to get one, and we got one. Pretty pumped about that. So anyways, this first sergeant, he retired back in 79, and I got to go talk to his spouse and tell her he's passed away. Got to go and do all this stuff. She already knew. She called Red Cross. We're doing this full honors funeral, all this stuff. So I start helping the family out. I'm with her every single day. Go pick her up at the house, take her to a bunch of appointments. I'm very helpful, very detail-oriented. I'm doing my job right. And, you're wearing your Class A uniform. You look all spiffy and everything, and you're doing everything. Well, I hang out with this lady so much, she starts to fall in love with me. She's 80-something years old. She goes, oh, it's just a joy to be around a man in a uniform. It brings back so many memories. I want to go to lunch with you. We start going to lunch every day. I'm like, okay, cool. Dude, I'm like 36, 37 years old at this time. I'm going to lunch with her every day, doing everything with her, doing all this shit. So one day, she wants me to go to church and talk to the other widows and help other widows get their benefits because I'm helping them apply for certain benefits they didn't know they were eligible for. I'm helping them go to the VA and get all the different benefits. Like, they didn't even know all this stuff was possible. And I didn't know either. I was just doing a lot of research in preparation for the job. So I'm doing this times 10. Like, I'm knocking it out the park. And she goes, I made you a meal. And I'm like, you made me a meal? I said, that's awesome. I said, my wife and I will love it. At the time I was married. So she gives me this big bucket, like a big bowl with a top on it. She goes, it's my famous clam chowder. And I've never had clam chowder in my life. I don't know what she's talking about. I'm like, that's cool. So I was like, okay. So I take it home. I heat it up, and I serve it to my wife and I. And these motherfuckers live a life with no seasoning. And I'm not talking about, you think you know seasoning because you put salt and pepper and Lowry's on some shit. Like, no, I'm talking about the worst food I've had in my life, bro. 83-year-old white woman. The worst food I've had in my life. I did one. I was like, holy shit. And I tried to add stuff to it to make it edible. I tried. It was gross. It was awful. I poured that thing down the drain. The whole thing down the drain. Took it back to her house, give it back her bowl, and she was like, what'd you think of it? I'm like, my wife loved it so much, she ate all of it. I didn't eat any of it. My wife didn't eat any of it either. I said, I didn't eat any of it, so I don't really know how it tasted, but she ate it all. She goes, oh, she hogged it all for herself? That's what everybody does at the potlucks. Every time we have a family gathering, they all do it. Riley Mills! Drafted. Rico knows. That's my boy, Riley Mills. Did I have him on my list? Please tell me I had him on my list. No, I had him. No! It was either him or Howard Cross. I had to pick one. Oh, man. Riley Mills is my guy. If you watch the podcast, you know I talked highly about Riley Mills. Shout out to him. Oh, it was gross. It was gross, Lewis Henton. So I feel bad for you, Lewis. The moral of the story is you're going to be 80, and she's going to be making casseroles, bro. I will be back, guys. I'm going to go downstairs, get some more ice. I will be back. Thank you. Rico knows. Enjoy the hiatus. Bear with me. All right. And I'm back. I got to pour out my drink real quick. I'm on that diet. I'm on that, what is it? Coke Zero, Cherry Coke Zero. I don't consume sugar when I'm drinking. Let's see this. We're back to the chat. I apologize. Spot on. Jordan Phillips just went off the board. Didn't I tell you guys Jordan Phillips coming off the board? I just mentioned him. My top 10 defensive tackles off the board. Word. Shout out to Jordan Phillips. Young stud out of Maryland. Skipped his final year of eligibility. Still very good. I think he skipped his final 2 years. I think he has a ton of potential. The Dolphins got a good pick. I don't know what this is. This says I'm out of memory. Refresh. Sorry about that, y'all. Give me a second. The chat just reset. I will scroll back up and see what's up. We'll scroll back up and see what's going on. Let's go. Back up, back up. All right. I think you forgot to highlight. Samson got it done. Roll Tide rolled. Yep. You are spot on. Falcons drafted 2 safeties back-to-back because they evaluated safeties. Exactly. Pigskin Post. I am telling you, I make observations like this all the time. And I've learned how NFL teams operate. And when they identify a position of need, they dig deep in that position of need. And that leads to them drafting 2 players in that position because they evaluated so many players at that position group. And they value them. An NFL assistant coach on Shedeur Sanders, the worst formal interview I've ever been to in my life. He's entitled. He takes unnecessary sacks. He never plays on time. Yeah. I mean, it's we don't need to beat a dead horse. It's not even worth talking. He's not an NFL football player. We don't need to beat a dead horse. Has there ever been a player that offered to pay you to say something good about them? Oh, Fortnite gang. Oh, my God. Not only a player, a parent was the worst. A parent paid me $800, and I kept it. Homie sent me $800. I made a video, and I showed the screenshot where he tried to dictate what I said about his son. And he wanted me to say that his son should play at the FBS level and all this stuff. By the way, shout out to his son, who I didn't want to ruin his recruiting things. He signed with Chicago, a Division III school this year. He signed with Chicago, Division III, something in Chicago. Yeah, he's a Division III football player. The man paid me $800 and said I needed to say something else about his son. You know what? I can prove it. Let me do something real quick. Let me prove it. Let me show you. I'm not ever lying. I got to pull up my books real quick. Give me a second. Give me a second here. We're gonna pull it up for y'all. I don't remember his name. It might be on the master list. Oh, it's got to be on the master list. Somebody look it up and see what he got. Oh, his name is James Fisher. James Fisher. Let me know where James Fisher ended up. Dad paid me multiple times. I'm trying to find both entries. So this is the chart. Let me see. This is for high school film reviews. You can donate any money you want. Depends on where you want to go on the chart. This is from, there's James Fisher right there. There was the $400. No, let me scroll so you guys can see that. That dude paid me $400. I think the kid's name is Merritt Fisher. So let me just do a Control F real quick and look up Fisher. No, that's a different Fisher. James Fisher, 400. I can't find the other Fisher. I don't know if he did two different 400 entries, and that's how we got to 800. That's what it might be. Might be the same one. Twice. No, 35. Line 35. I might be on the wrong charts. I have a bunch of different charts, different tabs down here. But that's my point. It's the dude paid me $800 and demanded that I say something positive about his kid. I put him on blast. I did not let that shit slide. You don't own me, bro. You can't pay me and force me to say nice things about him. For $800, get the fuck out of here. Take a nap, bro. And then he said, I would never want to offend you. I own a home in Puerto Rico. He's an attorney on the East Coast. I would never want to offend you. I love your people. I would live in Puerto Rico. See, I'm Mexican, bro. Shut up, dude. You're an idiot. You're disgusting. That's like when somebody calls me racist. You know what I like to say when they say, Rico, you're racist. I say the same thing to them. Bro, I ain't racist. My dog is black. What's your problem? My dog is black. What are you talking about? I ain't racist. All right, who do the Browns take? Who do the Browns take? Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders got drafted, bro. Roar! He's a Brown. Shedeur Sanders going to Cleveland. Hey, did we see the celebration? He's going to Cleveland. He's a Brown. Oh, he ain't starting now. Hey, Shanae. Shanae going to the Browns. The shit Browns. Dude went to the Browns, bro. Oh, let me go mark him off my board. Don't get crazy now. Browns. 5th round. That boy stank like doo-doo. 5th round, bro. They put point guard. Point guard. They wrote point guard as one of his traits. Well, if he was a point guard, who's the dude with a duck butt? Who's the duck butt point guard? Because that's what I call this dude. I call Shedeur duck butt. When he runs with his butt behind him. He'll be waddling and shit. He run in slow motion, bro. He runs like he lags in real life. He runs like a boat on water, bro. Who's that little duck butt dude? Who's that Lawson dude? Come on, dude. Stop that shit. Has there ever been a player? Yup. Has there ever been a player that offered? Yeah, that happened. The content is very fun because you aren't censored. Sometimes you say ridiculous things, but it makes the research on players and teams much more entertaining. We appreciate that you don't sell out. Never, Joseph Stewart. Never selling out. And I'm going to tell you this. If I see a member from the media, a journalist or a member from the media posing with a coach in a picture, you can never trust anything that journalist says. I say that all the time. So you see some of these 24/7 guys sitting on Coach Prime's couch, hanging out with him in his office, posing. They'll never tell the truth because they want to get back in that office, because they want to put their arm around him all the time. I'll never do that. I talk to coaches in the DMs, and they know the truth. They know real quick. You can't say nothing to me. Be out of pocket. I'll put you on blast. And it is what it is. It is what it is. I don't want to be a part of your program. I don't want to be in your office. We ain't buddy. Hold on. Oh, these guys say he did he write any prayers? Man, I bet he prayed for this day. I bet Shedeur prayed. And look how fast we can talk about him. We're on to the next guy. We don't need to talk about Shedeur. We need to talk about Mac McWilliams. We're on to the next pick, bro. He don't get a whole hour and all those other highlight videos. He don't get all that. He got his 5 minutes of fame. Come on now. Good afternoon. What up, Aiden Hast? Robert Lopez says, is Micah Bernard undraftable? If so, why? Yeah, Micah Bernard's just not an exceptional football player. That's all. He did some time where he could show value because he played some corner at Utah as well. But he's not an NFL caliber running back. He's just not. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just not an NFL guy. He was a college football player. And that's it. That's your ceiling. You're a college football player. I don't expect to see Michael Bernard ever play football again. He'll be a running backs coach someday, and I'll come across his name as a running backs coach on a team somewhere. But outside of that, there's no future in the NFL for that guy. It's just the reality of the situation. Does Bond get drafted? I would imagine so. Isaiah Bond's going to get drafted. There's no until we get to the 7th round, we don't need to worry about it too much. Good players, good skill players, can be found in the 5th and 6th round, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. For what it's worth, I didn't really like Trey Amos either when I watched him. Yeah, I'm not saying I don't like him. I'm just not sold on him the way everybody else is. Rico, is there any chance you'd sign DJU as a backup quarterback? Oh, yeah, I would sign him as a backup quarterback in a heartbeat. I think that DJ Uiagalelei has certain traits that he could be a successful quarterback in the NFL. Just don't want to waste a draft pick on him. Don't want to give him any guaranteed money. But it doesn't hurt to have him in camp, put him on a practice squad. Doesn't hurt at all. And let him develop and figure it out. And then maybe one day he's better than some of the people on your team. But as far as like a draft pick goes, I wouldn't pick him. Nothing like that. But yeah, definitely can make it on a team for sure. 100%. And shout out to the Jets for watching Theo Ash. I'm a Colts fan. I want to trade up for Joshua Farmer so bad. Oh, Joshua Farmer's off the board. Did the Colts get him? I don't think so. Rico, do you know who Dune Smith is from Incarnate Word? Dune Smith. Drawing a blank. I might know, but I'm currently drawing a blank. Sorry. I'm an FBS football expert, not FCS, but I do know a lot of players at Incarnate Word. Is he a coach or a player? I don't know. School me to the game, Pedro. Let me know what's up. If you recall, the Jets took some of your favorite players over the last few years, and before that, the Packers did it. I think Rodgers is the MVP consuming the content. Robert Lopez. Shout out to you, Robert Lopez. Shout out to Aaron Rodgers, the bomb. Darius Alexander, thoughts? Big fish, little pond. Hope he can play in the NFL. Princely got drafted 77th overall yesterday. That must make you sick. King Dallas, I'm not sick. I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about when the guy gets drafted. Some teams make mistakes, bro. They draft losers all the time. That doesn't make me sick. I'm fine. I'm doing just fine. I ain't worried about that little dude. Little ass Princely. What would you rank the Browns draft so far? They just got Shador Sanders in the 5th round. You got to give him an A+ draft. You got to give him an A+ draft. Braden Swinson just got drafted. Not a bad player. Definitely not on my chart, not a bad player. Sorry, let me see the server real quick. I just got DM I need to go check out. Give me a second here. Avis Banner was good listening towards the as an Avis better, primarily because I don't think his card is an issue. Just confirming in a way to hear it might flip. How does that be? Man, hopefully it goes through. I'm sorry, I'm reading a bunch of stuff right now. I hate to do this while I'm working, but thank you very much, Sultan of SWAT, for letting me know. I did not miss the message. Thank you so much. Ollie Gordon seems like a Jets type of guy. 100% Rocco Glaze. 100%. I'm a season ticket holder of the Giants, and to see Cam Scatterbo in Giants uniform, I'm so excited. Bruh, Jared Bush, don't start stroking it in the middle of the stream, bro. Change the channel. Go to one of them girls you support on OF. All you dudes in here. I don't support OF. I don't have an OF account. How are they making millions of dollars and none of you? I never met anybody with an OF account. I never met anybody with an OF account. But them chicks are rolling in dough. They got a better car than me. Some do. Jalen King, any good quarterback from ETSU? I don't know, Mello. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. Thank you for the question. I owe you an answer. Thoughts on Roy Alexander? I should stop saying 1 second. Shout out to Roy Alexander, slot receiver at Incarnate Word last year. Had 100 receptions. Just jumped in the transfer portal. I think Roy Alexander's amazing. I accidentally put him on my draft chart. I thought he was in the draft. I think that's what I did. Yeah, put him over here. Am I thinking about the same player? I could be. No, I got it. I know I'm right. I know I'm right. Had one good year at IW. Am I tripping right now? Time to be legendary. Let's do it. See that? Denzel Ward needs to let him know. Hey, you're on the team, bro. Time to be legendary. Andy Reid drafts players from every school in Utah, but Utah. Hey, nice, Robert. Maybe it's personal, bro. Why is Torrey Horton and Ricky White still not drafted? Teams don't need wide receivers, or they like other wide receivers. It's not the end of the world. Jordan James just got drafted. Good pick. 49ers still in this draft, bro. 49ers still in this draft. Best draft I've seen in a minute. Shout out to the 49ers. They are dominating this draft. Exciting stuff. Getting good players. We'll see what happens, man. Teams value other wide receivers. I love Torrey Horton and Ricky White. We'll see what happens. Trey Lance just sucked. LOL, no injury. When I said somebody got injured. Yeah, he snapped his ankle. Yo, quit pissing Rico off. Watch and listen. Thank you, Dylan. My guy grinds. I see the work. Buddy's posting portal videos and doing UFC research at the same time on 2x speed. Nick Smith knows. If you guys don't know, I watch a lot of content, but I don't ever watch anything at normal playback speed. This is why you guys consume content differently from me. Everything's at 2.0 speed. I can retain everything at 2.0 speed. I can process faster than you. I can retain more than you. I can regurgitate more than you. I can do everything more than you. We are not all equal. I'm not an average person. So yes, if you've ever watched me working, which apparently Nick Smith does, I will be in the middle of doing UFC content at 2.0 speed and then stop to do a transfer portal video because I'm over here. My Twitter's always up. My things are always up. I have all these monitors up in front of me. I am working like this everywhere, and I make it seem seamless. Yep, it works. And I do that after a 5-mile run every morning. Be special. Shedor's going to the Raiders. You're wrong, Kev Barr. You're wrong. He's going to the shit Browns. Where do you predict Shedor's going? The Browns. What would you rank the Browns draft? Number one. Samson went to the Browns. They picked all my guys. Samson, Judkins, Shedeur. They're going offense. Hopefully they get rid of the massage guy. I'm so ready for Shedeur. He can play in the NFL. He's amazing. Free Shedeur. You think Andrew Armstrong is overlooked? Not by me. Andrew Armstrong is trash. I'm not overlooking him. I'm looking right at him, and he's trash. Undraftable. Don't like him. Don't want him. Josiah Stewart's going to be a steal of the draft. Okay. I like him a lot. What happened to Ollie Gordon? He went drunk driving. He went from being a top running back in this draft, and he isn't even top 15 anymore. Who had him the top running back in the draft? Don't do that, Easton. Don't do that. Rico, what are your thoughts on running backs being drafted top 10 or first round in general? Speaking of the Raiders drafting Gentry top 10. Yeah, I don't like it. I think you can get comparable running backs later in the draft. No problem. I don't like it. Do you, boo-boo? How do I feel about big play Dre? Big Play Dre. Keandre Lambert-Smith, a.k.a. Big Play Dre. Like him a lot. He's a deep ball threat. Transfer from Penn State down to Auburn. Like the kid. Please go do your thing. Shedeur is a latrine queen. Jason Klingscales. Crazy, bro. Crazy energy. What do you think about Zach Frazier, UTSA corner, Rico? I think he could be a steal. He could if he does not get drafted, then he's a steal. If he gets drafted at any point in the next 2 rounds, that's not a steal. That's where he was supposed to go. That doesn't make him a steal. That's where he was supposed to go. How do you think Nick Nash can fare well in the NFL after huge production at San Jose State? Joe Bartolo, faring well in the NFL has nothing to do with what you did in college. It has a lot more to do with where you land in the NFL, what scheme you fall in, what coaching staff you have, what stability you have in that coaching staff or the general manager's office. You got to fall into a good situation to be good in the NFL. It's not like I can make a prediction about Nick Nash being productive. What if he goes to a team that doesn't throw the ball really well or a shitty quarterback? It doesn't do anything for us, right? Like, I'll give you an example. Kyle Trask played one of the greatest senior seasons of all time at Florida. Finished, I think, second in the Heisman voting. And I think he was drafted in the second round. Never played a game of football. Ended up going to the Buccaneers, backing up Tom Brady. I think he's still there, backing up Baker Mayfield. Like, he's never gotten to play at all. So you can make predictions that somebody is so-and-so. You can make predictions, but that don't matter. That doesn't do anything. Did he jump in the pool to cool off? Shador Sanders jumped in the pool? And now he's freezing? Bro, come on, dude. Yeah, I don't like to make predictions like that. What do I think about Desmond Watson? Fat, overweight, and undraftable? Love the Shedeur McDonald's picture. Oh, thank you so much, Paul Revere. Can't believe Shedeur is still available. I think he's the best player in the draft. These GMs are racist. Okay, Alex Fuck. Get out of here, bro. They keep drafting the other black guys. Can't believe they're drafting Shedeur. They just don't like him because he's not dark enough or he's too dark. They need to get a darker guy. Shut up. Nobody's racist. Jaden Blue. Amazing running back out of Texas. He is a situational running back. And there's an example. So, once somebody asked earlier, right? Why don't you like Rashard Smith out of SMU? It's not that I don't like him. He's a lot like Jaden Blue. These are not every down backs, but they're really good in situations. Third down wide receiver. I want you to think, do you guys know who the backup running back was when Thurman Thomas was the starting running back for the Bills? Anybody know? It was this little guy named Kenneth, right? And what was it? Kenneth Grant? I think it was Kenneth Grant. I think that was his name. But there was always like a third down back in the day. Just some little dude who comes off the bench and does his thing. The little Darren Sproles type dude. And that's what Jaden Blue is. And Jaden Blue is better than Rashard Smith. So when you finally take a running back at this point, you go and get that guy. But look where we're at. We're in the 5th round. So it's a little different, right? Can't believe Shedeur is still available. I think he's the best player in the draft. Got it. Worst pick of the entire draft so far. Sean Pat, I'll have to do some analysis, but it's going to be hard to beat taking a quarterback that doesn't start early. And Tyler Shuck, probably the worst one for me. Worst pick in the entire draft. Probably Tyler Shuck or Cam Ward. Cam Ward going number 1 overall I think is silly. Could have traded out and gotten a ton of capital and let somebody else make that mistake. I don't think that's what you do there. But shout out to Cam Ward. Hope he plays great. Rico, do you think Shedeur even gets drafted at this point? Yeah, I think he's going to be drafted in the 5th round to the Browns. I think he's going to be pick number 144. I think he's going to be pick number 144. That's what I think he's doing. That's how I feel about it. I might be right. What would you grade the Browns draft? Oh, by the way, hold on now. I said, let's go back. Oh, man. Do you guys know I made a prediction? On the 25th? I made a prediction on the 25th. I just put it up. I just pulled it up. I'm pretty sure this means Shador Sanders is a Cleveland Brown. If I'm wrong, that's fine, but I can't see any other path. Boom. Quote. Like I was saying. Shedeur Sanders is a Cleveland Brown. I said that several days ago. When was the 25th? Is that yesterday? I said that yesterday in the morning before the draft. Before rounds 2 and 3. I said this after the first round. Pretty sure he's going to be a Cleveland Brown. There's no other way around it. I called that. On Twitter. It's there. I really did that. I'm RicoKnows. You can hate me. I don't care. Oh, I love Jason Marshall's game. Very good corner. Part of the reason why I told you guys Cormani McClain was never going to see the field at Florida as a starting corner was because Jason Marshall's so good. So seeing him get drafted right here, pretty good pick. Pretty good pick. Shout out to Jason Marshall. I wouldn't be surprised to see Florida go out later and get our boy Donovan McMillan later. Or sign him as an undrafted free agent. I wouldn't be surprised. Get him back down in Florida. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Shout out to me, though. I predicted that. I didn't even realize. I predicted where he was going. I predicted it. Rico knows. The Vikes could have picked Cross, Mills, Batty, Ryland Powell, or Rucker, all better than Dawkins. Oh, for sure. There's just so many better players. Exactly, Starboy. There's no reason to go take a guy who's never played football just because you like the way he looks in underwear. That's dumb. And I'm going to talk about it at length. That's crazy. I would have drafted no one, period. Willie Bobo ain't playing. Remember Theo Ash saying Anthony Richardson's elite? Yeah. And I remember me telling the world, don't draft that dude. He'll get you fired. You want good food? Come to Cajun Country in South Louisiana, the 337, not NOLA. We'll feed you good food. Damian Gaspar. My girl is from New Orleans. She cooks crawfish, gumbo. She cooks all that good food. That ain't good food, bro. That ain't good food. I mean, I'm sure it tastes good to y'all. Y'all ain't fucking with my carne asada. You guys ain't with my penne. You guys ain't messing with what I grew up on, bro. I ain't messing with you. Many pills, they can't eat or drink like they want to. Potlucks. This man said potlicks. Don't talk to my hood. He can't spell anything right, bro. He's stuck on these eyes, bro. Where do the Bearcats rank in the Big 12 next year? I'm a delusional fan. Oh. King and Bledsoe, if you want an assessment on next year's standings, rankings, conference play, all that stuff, I do that for MVPs. If you become a member, you will get a breakdown on the Bearcats and every single team in America at some point over the summer. I will not give that information out for free. Become an MVP. I think Shedeur will be on this Doug Flutie type-ish. You think he's going to go play in the CFL first and then come back and be the comeback player of the year? If you guys don't remember Doug Flutie's path, it was not to make it in the NFL. And Doug Flutie went to the USFL, went to the CFL, won a bunch of Grey Cups, eventually came back, was backing up Rob Johnson, and then became a starter due to injury, I believe. Doug Flutie, that's not the path you want to be on. God bless everybody here. What up, Officer Juice? What do you think of Freddie Brock? Freddie Brock and I are friends. He follows the channel. I've been talking about Freddie Brock for a while, maybe 2 years now. This is a Maine transfer who went to Georgia State. I told all the MVPs to bet on Freddie Brock's over yards in their bowl game 2 years ago. Even though he was a third-string running back, he was sitting behind a 1,400-yard rusher, a backup running back named KZ Adams who transferred back home to South Carolina State. And I said, yo, Freddie Brock is him. I just watched the tape again. He's going to go for some yards, take his over yards, ladder it to 140. He ended up rushing for 200 yards that night. I've been a fan of Freddie Brock's ever since. So he just hit the transfer portal recently, went to Oklahoma State. Congratulations. I hope they intend to play him. They have Trent Howland there at Oklahoma State. He's a beast of a running back. Looks like Herschel Walker. Freddie Brock's the yin to the yang. He's the little scat back that you want. Shout out to Freddie Brock. I'm a fan. Cowboys taking Sanders would be the most Jerry thing ever. That didn't happen. They took Jaden Blue instead. DJ Giddens just got drafted. DJ Giddens a beast, bro. Do I have him on my list? I gotta have DJ Giddens. No, I don't. DJ Giddens a good player. Man, we're running out of draft picks and none of my guys are getting taken. Hopefully they start doing a run on RicoKnows players. Did Miles Frazier get drafted? Let me know if I missed that. Did Miles Frazier get drafted? Somebody tell me. I feel like Miles Frazier got drafted and I missed it. Please let me know. Please. No, please. No. Oh, never mind. I'm ready for the percolator. Ready for the percolator. Shout out to the Jets for watching Theo Ash. I'm just saying, bro. The Browns look pissed. Hopefully we see Moose getting drafted. Jose, Bavoa. He'll get off the board today, Donnie. I believe it. Shamar James just went off. Yes, the Cowboys got a great linebacker. Miles has not been drafted. Thank you so much, Joe. That's a great linebacker. Shamar James is very good if you watch Florida football. Very patient, fills the holes, hits like a ton of bricks. That's an NFL guy. Like Shamar James a lot. Good pick by the Cowboys. Hey, those are two good picks by the Cowboys right there. Jaden Blue and Shamar James. Very good. Hey, this 5th round might go down as one of the greatest of all time. This 5th round might be on point, bro. I'm just saying. Merritt had one D1 offer to Bryant, but chose Chicago. Yeah, I hear you, Starboy. I hear you. Thank you for doing the research and looking into it, man. I appreciate you. I'm going to roll back up. I think God bless everybody here. Cowboys taking Shedeur. Would have been nice. April Rookie Defensive Player of the Year. Book it. Or APR. What is APR? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. What happened to Ty James last year? Wasn't he supposed to be good? Oh, he was good. Love Ty James. Nothing I can do about it. They didn't draft him. He's probably trying out in the UFL. I don't know. I haven't kept track of the players. Remember, I do my draft assessments and my draft stuff, and then I move on to next year's college football players. I do not keep track of your NFL career. I don't care. Because the NFL will do whatever they do. They make decisions on who starts based upon contract negotiations and how much money you're getting paid. They don't play all the best players. There are tons of players in the NFL sitting on the bench right now who will not get a chance to play because they're paying the starter more money. That is the harsh reality of the NFL. They have invested in the wrong player, and you will not get in the starting lineup and get more reps at practice until that player's contract runs out. Happens all the time. There are rare situations, which some of you are going to write, oh, what about Brock Purdy? There are rare situations where they get approval from the management, from the ownership, where they get to play a player who's making less money. Very rare. It doesn't happen all that often. They always, it's politics. It's about investments. It is what it is. Lots of people said he was going to the Browns in the 1st round. They were right about the team, but the Browns saved a ton of money by taking him in the 5th. Mustang man, those people, they don't know what they're talking about. That's why I don't do mock drafts. That's why I don't sit here and guess where players are going to go, because you have no control over what GMs are going to do. You have no clue. So those people who said he's going in the 1st round, they're as wrong as two boys, you know what. They don't know what they're doing. Quarterback graveyard. The Browns, for sure. They drafted Dillon over him. Oh, did the Browns get 2 quarterbacks? Did the Browns get 2 quarterbacks? They didn't get 2 quarterbacks, right? What are we doing? Who did the Browns draft so far? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Yo, I didn't even realize it. I'm talking too much, bro. The Browns drafted Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders. Oh, Shedeur ain't making the team. Shedeur's a practice squad player. That's exactly what's going to happen. That guy's getting 3rd round money. That guy's getting 5th round money. There ain't enough reps in practice, guys. There ain't enough reps in practice. Ah, shit. I can't wait to make my video. I can't wait to make my video. Oh, my God. I've seen this too many times. I've seen this too many times. Oh, man, you guys are going to be sick. Oh, you guys are going to be sick. All them chains, all that NIL money, that's just going to dry up. Dry up like your girl on a Saturday night. It's going to be squeaky. I can't get in. Spit on it, bro. Is Cam Rising an NFL talent? No. He's not even in the. I don't even think he's going to be a coach or something. I think Cam Rising's going to be a lumberjack. Rico, how's it going, bro? It's going, Matt and Mike. Rico, do you like the Ravens draft? Not at all. No, they drafted a criminal at some point. Texas dominating this draft. Best college program out there. Joseph Villalon. You are out of control. Rico, will you make a video on him? Will you make a video or have a list of draft picks that are possible day 1 starters? No, Trey, I don't do that. I will make a video on undrafted free agents that might make a team. I need the Packers to get Jackson Woodard in the 6th or 7th to pair him up with Edgerrin Cooper. What a great idea there, Easton. I think Jackson Woodard's going to end up with the Raiders in the 7th, but we'll see what happens. Joseph Villalon is tripping, bro. Do you watch football film at 2x speed? No, Harrison Rich. I watch it at 1.5 speed. Rico has trained MVPs to not tolerate watching anything at less than 1.5 speed. There you go. Coaches Bryant knows what's up. I tell MVPs all the time. If you're watching my videos, put it at 1.5 speed. Matter of fact, you can be watching this podcast right now, this live stream. If you just go back to the beginning of the show, set it at 1.5 speed, you watch the whole thing. It's so much better. So much better. I'm just letting you know. Less pauses, less stuff. TikTok, you're watching me? You're writing comments? All you got to do, go to YouTube, drop it in the chat. I will interact with you. I'll answer. We got over 100 people over here. Come over here, bro. Come over here. We get paid over here. This shit, womp womp. Go to YouTube, search Rico Knows, go to the live tab. Simple as that. You'll be on the screen, bro. You'll be in the chat. Anyway, shout out to Coaches Bryant. Blue is a good pick for the Cowboys at this point in the draft, for sure. 100%. Great draft pick. Interested if you see potential in Zy Alexander, saw him play and saw flashes. Jazz, you obviously skipped the podcast or skipped my rankings, and that's okay. I'm not mad at you, Jazz, but Zy Alexander is my 10th best corner in this draft. Zy Alexander is right here on the chart at the very bottom. My 10th best corner in this draft. The only one left that hasn't been drafted. They've been drafting other guys. I like Zy Alexander a lot. Him and Corey Black, Elijah Huzzie, Fentrell Cypress. But yeah, I like Zy Alexander a ton. So shout out to him. I see all the potential. And he's a beast. I've been watching Zy Alexander since he was playing at Southeast Louisiana. I actually have a friend. Well, I shouldn't say a friend. I have somebody I correspond with on their staff, so I know all their players really well. I know that there's a safety up at Minnesota. White guy, hits really, really hard. I'm forgetting his name right now. But I'm a big Zy Alexander dude. Like, I'm on that shit. Who was your number one guy in this whole class? Mykel Williams. He went number 11 to the 49ers. Yeah, worst pick in the draft. Way to be special, Saints. So I don't know who the Saints took. Oh, you're talking about the quarterback. Yeah. Jaden Blue going to dominate in Dallas. Might have to put a fat stack on him for Rookie of the Year. If you guys didn't know, Joseph Villalon talks about money like he plays Monopoly. He just makes up numbers, so he's going to put a fat stack on him. I don't know what that means. It's going to be a bunch of V-Bucks. Going to be a bunch of Robux. That dude ain't real, bro. Joseph Villalon don't have a dollar to his name. He just writes like he does. He's not real. The food keeps us fat. I'm not fat, bro. I work out every single day. Same with Kurt Warner. He probably will never happen again. No, I mean, it'll happen again. You just can't bet on it happening again. What are some players? Kurt Warner was not drafted, by the way. What are some players in the draft that remind you of Jalen Coker as a hidden wide receiver or Beanie Bishop as a corner that can contribute? They're always in my top 5. All the players in my top 5 are my deep hitting gems. They're on the chart, Citrus. If you go back and watch the live streams after the draft today, go back and watch the quarterback, wide receiver, defensive back live streams. I didn't do a corners live stream. I apologize. But you'll learn about all the players that I think are very good. The hidden gems, if you will. If Deion would have coached Auburn instead of Colorado and Shedeur put up the same numbers, do you think he would have been a top pick? So this is all hypothetical, but the reality is if Deion coached at Auburn, right, I don't think you get away with, well, the numbers would have been the same. I don't think that matters. This has nothing to do with production and competition, Rio. This has nothing to do with production and competition. This has far more to do with a track record of throwing players under the bus, not being accountable for your mistakes, and just carrying yourself in a way that's very unlikable. I just can't stress it enough. You can be a great worker, but if I'm doing an interview and you come across as somebody that I don't want to have on a ship, and the problem is too many Chiefs and not enough Indians. Are you familiar with that phrase? Too many Chiefs, not enough Indians. It's like too many people trying to be in charge and not enough people to be followers. When you're drafting players, they have to follow the lead of the management and the leadership. And if they're not doing that, if they see themselves as the guy running the show, then they're just wrong. And they're not going to be employed. Not for very long. You get rid of them, right? You can't have somebody who's just a minion on your shift trying to run the whole ship. It doesn't work for me. And that's Shedor's attitude and mindset, that of somebody who's running the whole program. And that's because he's been running the whole program, right? His dad's been in charge. He's been in charge. That's not how we get down. So, not in the NFL. We don't get down like that. I'm an NFL employee. I'm telling you, you got to learn how to get in where you fit in. There you go. What are some of the players in this draft that remind you? Got it. Hell no, I can't cheer for the sorry-ass Browns, dog. No, I was praying it was the Raiders. There you go. Oh, no, all you guys are Browns fans. Go buy them shitty-ass jerseys. Go buy them terrible jerseys, you Browns fans. All you Colorado fans are now Cleveland Browns fans. Go do it, bro. Miles has not been drafted. It happens. What do you think of Kevin Swint? I don't think of Kevin Swint. I don't think he's that good. Neither do I think Jeffrey Boss is good. The idea of Jeffrey Boss is good, but he's not physically good. He's a very athletic player, very athletic linebacker, former defensive back turned linebacker. He still sucks in coverage. He's not overly athletic, even though you thought he would be. Jeffrey Boss is not the guy. Trust. He's just not. What do you think about him? Nope. I'm a Colts fan. I like DJ Giddens. There you go. Dude, I'm listening to your draft stream and doing a rebuild on NCAA 25, and I'm using Georgia State, and Freddie Brock is a dog. Matty Mike, there you go. Freddie Brock is a dog. I don't play video games, but I'd imagine you're enjoying the hell out of it. I used to play NCAA football earlier in the 2000s. I would never play the games. I would only simulate them. I would just redshirt my rosters, fix my starting lineups, kind of change my player and personnel in certain schemes. I think back then I used to just make all my all my fastest players the quarterback, whether it be a corner, a running back, a wide receiver. I would just have a bunch of guys, and I would sub them all out at under 80 stamina. And I would only run option plays, and I would win national titles. But I would only play in the national title. I would simulate everything else. And I would just see if the computer thinks I have a good team. And I would recruit. I would just do recruiting in Dynasty mode. But I never played the game. I couldn't tell you about the gameplay. Dylan Gabriel and SS and Shedeur Sanders. Okay, there you go, Waddy Way. Yeah, give me Dylan Gabriel. Oh, Elijah Roberts just got drafted? Elijah Roberts was one of my guys, and eventually I had to take him out of my top 5 favorites. But he was one of my guys up here. I like Elijah Roberts a lot. So, not a bad player. Transfer, coming over from Miami. Couldn't really play at Miami. Gets to SMU. He's kind of a tweener, and that's why he dropped in the draft. He's a tweener. You're not sure if he's an edge rusher or a defensive tackle. But I think he's a very good player. I think he did well at SMU. I like Elijah Roberts. Just doesn't fit the NFL mold for what you're looking for out there, so it is what it is. Browns quarterback room: Flacco, Watson, Pickett, Gabriel, and Sanders. Yeah, that's too many guys. Sanders is cooked. Yeah, well done. Can Shedeur go back to college? No, he cannot. That is against the NCAA rules. You could challenge the rules, but he cannot. 55 roster spots, and they have 5 quarterbacks. So 55 roster spots, right? It's the final 53 roster spots to be exact. But there's also only 45 are active every week. So you got 53 on the roster, but only 45 are active. Talk about a pay cut. An immense pay cut. Immense. Thoughts on Devin Neal? Not a very good NFL prospect. Devin Neal's fine. I watched the tape on him. The idea of Devin Neal is better than Devin Neal is. Right? So you think of Kansas and how good the running back room was, and Devin Neal's doing all this, but it's not really that good when you watch the tape. It's just okay. So that's why I didn't have Devin Neal anywhere in my top 10. And I had a lot of guys write to me and tell me, why don't I feel this way about Devin Neal? They told me he's going to be good. I have a guy, Fantasy Football Chris, on TikTok. He's a friend of the channel. He believes in Devin Neal, and I just told him, nope. Devin Neal's not the guy. Sanders will start by Thanksgiving for Cleveland. Oh, my goodness. Here we go. I need the Panthers to draft Sean Dolick to replace Shaq Thompson. That would be great. I just want to see Sean Dolick get drafted, period. Love the way he plays football. I hope somebody believes in him. Maybe he'll have to earn it in the free agency, but I still love him. Do you think the Broncos might give some thought to drafting Tez Johnson and get him with his brother? And will he be available? So that would be an awesome idea. He could wait till the 7th round. I don't know if anybody's dying to draft a 150-pound wide receiver. I like Tez Johnson, but he's in my top 10. But I don't know if anybody's trying to draft him. Thoughts on Nick Nash still being on the board? Very normal. Group of 5 wide receivers. They're all fighting. I think Ricky White III is better than Nick Nash, so we'll see what happens. I'm not buying a Browns jersey. God, no. Yeah, they're awful looking. I think the NFL team did this for money because no one watched the NFL draft after the 1st or 2nd round. Oh, you think the NFL did this for ratings? So people will watch the draft more? Oh, that's man, you guys and your conspiracy theories, you guys are insane. insane. Why hasn't Antoine Powell-Ryland been drafted yet? Starboy, APR, couldn't see the field while at Texas. So there's that. He couldn't see the field at Texas, okay? Then he transfers up to Virginia Tech and starts getting Saxburg. He starts doing everything right? Starts playing out of his mind. But then when they measured him for this draft, it turns out his arms are shorter than anything you've ever seen. He has the shortest arms ever. Like, seriously, ever. I think they're 30 inches and a half, 30.25 inches, his arms. This is equivalent to Ezekiel Elliott's arms. This is equivalent to, like, really small skill player arms. And that's a problem when you're going up against NFL tackles. So nobody wants to draft him because they don't think he can get to the quarterback. So he's going to drop. It's a reality of the situation. He's going to drop. Shout out to Keandre Lambert-Smith. Just got drafted by the Chargers. Big play Dre. Already talked about him in this episode. But it's just not going to happen. No APR getting drafted at this point. Just too small. Where did you have Matthew? My goodness, why does it say I'm running out of memory? I don't have anything open. There's no such thing as memory. I don't have any memory open. I have no chart, no tabs open. What's going on? I don't know, guys. I apologize. It keeps cutting out my chat. This guy says, where did you have Matthew Golden on your wide receiver rankings? I'm glad the Packers got him. Yeah, I had him somewhere around 7 or 8. I didn't think he was a first-round draft pick. This is the third best wide receiver at Houston. And then he transfers to Texas, and all you guys are amazed and say he's the best receiver out there. I just don't see it. Congratulations. I hope he does well. Why is Miles Frazier still available? I don't know. I would have taken him earlier. I'm not the NFL. Don't know what's happening there. He played at Florida. You're asking why he hasn't been drafted yet because he played for JJ Pegas to the Steelers at 164 thoughts. That's what I want to see. Okay, don't mind me. I love JJ, so I hope it happens. Good luck, man. At 164. Hope it happens. He's a good player. Like him a lot. One of my favorites. APR played at Florida and could not get on the field. There you go. Bandman's writing it down. 30 inches at 6'1". You have a longer arm. Not just you. Like 95% of the NFL has long arms. I'm not even joking. You know what? I'm not just gonna shortchange you. I'm gonna show you what I have. Give me a second here. Who are we talking about? Longer arms. Slightly longer than Tyrann Mathieu, the Honey Badger. Shorter than Tim Tebow, Mike Vick, Reggie Bush, and Zeke Elliott arms. Drew Brees, Marshawn Lynch, Russell Wilson arms. That's how small his arms are. He's got the smallest arms of anybody. You can't do that as an edge rusher. Tiny, tiny little arms. Damn. Yep. What did you think of Darian Porter and Travion Henderson? Those are my two favorite guys in the draft. Harrison Rich, I wish you were here the previous days. I've talked about them at length for 2 days now. I think very highly of Darian Porter, one of my favorite corners out there. I like all Iowa State defensive backs. I love what they're doing there. So he was in my favorite corners list. And Travion Henderson, same thing. Beast of a player. Really believe in him. Although he doesn't have much of a shift, he's got top speed that can't be duplicated anywhere, so I really like him. Thoughts on Isaac Tisla? He sucks. That's my thoughts. Colin Oliver, I thought, was undraftable. So this is crazy. He's an edge rusher, guys. He's not a linebacker. He's a linebacker in a 3-4 defense. But this is an edge rusher, not a linebacker. And, yeah, I don't like the pick, but congrats to the Packers for taking Colin Oliver. It is what it is. Yeah, thoughts on Isaac Tisla, Division II guy, playing at Arkansas the last couple of years, but I've never been impressed with him. Not a big fan. My favorite player in this draft is David Walker. David Walker out of Central Arkansas looked good on tape, but played scrub, so I don't know how good he really is. I thought Chris Paul would have been gone sooner. So Chris Paul's just not NFL ready, Joe. It's not that he's not a bad player or a good player or not a bad player. He's just not physically developed NFL ready. He's just kind of mid all the way around, and this is where you're going to get drafted. And this is what these young kids got to understand. Like, let's say you're good and you play in the SEC and you start believing the hype of your friends and all the people talking and the fans and all this. You start thinking you're ready to go to the NFL, and then you find out, wait, I'm 220 pounds. Hey, I'm not ready to go. I need to lift weights for another year. I shouldn't have left school early. He lost a lot of money declaring for this draft. And there's no going back. You blew it. And you only get one chance to get it right, and you got it wrong. So Chris Paul should have never left school this early. Thoughts on Aeneas Peebles? My man, Easton. I love Aeneas Peebles. I think he's a good player. He's just small. He's short, but I love his stature and short and leverage. Excuse me, I gotta wipe my nose. Sorry about that, guys. I like Aeneas Peebles a lot. Shout out to him. The problem with Aeneas Peebles is he transferred, and after he transferred, he disappeared, right? So he looked really good while at Duke, and then he hit the transfer portal, and he didn't look as good this year. And that's a problem. You got to look good. Or am I thinking about R.J. Oben? No, I'm talking about Aeneas Peebles too, right? Aeneas Peebles went to Virginia Tech. They're both kind of the same. They didn't. You can't see anybody regress when you go to a new spot. Got to go ham. Why wasn't Luther Burden in your top 10? Rewind the show and find it. I already broke it all down. I went in depth. Just rewind this live stream. It's somewhere down there. I already did it. I don't understand drafting Trevor Etienne when you have Chuba Hubbard and Rico Dowdle in your running back room. Jacoby Harris. Maybe they want a drunk driver, man. Maybe they want a drunk driver. Maybe they want a sponsorship by Miller Lite. I don't know. I wouldn't draft that guy. He was off the board completely. Marcus Sigel just got drafted. Kansas State safety. Coolest thing about him, he started his career at North Dakota State. Was there for the beginning of his career, then transferred over to either Virginia or JMU, ODU, something like that, and then ended up at K-State. And this is just Chris Kleiman leveraging his connections to the Midwest, and then he made him an NFL defensive back. So that's a very good draft pick. But once again, 49ers, man. 49ers doing it and doing it well. Shout out to LL Cool J. Dude, I need you to do an NCAA 25 stream, bro. It would go viral, and it would be awesome, especially with your ball knowledge. Matt and Mike, so let me get this straight. You want me to buy a gaming console and then stream myself playing video games? Is that what you're saying? Bro, the things I'd rather do with my life and my resources. I have no desire to play video games. I'm an adult. Grow up. I'm the Nintendo generation, bro. I used to play video games like crazy. I play free video games. I play with my son. We play League of Legends. We play Teamfight Tactics or TFT. I'll play Diablo. I'll play something where I don't need to interact with people and talk. I don't need to stream my video game playing, bro. That's not for me. I don't need it, bro. You don't need to watch it. I'm good. Shout out to me. Let's go back here. I don't care how viral it goes. You think I want to go viral, bro? The more you go viral, the more haters you got to deal with. I hate that shit. Xavier Restrepo might go to the 7th round, not get drafted because of his 40, but I can see him on the Patriots in the slot. Look at that. Smile Munden just got drafted by the Eagles. Oh, my goodness. They don't care about anybody's criminal record. They just keep drafting Georgia Bulldogs with criminal records. That's terrible, man. Smile Munden should not have been drafted at all. High school running back out of Georgia, 5-star, blah, blah, blah. Dude's got baggage, bro. I don't mess with Smile Munden like that. Don't get down with him. Not my favorite. Shout out to the Eagles. You made the try. I expected that draft pick from the Jets. They're picking next. Maybe the Eagles wanted to steal the Jets draft pick, so they took Munden right now. That's just dumb. I don't like that pick at all. What do you think all these people are talking about at the draft right now? I see some guys staring at their phone and stuff. But what do you think all these people are talking about? They're all out there. Are they conversing and talking about draft picks or the players? They don't know the players. I'm 100% sure they're just all standing out there. Maybe they want to talk to these women in these fully fitted sweaters. Maybe they want to go out there and eat some cheese curds. The fuck they do in Green Bay, bro? What are they doing? What is your perfect edge rusher size? Well, maybe 6'4", 260. 6'4", 260 with great hands, punch, lean, leverage, speed. Yeah, 6'4", 260 works for me. I just watched the GM reaction of drafting Shedeur. The owner definitely forced him to do that. Oh, that's crazy. I don't even know. That's crazy. Do you think Montrell Johnson from Florida will get picked? Not at all. Bandman Peanut 55. That's a hell of a name, Peanut. Montrell Johnson transferring from Louisiana, the Sun Belt, following Sunbelt Billy over to Florida. You get there, they give you the starting job essentially over Etienne, and Etienne's more explosive than you, and you're just not that good. And then we see a freshman come in, right, Ba, and start playing better than you. And the Jets took Francisco Maligo. Okay, that's cool. I'm not mad at the pick. He is my 10th linebacker. But that's very Jets-like. That's very Jets-like. I can't get down with none of the Jets draft picks, bro. Even if they took my 10th best linebacker, I still can't do it. I still can't do it. Yeah, Montreal Johnson has a very, very low ceiling. Like, he's not very explosive. Nothing too spectacular. That's an average-ass dude. I don't think he makes it in the NFL at all. At all. Man, Jackson Slater is going to be a dog for whoever drafts him. Totally agree, Joe. Jackson Slater will make it. He's going to get drafted, probably by the Steelers. You never know. They like to get guys like that. They'll be straight. Thoughts on Denzel Burke? I don't think about Denzel Burke at all. Is he in the draft? Denzel Burke? The guy who plays for the Browns? I'm good. Mel Kiper full-on crash out on ESPN about Shedeur. Oh, I'll never watch ESPN. I'll never give Mel Kiper any ratings. I'm good. I don't watch that. I'm out of there. Do you think Desmond Watson gets drafted? No. A 400-pound defensive tackle, not in my top 50 defensive tackles evaluated? No, Desmond Watson does not get drafted. I don't think he plays a day in the NFL. I think that is just foolish that people even talk about players like that. And that's the media's propaganda right there. The media will talk about freak shows and things, and they'll convince the world that these are the players that are getting drafted, and they're not. He's nowhere near getting drafted. Nowhere. DeAndre Jules will get drafted before him. Do you think DeAndre Jules gets picked the way things are going or no? I highly doubt it. DeAndre Jules was one of my... I liked him as a defensive tackle at Pitt, but once he transferred to South Carolina, you kind of noticed there's levels to this, and he wasn't quite at that echelon. I don't think you need to draft him. I think you can get him in the free agency, and he'll be straight. Thoughts on Justin Wally? No real thoughts, man. He played fine. He never stuck out to me at Minnesota. I never thought he was going to be any good. They drafted him early. He's not on my top 10 list. I watched the tape, and I didn't see it. So good luck to him. I hope he plays great. I'm waiting for the kid from Villanova. There's a Villanova corner that needs to be drafted, okay? I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to show you my chart. And this is not a game. Isis Waxter's going to get drafted. He's right here on my deep hidden gems. He's number 3. Bilal Kone might get drafted, but Isis Waxter's going to get drafted. We'll see when it happens. But just remember that. He's getting drafted. I don't know. I know he's an FCS guy. Nobody listens to me. Nobody cares. Blah, blah, blah. Trust. Villanova guy is getting drafted. Mitchell Evans, tight end. Notre Dame, good tight end. I had him ranked. They didn't value these tight ends all that much. Where is he? Mitchell Evans, one of my hardest working tight ends out there. They're going to take some tight ends late, y'all. They're going to go on a run on tight ends right there. That just started the run on tight ends. So if you think you're taking a tight end, it's going to happen now. That's how it's going to work. Excuse me, guys. I'm going to step away, go blow my nose. I'm going to catch up in the chat, but blow my nose coming back. Sorry. Sit tight. Get your questions in. I'll get back to you. Sorry about that. I am back. Better than ever. Let's go. We are clever. Shout out to TikTok. If you're watching right now, move over to YouTube. Get on the live stream, and you can ask me any questions you want, and I'll answer them, guys. We'll have a good time. I see the guy who just wrote POS. Your life sucks, bro. I'm rich. I'm rich, bitch. Your life sucks. Let's go back over here. Let's see what's happening. What's up in the chat? What, did I miss any draft picks? Nope, I did not miss any draft picks. Let's go. What do you think of the Packers draft so far? I don't know, man. I haven't looked at it, Nick. They took Colin Oliver, somebody I wouldn't take. The rest of their picks were probably pretty solid, if I remember correctly. Not really my style. I will not break down draft classes until after the draft. I try not to give you guys updates as we go. It's not my thing. Also, if Mitchell Evans doesn't get drafted, I'll be surprised. I usually see Notre Dame tight ends coming off the board for real. Well, he just got drafted. You don't have to be surprised, Trey. He's my guy. Wonder if Kobe Bean Bryant gets drafted late, or we'll have to wait to get signed undrafted. So, Jazz, I'm almost 100% sure the Kansas corners are going to have to wait, or it's going to be some 7th round stuff. They ran very slow 40s, both of them. 4.8 40s, 4.7 high 4.7 40. They can't play in the NFL. Do you think Rock Taylor gets drafted? Chris Whipple? Probably not. Probably not. It's going to be a preference thing. There's not too many wide receiver spots left. Remember, only about 33 to 37 wide receivers, max 37. Only about 33 wide receivers get drafted. They've already drafted a fair amount. You're running out of time, space, and options. I think Rock Taylor might have to go the undrafted free agent route. I'm a huge Rock Taylor fan. I think he's got a lot of skills. I hope he makes it in the NFL and makes the final 53, but I wouldn't be surprised if he fell through. Good players are going to fall through. What are your thoughts on the Titans draft so far? They're the ones, they're getting an F. They took a quarterback 1 overall. Yeah, they're getting an F. I don't get down with them. Thoughts on the Lions draft? Some more. What I got to say this. I said this yesterday. I got to say it again. And for whatever reason, the Lions draft players I don't like. You know, I'm an evaluator of talent. Everybody's different. But when I evaluate talent, and you guys call it scouting, I'm a scout. When you're a scout versus an evaluator of talent, when I look at the players, I'll put them in different categories, and I'll be like, oh, this guy's just not it for me. And some of those players that I tell you I wouldn't draft, the Lions take them. They like them. They like them. I don't know what that is, but they like them. Shout out to them. Do you think Willie Lampkin has a chance in the league? I do, Joe. So Willie Lampkin's my guy. Yaha Black just got drafted. Shout out to Iowa. Very mid on tape. I thought he was surrounded by elite defensive players. Did not impress me with his athleticism and explosion. But if you want to go get a blue blood, hard nose, working tough guy, that's how, you know, he fits the mold. Shout out to Pittsburgh for going after someone like that. I think they had better options. But yes, Willie Lampkin is a center. Played at North Carolina, transferred in from Rhode Island. Willie Lampkin, out of high school, was a state championship wrestler. He didn't lose a single match his senior year. I think the year before, maybe his last 2 years. Willie Lampkin's such a beast. Leverage on point. He's short enough to be underneath all those defensive tackles, and I think he anchors well. He doesn't get blown off the ball. Willie Lampkin, pound for pound, is so strong. The problem is he's 5'11", 280, like 290. Like, he's so small that they don't believe in him, and he's going to have to earn his way into the NFL. I think he can, but he's going to have to earn it. I think he's got that dog in him, and he's got that type of dog in him to make it as an undrafted free agent. Willie Lampkin will be special if he goes undrafted. He will be special. Trust. The problem is what staff is going to draft him? He has no connection to any NFL staff. He played at a school where they're kind of looking at those players like, man, they're not living up to the hype. Who's vouching for him? Their head coach just got fired, right? And retired. So when you go and do interviews, now you're talking to Bill Belichick. He doesn't know him. You need coaches established in positions to sell players and advocate for them, because they're going to talk to those GMs and those scouts. You need the coaches to advocate for those players. Tommy Mellott has Broncos written all over him. Sean Payton type of player. Okay, shout out to Tommy Mellott, starting quarterback at Montana State. If you had a chance to watch Tommy Mellott play, Tommy Mellott can't throw at all, but he's Taysom Hill 2.0, so he's got that Sean Payton type of H-back utilization weapon. It's normal. It is what it is. Congratulations if Tommy Mellott gets drafted. I don't know if he will. Arondé Gatson just went off the board. Shout out to Arondé Gatson, former wide receiver, converted to tight end at Syracuse. He's not an inline tight end. If you didn't know, there's different types of tight ends. There's something called, and I'm going to talk about these tight ends for a second, just so everybody understands. There are 3 types of tight ends. There's something called an inline tight end. Inline tight end is the blocking tight end, the guy who gets in a 3-point stance next to the tackle, and he's just a big brute of a blocking tight end. So there's those guys. Then there's something called the move tight end, or the H-back. That's a guy you put in motion. He's kind of off the ball, and you utilize his skill set either running, or you give him a running start to get kickouts done, or to get up and seal block, reach block, and things of that nature. An H-back or a move tight end, and that's kind of where Tommy Malotte's going to fill. If you ask me, I don't think he's a quarterback. And then there's the hybrid tight end. Those are the guys you see on TV catching all the passes, going out and doing things. That's Arondé Gatson. That's a number of guys you're talking about. So when you evaluate tight ends, you don't evaluate them all the same. You don't go like, well, this guy can down block, this guy can. You have to put them in very specific categories. And you got to do this with high school recruits as well. When I'm evaluating tight ends as high school recruits, I ask a coach, what type of tight end are you looking for? And he will either tell me an inline tight end, a move tight end, or a hybrid. And then I know what type of skill set I'm trying to align and get to your school. So I help college teams fill out their rosters. That's what I do. I work with directors of player personnel. I work with position coaches. And when I identify talent for them to sign at their schools, that's how I break down the tight end group. So I just wanted to share that with you guys. Some people don't know the nuances of tight ends and the way they're evaluated. So if you hear those terms, move tight end, H-back, hybrid, or inline, then you know what they are. Not every tight end is out here to catch passes. Not every tight end is who's the guy on the Chiefs right now? The one dating the little 9-year-old boy? Who's that guy? Kelsey? Yeah, not everybody's that guy. So anyways, shout out to them. What do you think about Mike Mitchell, Utah running back? I went to high school with him. Mike Mitchell, Utah running back, beast of a player. Didn't he just transfer? Where did he transfer to? Mike Mitchell transferred. He's still at Utah? He's at Arizona. Mike Mitchell's at Arizona. Yeah, don't tell me he's Utah. He's at Arizona. Beast of a guy, a brute of a running back. Like, you guys got to know, I got to know every player in America. I got to know every player for the draft. I got to know every player in America. I got to know every player you ask about. I cannot come up missing, bro. I'm here live, taking questions off the cuff, and I got to know all the answers. You can't fake this. I didn't know you were going to ask about Mike Mitchell. I think he's a beast of a player. I think he's a good running back. He hits the holes hard. He had one game that really impressed me when I was watching the tape on him before he went to Arizona. I also trust Alonzo Carter, the running backs coach at Arizona. Zoe Carter, he follows me on Twitter. I follow him. I trust his evaluation of running backs. So getting a player to come over, fill in that gap. I think there's a 1-2 punch there at Arizona next year. You have Ishmael Mahdi, the speed back coming over from Texas State, former All-American, 1,300-yard rusher out of the Sun Belt. And then you have Mike Mitchell coming over from Utah. It's a good combination to have at Arizona. So, yeah, I like him a lot. Shout out to him. Great question, Ethan. Thank you. Next player taken. Torrey Horton and Jackson Slater just went off the board. Told you guys, don't panic, man. Don't panic. They're going to get drafted. It's you're still getting good players right now. Shout out to Jackson Slater, my favorite guard in the draft. He plays at Sacramento State. The last, they've had a couple players getting drafted. This is 2 players getting drafted from Sacramento State. This is Jackson Slater and my boy Cam Scadaboo. So congratulations to him. Who else got drafted? Oh, Torrey Horton. Did I have Torrey Horton on my list? I should have had Torrey Horton on my list. I don't? You guys know I've been an advocate for Torrey Horton for 3 years. Drew Kendall got drafted, Boston College. Drew Kendall comes from an NFL family. Dad played in the NFL for a long time. Very athletic. Like Drew Kendall, man. Cool dude. Can't believe he was the second guy taken, but shout out to him. It's all about preference. They wanted to get a professional in there. Eagles be reaching on their picks. Not bad, though. Drew Kendall. Pro's pro. He's a rich kid. He grew up from a rich family, blah, blah. Shut up. Oh, hey, beautiful.
Hey, you.
You know what's the craziest thing? I got up to blow my nose. I took my first break in a long time. And I went to that bathroom to blow my nose. And I looked out the window, and I just saw you in your car. And I was just like, she's here. You're just sitting there. I don't know what you're doing, but you're sitting in your car. I was like, okay.
I'm trying to open the garage door.
I don't think so. Did you figure it out?
Yes.
Kim brought me Chick-fil-A. I don't mean to eat Chick-fil-A on live stream, but I do.
Get my message.
I did not get your. I don't get any text messages when I'm on live. You gotta call.
Yeah, well, I didn't call you, but
You gotta call.
well, I got these for you, and you don't
Stop
like
my-
them, I'll return them. But
You bought me clothes?
yes, I did.
Why are you buying me clothes?
Because they were like $13.
Guys, this is a sign your girl don't like your clothes, bruh.
That is not
If your
true.
girl buys you clothes, that means she don't like the way you dress.
True.
That is 100% how it works.
I think you need some more shorts for them.
I don't need more shorts.
You do, like dress shorts.
Nah, bruh.
I like them.
Those look like swim trunks.
They're not. They're like the ones you have on, that material.
Nah, bruh. You bought me khakis.
Oh, your mom's calling me.
You brought me khaki shorts. Come on, dude. I'm busy.
Hello?
All right, sweetie. I'll try them on later. Thank you. They're special. They're nice. I love them. I love the black ones.
Yeah, he's
You know, I'm racist. I don't like black shorts. I like it, babe. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll try them on. What size are they?
36s and then large.
36s?
Yes.
I don't fit in no 36s. I'm a grown man. You think I fit in 36s? Am I 12?
That will fit you.
I will not fit in no 36s.
You will fit in these.
Go put them on the camera. Don't take any tags off.
Well, if not, then they-
Don't take any tags off. You're about to go back to Costco.
It's fine. I'll go.
This girl out here buying me clothes, bro. It's crazy when your biggest op lives in the house with you. My biggest op lives in the house with me, bro. But she got me these spicy chicken sandwiches from Chick-fil-A. Hold up, now I get spicy deluxe chicken sandwiches. I gotta add mayo to it. You know I'm on a diet. I never eat in front of y'all. I don't care if I'm chewing on the mic. My bad. All right, where am I? We're on the draft, guys. I never eat. I work all day without eating. She cares about me. Back to what I'm saying. I'm 6'2", 230-pound edge. What's undersized edges should I watch to get better? Oh man, Ivan Pace Jr. No, I don't know. To get better, you gotta listen to your coaches. Work on your hand placement. Work on your explosion. Work on a couple moves and get those moves down pat. Understand what your role is. You are not there for gap control. You are not there for gap responsibility. You should start focusing on rushing the passer on obvious passing downs. That's how you're going to get better. Get stronger, bigger, faster, and stronger. Keep training. That's all you got to do. You want to watch undersized edges? I can't think of any. I can't think of any you need to be watching. I apologize. Rico, speaking of Notre Dame, is it a bad take to say they fit the culture and play style of the Big Ten best if they were to join a conference? I was surprised they went ACC during the COVID year. Well, they have a contract to go ACC in other sports. So they already play in the ACC. It's just not football. They're already in the ACC in other sports. You shouldn't be surprised by that. It's an agreement. There's nothing else to it. Just ordered my Shedeur Browns jersey. Ugh, Joseph Villalon. Oh, speaking of ordering content or merch, we have merch. It's made. It's out there. RicoKnows.org. We have all the new merch identified. You want to see a dead body? Do all that. We fixed it last night. We go RicoKnows.org. You can go buy all your stuff. Go get a hoodie, man. Go get a shirt. Some of you are broke. We know you can't buy it, but it's okay. Joseph Villalon says he's rich. He's paying for everybody. I'm going to take a bite, bro. I'm hungry. Excuse me. Zach Frazier just went off the board. Jordan Hancock just went off the board. Everybody you guys are worried about are going drafted. Do you think Rourke will be picked? Nah, probably not. Do you like James Williams out of college? Did you like Jamison Williams out of college? I mean, I didn't know him as a player. I don't really care. It doesn't move me like that. Probably thought he was dumb. Rico, not arguing, just genuinely curious. Just curious what you saw in Fannin that made you put him lower than some of the other tight ends. I'm a huge fan of Fannin. I'm a huge fan of Harold Fannin, okay? Let's talk about this. I'm a huge fan of Harold Fannin. I've been talking about him for 2 years. You want to know why I have him lower than some of the other tight ends. Well, first and foremost, he's not better than the top 3 guys. There's no debating there. They all got drafted before him. Then we have Gunnar Helm and Jake Brenningstool, the starting tight end at Texas and Clemson for multiple years. I can't put him ahead of them. I can't see him starting at those schools ahead of him. But I put him ahead of Mason Taylor and Elijah Arroyo. Arroyo was drafted before him. It's just how you like things, man. It's just how you like it. I respect certain programs and certain talent. I still like Harold Fannin, but to put him ahead of some of these other Power 4 perennial power dudes, now, are you crazy? Some of those guys that are dominating the MAC, they couldn't start at a Power 4 school. Like Rashad Amos rushed for 1,200 yards in the MAC, but he's third string if he goes to a Power 4 school. You get a ton of production in the MAC when you're third string at a big school. How did Penny do at UCF last year? Not sure if you know or not. How do you feel about the Western Michigan and their quarterback situation? Nick, tell me what's going on with the quarterback situation. Help me out. I'm not tracking anything. You have to help me with that. Ops on Jack Sawyer. Jack Sawyer is one of my favorite players. He's in my top 5 favorite guys. Torrey Horton, Fresno product. Shout out to Torrey Horton. Hey, Rico, I just joined the live. Apologize if you answered this already, but why do NFL scouts have such a hard time correctly scouting good talent? Because they're not always the same. NFL scouts change every single year. It's not the same guys making the same mistakes. People get fired, and then new guys come in, and they make the same mistakes. You're not evaluating the same people over and over. All the GMs today did not make the draft picks 5 years ago. Not the same people. That's all it is. It's just changeover. It's just new people doing the same job. Like, you ever been to a shitty hotel? Or a shitty apartment complex? And then they just put a sign on it and say under new management. And then you find out, no, it's not. It's hired a new manager, but it's the same owners. Yeah, same location, same shitty stuff. But the problems you had 3 years ago, it's different people. Yeah, it's just new people drafted. I don't know what else to say about that. Sorry, I'm eating, guys, and I know I'm not talking much when I'm eating. I know he isn't in the draft, but what is your opinion on Coy Parrott? He was so fun to watch last season. Coy is special, bro. If you guys don't know who that is, he plays at Minnesota. He's an amazing player. He can play both ways. He's a beast. Really, really good player. Please go watch him. I like him a lot. Kim's here. What's your height and weight? I am 6 foot, 240 pounds. I run 5 miles every single day. I can lift the world. I bench press over 360 pounds. I can leg press over 500-600 pounds. I don't know what I can do. I'm a phenomenal athlete, but I'm a unit. You meet me, I'm a problem. Spicy Deluxe, top tier. Yes, it is. James Pierce and Nolan Smith care good undersized edges to watch. There you go. I don't think James Pierce is undersized at all. Hey, Rico, what are your top 5 sandwiches from all the burger joints? Like, what is your go-to sandwich choice? Just the biggest one they have. It doesn't matter. Double Whopper with cheese is where I'm at. Number 1. I love Burger King more than anywhere, so Double Whopper with cheese works. Five Guys works for me. Red Robin. I'm fancy, bro. I don't have to eat where you eat. I eat at fancy spots. So the biggest burger every place has is what I'm going to get. I don't like adding bacon. I don't like the price of bacon to just add it to the burger. It just doesn't make any sense. I'd rather not have it in there. I'm not a ketchup or mustard guy. I'm just a mayo guy. So lettuce, tomato, mayo. I don't mind onions. I hate pickles. And just give me the biggest burger you got. Like if I go to McDonald's, I need their double quarter pounder with cheese, but I actually get it deluxe. So I add lettuce, tomato, and onion to it. Some places have it, some places don't. Like there's a McDonald's about 10 miles away. I drive all the way to that one if I want to get a burger because I won't go to the one nearest to me that doesn't have it. Like I'm good. Thank you for the question. Helm would smoke Morantz on the field, just saying. There you go. Brock Lowry is projected to start at Western Michigan, but just wanted to see your opinion on it. Haven't really looked into it. I don't start looking into teams for next year until after the draft and after the spring transfer portal cycle. So I go on vacation at this time of the year, and then June 1st, I hit it so hard because I now know what the rosters are. I now know the solidified position groups, and I now know who left after spring portal and who didn't. So I don't evaluate teams until June 1st. So what you're telling me, I gather information, but I don't really get a solidified answer until June 1st. Do you think Cam Lockridge will get drafted later on the draft? Hey, Donnie. Shout out to Cam Lockridge. He's a good corner, played at Fresno State. I don't know if Cam's getting drafted, but he is a friend of the channel. He does follow me on TikTok. He has reached out to me in the DMs on TikTok and Twitter. I like Cam Lockridge. I'm cool with him, but I don't know if he gets drafted, unfortunately. Miles Frazier just got drafted. I have Miles, right? I gotta have Miles on my list. Guards, Miles Frazier. Believe in him completely. Like I said, the value of guards is so down that we gotta wait, which is fine. Embo already got drafted. All my guards are gone. Cool. We're waiting on the good guards now. We're waiting on the ones we like. We might get a run on guards. Might get a run on guards. Wouldn't it be cool if the Rams took Moose right now? If they took Mose? That would be a cool pick. We still got 2 more rounds. I'm live until 5 o'clock. And then I got to switch over and make a UFC video or 3. Excuse me. You eat Shawarma or something? I don't even know what that is. The Lions really got Tate Ratledge and Miles Frazier. Yeah, pretty good players. Chris Paul just went off the board. There you go. Rams getting great value late. For sure. You want to see more linebackers go, so Sean Dolick has a chance. With respect, can I get your opinion on Arch Manning, sir? Liberty Bibberty. I don't really think about Arch Manning all that much. He's a starting quarterback for a major school. I'll wait to see what he does on the field, but I don't really waste cycles of my evaluation time talking about some of the most hyped players or the top-ranked players. I just don't do it. I'll let their play speak for themselves. I don't have any opinion on Arch Manning. I've never really watched him play football. It's the truth. Best player left, Parker Elliott. What a great question. Best player left in the draft right now. Best player left in the draft as we sit here. Well, Tyler Batty's good. Corey Black's good. Johnny Walker, Pegasus, Peebles, Cross, Luke Kandra, Kyle McCord, Sam Brown Jr. All pretty good guys. Best player left. Zy Alexander, Sam Brown, Ricky White III, fucking Seth Hennigan, my boy Brandon Crenshaw Dixon. Yeah, there's I don't know. It's all about need. Jackson Hawes just got drafted. Hey, I think Jackson's old. There you go. Jackson Hawes just got drafted. If you didn't know, Jackson Hawes is an inline tight end. Does not catch any passes. He's just a blocker. So there you go. Don't bother talking about stats. Don't bring up nothing. He's a blocker. Steven Schultz says, I've been in and out of your live, but I heard you mention Colin Oliver is undraftable. Did he do something or suck at football? He's just one-dimensional. I'm not going to say he sucks at football. It's not a character thing. There's just other players better than him. Are you a fan of baseball? Easton, not at all. I've never watched a baseball game. You hate that the Saints went with Shuck at 40. Could have got that bum at 93. Probably. Thoughts on Josh Kelly? Everyone talks down on him, but I think he could be a good rotational piece if developed. Who's everyone? Who the hell is everyone, bro? Joshua Kelly, former Fresno State wide receiver, transferred up to Washington State, was the #1 target for Cam Ward. Transferred to Texas Tech last year, played great, but he ran a slow 40, 4.7. Joshua Kelly's not bad. He's a good football player. He don't need to be developed. There's no develop. He's a good football player. Last night you talked about how you had Tucker Kraft as your top tight end in 23, and he's been a dog for the Packers. For sure. I love everything about him. Shout out to Tucker Kraft. Bro, look at this chick with his hat on. She should be embarrassed. Get off the mic, chick. Who we got? I said Shedeur lags in real life. Oh, there's Denzel Burke. Somebody asked about him earlier. I don't think he's real. Oh, by the way, I'm going to eat 2 of these things. Favorite beer if you drink. I do not drink alcohol. I just got through telling you I'm a physical unit. I don't feed my body alcohol, man. Under no circumstances. I don't even allow it in my home. There's not a drop of alcohol in my home. It's not a part of who I am. I think once a year, I might order a fruity drink, something with an umbrella and some fruit in it or something. But maybe I'm doing it for the souvenir cup or something. I'm not really doing it for the alcohol. Once a year. I don't drink alcohol. I don't like to be around people who drink alcohol. It's not part of my day. Not part of my life. My favorite drink? Flavored water. Flavored water from Great Value from Walmart. If you go to Walmart, they have these little packs. They're sugar-free. Shit tastes like Kool-Aid, bro. You get fruit punch, iced tea. You get all kinds of different flavors. It's like you're shopping, just picking your different flavors. They're amazing, and it's sugar-free. I drink flavored water. Sometimes I drink like Diet Dr. Pepper, Diet Cherry Coke and stuff. But I only drink those when I got to stay up all night working UFC fights. You said like Crystal Light. So Crystal Light, Propel, all those are awful. Those all taste awful. They have a bad aftertaste. I don't like any of those. Listen to me. When you go to Walmart, there's something called Great Value. And you get their generic fruit punch flavored water. I'm telling you, man. It's way better than Crystal Light or any of those. It tastes so amazing. Tastes like Kool-Aid. And it's sugar-free. Okay, this is about the draft, but what wide receiver from Maryland just committed to Fresno State? Not sure on his production. Oh, Donnie, I'm not either. I haven't watched the tape. TikTok, we see you, bro. I don't answer questions on TikTok. Come to YouTube, jump in the live stream, ask away. I got you. Did the Bears finally hit with Zach Frazier? It's a good pick. At this point in the draft, it's a good pick. Yep. Yeah, Dylan, it's the packets. You got big ones for the courts or ones for individual bottles of water? I just do the individual bottles of water. I get fruit punch, grape, cherry, tropical punch, shit like that. They're delicious, man. Robbie Outs got drafted. Bad draft pick. Another inline tight end. He's essentially a fullback. I'm sorry, tackle. Dude don't catch anything. Blade Morris says, I know you say you don't have a favorite team, but if you had to pick one, who would it be? Or did you have one growing up? Oh, man. I had favorite teams growing up, but that's because I didn't have, like, the ability to formulate my own ideas. You just grow up and you do what you see, right? So growing up, I was a Cowboys fan. I was a USC Trojans fan. San Diego State fan, a Fresno State fan. UCLA fan. Lakers fan. Dodgers and Angels fan. Tyler Barron just got drafted by the Jets. Oh, my God. The Jets. Oh, my God. The Jets keep doing this shit, bro. The Jets are the worst. What are they doing? Every player the Jets picked is the worst I've ever seen. The Jets just stole the playbook on how to ruin a draft. The Jets are trash, bro. The Jets are trash. Insane. Denzel Burke, not a very good player. Not my guy. They're trolling me, bruh. They watched my show and just said, who did Rico say is the worst player? Congratulations to Trevor Pena and Penn State. Chris Wright, give me a second. I'm gonna find something for you. Here's my tweet from March 26th. Chris Wright. My tweet. Any thoughts on the local kid here that is a freshman coming into Clemson, halfback Davidson? I wrote, Clemson freshman running back Gideon Davidson. He's that guy. He's the guy. That's it. That's all I had to write. He's amazing. Watch the tape. Couldn't get off it. He's amazing. Love everything about him. So I already talked about him. Thank you for the question, though. So you guys got to follow the Twitter if you want to learn about all the players. If you want to be able to sit here and talk about every player in the draft the way I am right now, all you got to do, follow Twitter. I talk about all these players. Have a good time with it, too. Let me go back up. Let me see. I know you say you have a favorite team. Yep, Sanders got his head shrunk some with all this. I hope. Oh no, he's gonna say he was being hated on. He's gonna say some other shit, bro. What do you think of Denzel Burke? I don't think about Denzel Burke, Adam. Jets are trolling me. Do you like Riley Mills? I love him a lot, Heem. I wish you guys would watch the podcast. I talked about Riley Mills at length. I talk about all these players already in the podcast. I just don't understand why you guys don't watch the episodes to learn about the players. You want to learn about the players? Want to learn what I think of them? Why not watch the episodes? You think Jalen Travis was a good pick for the Colts? No. No, Joe, he wasn't on my list. He wasn't somebody I was excited about. So the answer is no. I knew Rico was a Fresno State fan. Let's hope we see one off the board today. There you go. Donnie, growing up, Pat Hill was so much like my high school coach. I just really rocked with Pat Hill. So shout out to Pat Hill a lot. TikTok, you're watching the show. All you got to do, move over to YouTube. You can ask all those questions. I see them. Move over to YouTube. Put it in the chat over here. We got you. Shout out to everybody watching on the live stream. Almost done eating, guys. I'm going to apologize. We might miss the 7th round. I got to make UFC content. And I probably got to work on it during the damn stream. If I'm being honest. Because I got to get it out to the MVPs before everything else. Just followed on Twitter. Thank you so much, Chris Wright. Isaiah Bond is trending right now. You get good value for Isaiah Bond right now. Everybody's saying take Isaiah Brown. I'm sorry, Isaiah Bond. We'll see. We'll see. Is Kobe Bryant overrated by the viewers? NFL scouts seem not to like him. He's slow. CJ Hicks. All the fans don't know what they're talking about. Don't stop talking to fans, man. Just go watch your own tape, or follow my channel because I'm going to give you the truth. You don't see Kobe Bryant on any of my boards. If he's not on my boards, he's not NFL. He's slow. Pat Hill made the whole country notice Fresno State. For sure. Oh, Ricky White's going to go, Breaking. Don't worry about it. Ricky White's getting drafted. He got special teams written all over him. All right, I'll be right back, y'all. Got to go throw this out. I don't let food sit in my office. Live stream and UFC starts in like an hour. The marathon continues. I'm back. Why does this guy look like he's crying on TV, bro? Is he sweating or crying? Is this motherfucker sweating or crying? Why is he wearing a sweater? Is that Mike Tomlin? Tomlin sweating off his picks? If you're sweating that hard, you shouldn't be making these picks, bro. You can't handle it. Tre'Davious White? No, that was a transfer free agency edition. Local kid. Dorian Strong just got drafted. Hey, Dorian Strong's pretty good. Hit the transfer portal from UNC. Not sure where he landed. He was like 5 stars. Oh, I don't know who you're talking about, Chris White. Don't know who you're talking about, Chris Wright. This motherfucker wrote, thank you, God. Shedeur Sanders wrote, thank you, God, and everybody's liking it. Appreciate the super chat. Shout out to Green Wave. What up? He says, with the way my Jets draft is going, we might draft Kyron Lacy next. Hey, I'm doing it, bro. I'm writing that tweet. Did you read that on Twitter? Don't do this. I'm writing that tweet. With the next pick, the New York Jets select Kyron Lacy. How do you spell Kyron Lacy? K-Y-R-E-N? This man misspelled Kyron Lacy. I know how to spell Kyron Lacy. Yeah. K-Y-R-E-N. Oh, man. That's hilarious, bro. That's funny. People are going to be mad at me. Oh, I got to put a picture of him, though. I need a picture. Give me a second. People are going to be mad. People are going to be so mad. You guys are mad, bro. You guys are mad. Original. This guy said this is wildly racist. Oh, you people are stupid. There's no discrimination there. Belai Kone just got drafted. Shout out to the FCS. This would have been an FCS draft pick, Belai Kone, but instead he went to Western Michigan. This is a young man that started his career at Indiana State. He is a friend of the channel, does follow me. We have talked at length. I did a high school film review on him. I did a next up film review on him when he signed with Western Michigan. I don't think he liked my film review because I told him I thought he should stay at the FCS level, and here he is getting drafted in the NFL. Congratulations to Belai Kone, my second deep hidden gem corner. Good for him. Proud of that man. Do your thing, bro. Got nothing but love for you, boy. He gonna be like, yo, Rico, I told you I was gonna make it. I told you I was gonna make it. This man said had to swerve between me. Had to swerve between tweets. These guys are doing... I'm letting people know. People get mad at me, bro. Of course he wrote, thank you, God, on Twitter. He had to make sure everyone saw him right there. Exactly, Damien. God don't have Twitter, bro. It reminds me of those girls who go on Facebook and they write, I'm so mad right now. And that's it. They just write that. I'm so mad right now. Or they write, I can't believe this shit. And that's it. You seen them people, bruh? They go out there and they just write that. Boom. Nothing else. I'm so mad right now. I can't believe this shit. Oh, they tested me today. Just, oh. And then all their friends in the comments. What's the matter? What's wrong? Call me. What's going on? What are we doing? Shut up. Shut your sorry ass up. Zach Rice, big offensive tackle at UNC, hit the portal maybe. Yep. I think Zach Rice did. Seen film. Yeah, I did. They told me he wasn't in shape. I don't care. I'm not worried about it. I did watch film. I don't really worry about players who hit the portal. So many players hit the portal. I only assess them when they sign. There's going to be so many players left in the portal that it'd be wasted energy if I analyzed every player that hits the portal. So now I wait to analyze players after they sign. For the most part. I still analyze most of the players, but you know what I mean. What do you expect out of Bill Belichick at North Carolina? What kind of success? So typically, that's how Ollie Gordon just went to the Dolphins. The last place Ollie Gordon needs to be is Miami, bro. The last place Ollie Gordon needs to be is Miami. That's silly. Going to Miami. Stop it, bro. That's gross. We don't do that shit. That is crazy. Wouldn't have wasted a pick on that dude. But anyways, what do I expect from Bill Belichick? I don't give assessments on players and teams in the preseason because people gamble on what I say. So if you become an MVP and you become a member on the Patreon or on YouTube, if you hit join, not follow, not subscribe, but become a member, then you'll know, because I'll eventually do a breakdown on North Carolina and give you a wins total prediction. But I don't ever share that publicly before the season because people make money and gamble off of it, and I don't want to give that away for free when people are paying me for it. So, unfortunately, I can't have that conversation. Why you hate Shedeur Sanders now? He going to make your favorite team suffer. Dark, I don't watch. First and foremost, if you're going to start anything with the word why, that means it's a question. So where the fuck is your question mark, first and foremost? Secondly, I don't know what Gunna is. Gunna reminds me of a rapper, right? Isn't there a rapper named Gunna? I don't have a favorite team, so no one's going to suffer. I don't watch the NFL. Dade County PD gonna put up Genty numbers. Do you guys understand this? Does anybody know what these guys are saying? When did this happen? When did you people get in here? When did you people get in here? What's going on with you hooked on phonics, bruh? I don't know what's going on. Pegasus just got drafted by the Raiders. My boy JJ. The Raiders having a fun draft, bro. They're going out there getting the guys. I like Pague. Pague. You boys are something else, bro. Is that even English? No, Jordan, it is not. They are not speaking English. They are putting together words in some type of concoction of word vomit. Hey, Dark and Philly, you two guys, man. I want to play you guys in Scrabble. I bet I fucking dominate you 3-word Scrabble dudes. You 3-letter word Scrabble dudes. You be in there spelling pow, boom, and zap. You motherfuckers will be out there. Mom. I'm going to do mom for 3 points. You dudes are gross. Who did the Eagles just pick? Kyle McCord going to the Eagles. What a steal. Jalen Hurts better watch over his shoulder. Jalen Hurts better watch. Man, my boy Seth Hennigan might not get drafted. Man, who's picking Seth Hennigan? The Steelers. What if the Steelers take Seth Hennigan? That would be awesome. What if the Steelers take Will Howard? They'd be like, no, Shedeur. We want these other dudes. Man, the Browns just took 2 quarterbacks. Underrated comment. It's the county Miami is in. Dade County. I know where Dade County is, bro. I watched First 48, Willie. Dade County PD gonna put up Genty numbers. I don't know what that means. Are they gonna start running the ball? I have no idea what that means. But they're gonna start running the ball. I don't know. Does the NCAA finally have to get a salary cap kind of set up? Kind of. It's more importantly that they get contracts set up before salary. Salary caps don't matter. They need contracts. Let's run it. Phil, you want to run it? I doubt you know more than 3 words that start with Q. Quick Q Queen. Next question, bro. Oh, that was 3 words? You can't fuck with me, Phillies. Add S's to all of those. You quill. Quit. Quietly. What are you doing, Philly? Who are you messing with? Philly, I wouldn't hire you to cut my grass. Fuck it. Ricky White to the Saints, so Shuck can miss him 88% of the time. Fair enough, Blade Morris. Steelers or Colts for Hennigan would be nice. Oh, man, Colts too. Colts can get rid of that guy who can't play quarterback. That would be sweet. Caden V showed up to let me know you're not that guy. And the crazy thing about Caden is he just used the wrong version of the word you're. You're not that guy. I own your. You don't even understand what you're saying, Caden V. You're not that. I wish you could meet me, Caden V. You'd call me sir. You'd quiver. You'd quiver, buddy. Does Bond or Tez get drafted? Yeah, I hope cutting corners. I hope both of them do. I hope it works out for both of them. I'd imagine Isaiah Bond is getting the same, Shedeur Sanders treatment. Kind of entitled. Already made a lot of money. Probably didn't work hard. Went around talking about running a 4.140 when you run a 4.4, which is good, but there's nothing to you. I'm not a big Isaiah Bond guy. Never really looked that great when he was at Buford. Obviously, I'm a Georgia guy, so I lived in Georgia when Isaiah Bond was at Buford. He just wasn't that good. Yeah, I mean, the idea of him was really good, but on the field, he wasn't that good. Buford didn't even win state. They lose in the playoffs early, even with him and a loaded team. So, just not Isaiah Bond. Nah, it doesn't move me like that. And then I think they lost to Walton that year. And then you go to Alabama and Texas, and you're not really that good. Made one big catch that everybody talks about in the miracle to beat Auburn, but not really that good. Refers to Miami Police Department putting up Genty numbers chasing Ollie Gordon. You got to chase him, bro. Drunk drivers are not doing high-speed chases. Drunk drivers are going slow, hitting parked cars. You ever been behind a drunk driver? They're not driving 100 miles an hour. Liberty Bibberty says, block those dudes who sit in the extra chair. Insane. Insane. Joseph Stewart says, you people, I'm crying, dude. You people, how did you people get in here? A kicker just got drafted. You're dead. No. No, no, and no again. There's too many good players to be drafted a kicker. No. And you drafted a kicker from Miami to go kick in the New England weather. No. No. Can't do it, bro. That's a crazy draft pick. That's an absolutely crazy draft pick. They could have got Ricky White III. Thoughts on ATL draft so far? They really addressed their defense. You see that reporter, Carter asked to wear number 56. LT said, nah, but good luck. Yeah, no, that's stupid. He said 56 is a good number. He's an idiot. These kids are disrespectful, bro. That's dumb. James Abel says, what do you think about the Pats taking a kicker? Probably the worst pick in the draft so far. Worst pick in the draft. NFL Network showing highlights and talking about a 5th round pick. Oh, are they? Are they talking about Shedeur? They're talking about Shador? Short shitter? People be big mad, bro. These dudes are so mad. These dudes are so mad. These guys are so mad. They said I was found dead with a torn rectum. This really isn't funny. This really isn't funny. Do better. They're so mad. They're so mad. You mad, bruh? You mad? Marcus Harris got drafted? Hey! Shout out to Marcus Harris. If you guys don't know, a transfer from Idaho transferred to Cal. It's a pretty impressive thing to see another FCS draft pick, but he won't get credit for the FCS. They're going to give it to Cal. But that's an FCS football player who just got drafted. That's awesome. I'm excited by that one. You doing a fight card review? I am, Danny. I'm doing it. I'm stopping at in an hour. I'm going to do the fight card review for all the MVPs, go over the final fight card. I just got to create the last parlays, if you will, for the MVPs, and then I'll hit record. I'm going to actually start the live stream of me recording that video on the Discord stage. So I'm going to do it with the MVPs who can watch me create it in real time before I hit record and then post the screenshot on both platforms. I will get to it, I promise. I owe you guys. The fight started at 6, so it'll be done before then. Just hang in there with me. I apologize. NFL Draft obviously takes priority. I'm going to finish the 6th round as best I can, hopefully. Oh, it's really long. There's 40 picks in this thing. I don't know if we're going to get there, but we got to finish. I mean, we've been live for 4 hours now. So 4 hours is a pretty good show. Maybe 5 hours. It is what it is. But we got to move on to the UFC fights tonight and prep for that. So I'll be here, but you know, these dudes are all pulling the race card. My boy Cam Scatterboo. Cam Scatterboo. Oh, is he wearing shoes? Hold up. Why are they yelling so loud, bro? Why are they yelling so loud? Shiloh was doing some Russian dance, bro? That's embarrassing, bro. Oh, Shedeur can't dance? I know he's not fast. I know he's not athletic, but my God, he can't dance, bro? Why can't he dance? Why am I a better dancer than Shedor's whole family, bro? And don't tell me I'm not. I'm a hip-hop dancer. You can find the videos. I'm a better dancer than the entire Sanders family tree. Why is that, man? Why they got no rhythm? Hey, the Browns war room after drafting Shedeur Sanders. Y'all seen that shit? That's a hilarious one. Holy boy. Holy smokes. Holy bejesus. Oh, they're letting Mel Kiper still talk. Somebody take that mic away from him. Somebody take that mic away from him. Are they blacklisting? Oh, Devin Neal just got drafted. What a waste of a pick. Shout out to the Saints. It's a bad pick, man. But, you know, somebody's got to make the bad picks. But tell me why Quinn Ewers is being blacklisted, man. Tell me why Quinn Ewers is being blacklisted. Oh, that don't look like a dog bone. That look like a nutsack. This guy was picked before Shedeur Sanders. Yeah. Tell me, why are people mad, dude? Y'all see this? They said this guy was drafted before Shedeur Sanders. Why are they mad, bro? That's funny. You can be mad all you want. Why are they judging a book by its cover, bro? That man in the picture is Dylan Fairchild. That's a man's man, bro. That's a beast. Come on now. All right, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Who did Steelers just take? I'll get back to the chat here. Let's go. Yeah, look like Pete Rose on the mic. It's not Pete Rose, is it? What's he doing at the football draft? What's he doing in the NFL draft? Let's see what we got. Hey, TikTok, you're watching? Writing comments? We're not reading you guys. Come over to YouTube. Join the live stream. I will answer every question, every comment. Come over to the live stream over here. Promise you. I always do. Man, we got to see this pick. Will Howard to the Steelers. What I tell you. You get somebody Pitt tough. Eat shit, Pitt. Let's go. Will Howard. Never been in a bar bathroom. Let's go. Will Howard to the Steelers. Steelers wanted a quarterback, but they weren't doing Shedeur. They told you that right away. Oh, Cam has an honest question. Cam has an honest question. He said, what's the point of this? Idiot. 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 All right, let's go back to the chat. See what you guys are talking about. Either McCord going right now, or I feel like we could have Shuck at 184 now. Hey, NFL Network showing highlights. Yep, bad. Barrett Carter off the board yet? Yes, he's off the board. Barrett Carter was drafted in the 5th round. They did a run on linebackers at some point, and Shamar James, Jeffrey Bassa, Colin Oliver, Francis Malgo. Was it earlier than that? It was earlier than that. It was 4th round. When did Barrett Carter go? My boy Barrett Carter. Linebacker Cody Simon. Barrett Carter right there. To the Bengals. To the Bengals. Bengals, Sangles. Yep. Howard should be drafted by now. Bro, relax. Relax. What team do you run, Caden? Caden, how do I know it's you with every busted-ass comment, bro? Like, when I don't like a comment in the chat, I know this dude Caden wrote it. You feel me? You be walking into a room, smells like shit. You know it's that guy sitting in the corner. Every time I walk in here, it just smells awful. It's Caden, bro. It's Caden. No, I don't stink. You stink. I don't stink. You stink. No, mother, I don't stink. It's your upper lip, Caden. Smell awful, bro. Get your life together. These 5th rounders can ball out. For sure, Philly. For sure. Sensei Rico, I've been on live 4 hours. Thank you so much. He went a round or 2 ago. Oh, shit, I missed it. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. What was Sanders, the 7th or 8th quarterback off the board? We can find out. You just go up here to positions. You go to quarterbacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6th quarterback off the board. And what's crazy is the 5th quarterback off the board was Dylan Gabriel. The Browns took the 5th and the 6th. They knew they were taking a quarterback. They evaluated a bunch of them. They waited for Shedeur to be the best available talent in the draft. That's what they did. That's fine. Do it, homie. Do it. Ain't nothing to it but to do it, Pimp Skillet. Let's go. With McCord going this late, I feel like we could have got Shuck now at 184. Blade Morris, let it go, bro. Let it go, little bro. Let it go, like Frozen. Let it go. Let it go. Okay, Elsa? You got me? You can't sit here and overanalyze mistakes, bro. I should have got divorced after 3 months of marriage. Took me 10 years. Shit happens. I can't be sitting around going, man, I would have been single at 24, 25, 26, 20. Man, I would have been single. You can't do it, bro. You can't do it. Devin Neal instead of Ricky White III is disgusting work. Once again, oh man, I'm choking on the bullshit. Yes, It is. Shout out to Ricky White. He needs to be drafted as soon as possible. I hope he gets drafted. Remember, Ricky White grew up in Georgia. He's a Georgia kid. Played at Marietta High School here in Georgia. So, I would love to see him on the Falcons. I'm just saying, I'd love to see him on the Falcons. Maybe the Jags. Maybe the Panthers. Somewhere nice like that. Come back to the East Coast where you get the most. Scatterboo, the next Peyton Hillis. No, I think Scatterboo's much better than Peyton Hillis. Nah, bro, don't do that. Scatterboo, second, third best, most production in college football last year, right? What was Scatterboo? The third most productive running back in college football last year? Peyton Hillis. That dude was a freak show. All Peyton Hillis did was show us that he was so buff he couldn't wipe his ass. All he did was walk around with his big old arms, couldn't wipe his ass correctly. He just walked around and just, what's that smell? Is that Caden? No, it's Peyton Hill. Oh, it smells like Caden V. Come on, dude. Bond is probably failing because of the allegations he has. Yeah. No one, oh, you mean falling, my bad. No one wants to draft a guy who's facing legal allegations. Probably going to jail. Offering somebody to stay quiet for 10 grand. Accused of sexual great. Tyler Loop, another kicker drafted. Shout out to the Ravens. They have a kicker, but they drafted a kicker. Don't draft kickers. And I know all the kickers. None of them need to be drafted. Just put them in a big bowl. Pass them around in the offseason. Figure it out. Let them all kick something. Don't be wasting draft picks on these dudes. That's gross. Did you expect Tez to drop this far? Yes, Nugget Bummer. Fully expect him to drop this far. The man weighs 150 pounds soaking wet. I was 14 years old when I weighed 150 pounds. Okay? You can't be 150 pounds in the NFL. Have you ever seen, who was that corner a couple years ago from Mississippi State who couldn't fall over in a windstorm? Who was it? Emmanuel Forbes. Emmanuel Forbes looks anemic every time the camera's on him, bro. Emmanuel Forbes looks malnutritioned. Looks like he's had 1 meal a day with flies on his face, eating bowls of rice. That's Tez, man. Tez Johnson was adopted by Bo Nix's family back in high school, right? Token black kid, adopted by the rich white family and his head high school coach. Oh, yeah, we had to give him a safe place to live. We wanted to help him achieve his dreams. No, you wanted to win football games, so you offered to sponsor him and pay him so he can come to your school and live in your school boundary. He's my brother. We're brothers and sisters. We're brothers now. We're brothers. We're brothers. Well, apparently, when he moved in with the Knicks family, they didn't give him any food. They gave him table scraps. They treat him like a little puppy. They didn't give him full meals. Dude's been in college 4 years lifting weights, and he's 150 pounds. How? How are you 150 pounds? In college. That's childish, bro. You're not a grown man. You can't defend your honor. You can't defend your house. Not at 150 pounds. You fucking sneeze and fall over. You imagine there's another grown man on the other side of the door and he's going to break it down and you're 150 pounds in skinny jeans walking around. They call me a YN. Let's go. I got all my stuff. Shut up. Jalen Reed, Penn State safety, just got drafted by the Texans. Jalen Reed. Did I have him on my list? Didn't even have him on my list, bro. Oh, I put Kitten Crawford instead. Give me that Kitten Crawford. Wait. Pause. Give me that Kitty Crawford cat. Khalil Mullins just got drafted. I said, no. Somebody asked me yesterday, are the Michigan running backs going to get drafted, or was it today? And I said, nah, not a chance. Of course, the Titans continue with their F draft grade, and they go and get a Michigan running back. Oh, my goodness. Whew. Did I expect Tez to drop this far? Nugget Bummer Why did you have to put that fancy Enya on the top of your N, bro? Why did you have to put the Enya on top of your N? Is there somebody else named Nugget Bummer? You couldn't even get the name. You put in Nugget Bummer and they said name taken. So you had to go put an Enya on the top of it? That's terrible, bro. You're walking around. You're the fake Nugget Bummer. There's another Nugget Bummer out there got the whole name right. Get your life together. Will Howard. How did the Steelers take a quarterback 145 picks after the Saints to get the better guy? Blade Morris. Let it go, bro. Blade Morris. Somebody take Blade Morris's shoelaces. Shoelaces belt. Got to take it from him. We can't let this man leave this room. No sheets longer than this. This boy is crazy. Pitt was racist. I don't even know what that means. I missed that. I don't know where that's coming from. What did I say? Pitt was racist. I'm going to tell you about Dillon, South Carolina was racist. Dillon, South Carolina was racist, I'm telling you. I was there. Colts are going to get Ewers. I think you misspelled skewers. They're going to get skewers for a grill? I know you're not talking about Ewers, the quarterback. The hunter. Did you see his wall? Them dudes are killing anything with horns and then stuffing it. They're stuffing every furry animal. Like most of you dudes on a Saturday night. That's what they're doing. Shout out to Ewers and his disgusting family. Why the media won't talk to... Oh, John Caldwell. I don't know what you wrote, bro, but I'm going to try to read it, bro. I'm going to try to read it. I read English well. Let me tell you, I read English well. Why the media won't talk about Quinn Ewers, my God, were the outcry. A lot of those words are very close to the right words. I want you to know that. A lot of those words are very close to the correct use of words. I ain't mad at you. Quinn Ewers is being discriminated upon. But John Caldwell, please, for the love of God, talk to a fifth grader, bro. Talk to a fifth grader about some of that shit. Cleveland is Shedeur City. This guy, Riggio. Cleveland is Shedeur City. I've never been to Cleveland. I'm not going to say anything disparaging about Cleveland. But LeBron would probably own Cleveland before this guy. I'm almost 100% sure. This is a fourth-string quarterback you're talking about. Fourth-string quarterback owns the city? That's gross, bro. And nobody wants to go to Cleveland. You ever seen it? You ever met anybody like, I can't wait to go on vacation. Where are you going? Cleveland? What are you talking about? Nobody wants to go to Cleveland. You can't own that shit. Riley Leonard to the Colts. Oh, man, they got their starting quarterback, and he can't throw. Riley Leonard just got drafted. Riley Leonard and Will Howard are drafted. Oh, man, I don't have Riley Leonard on my board because I know he can't throw. Riley Leonard's not a real quarterback, so I didn't put him on my board. I'm just letting you know, he's not a real quarterback. He's a theoretical one, but he's not a real one. Man, it's crazy. Cleveland is Shador Sanders City. Shit. Reggio, do you go to the mall to play in the little playground area at the mall? Is that why you go to the mall, Reggio? Reggio, I think you go to the mall and play in the little playground area and you don't have any kids. Like, I think you go in there and you just start running around and going through all the little tunnels and shit, going down the little mini slides. That's what I think you do, Reggio. I think you do that, bro. It's a bad look. It's a bad look when you're doing that at 30. Reggio, do you wear... I bet you wear, like, Velcro shoes. I bet you wear Velcro shoes, bro. Like New Balance with the big double strap Velcro. That's what you give me the vibe. John Caldwell, don't erase your message, bro. John Caldwell, I'm with you, bro. Don't retract it. I'm with you. I'm with you, bro. I got you, man. I got you, my boy Blue. John Caldwell, I got you, bruh. Why is nobody mad that the white boys are getting discriminated upon? I got you, man. Shit, you just hitting it too hard. You just had that spoon shaking. You got that lighter and the spoon, it was just shaking. He's got jitters, bro. You just writing the wrong shit. Colts getting Ewers gives me deja vu of Sam Dump Truck Ellinger. Shout out to Sam Ellinger. He's amazing. That dude was a beast quarterback. He was great. Ricky White's game against Syracuse was excellent. Hope Philly takes him. Your name is Philly. You're going to take him? Tim Smith just got drafted. Defensive tackle, Alabama. These guys are not good. These are not good players. This is the Colts. They should have fired that GM years ago. But remember, he drafted some fucking tight end at quarterback. So they gave him 4 more years of employment to see if that AR-15 can actually do something. T-Rash! Forbes. Thank you very much, Ray Chronic. I remembered it. I got it. I looked it up. Yo, flies on his face in a bowl of rice is crazy. T, I'm just saying. You ever seen those commercials in the middle of the night? I know you guys are watching TV in the middle of the night with the volume in your pants down. I know. But there are times those commercials come on, and we got to feed our little Emmanuel Forbes out there. We got to feed our Tez Johnsons. Just 10 cents a day will feed a starving wide receiver from Oregon. You guys got to care about him. 150 pounds, and he runs a 4.5 40. You can't be moving like that, bro. You ever seen somebody skinny who can't run? Somebody skinny trying to race you? You're like, bro, what's all that wasted movement? Why don't you move like an athlete? Just a skinny dude, just kind of like, and he thinks he puts his hands like this because he thinks he's chopping through the air more aerodynamically. Oh, yeah, I remember all these kids, bro. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You're never going to beat me, bro. Why are you wearing slides? That's how we do it where I'm from. That's how we do it where I'm from. Hey, bro, just go sit down. Oh, okay. Then he grabs his used Black & Miles. Lights it back up. Yeah, these losers. Rico got me on watch because of my shuck rants. I'm just letting you know. 4th graders don't read too well these days. Philly. Why do you know about 4th graders? You don't got no kids, Philly. You never touched a woman in your life. Why do you know about the reading levels of 4th graders? He's at the Sylvan Learning Group getting fucking... Miles Hinton just got drafted. I'm gonna get distracted. Let me go back. Miles Hinton just got drafted. This is a rich kid, entitled. Dad played in the NFL many years. Went to Stanford, was amazing at Stanford, ended up transferring to Michigan, a little disappointing at Michigan, and then became the starter this year. I like Miles Hinton a lot. Shout out to that young man. Congratulations, you just got drafted by the Eagles. That's a good pick. Let's go back to the board, and let's go highlight it. Miles Hinton, my 4th favorite offensive tackle in this draft. Brandon Crenshaw Dickerson better get drafted. It's not Dickerson, it's Dixon. But, you got to put an emphasis on certain syllables so you don't sound too crazy. You got to enunciate or people will get a little worried about what you're saying. You can't renege that. You guys get nervous. Bryce Calabdu. Never, ever evaluated by me. Never on anything. This is not a draft eligible player to me. That's wild. That's the first one. We got to the 6th round, 197nd pick, and the Seahawks went out there and drafted a guy I never even knew was available. Like, no. What I tell you about them 6th and 7th rounders from a big school? Bryce Calabdu. Fucking, hey, that dude, I know some of you guys, some of you dudes, you're shaking when you hear that guy's last name. The cable is due. Some of you guys, this is a bill? You won't answer the door. The cable's due. Don't check the mail. Don't answer that phone. I know you guys broke as a joke, avoiding all the bill collectors. But you'll go to Red Lobster. You go to Red Lobster and hibachi on that credit card. Fuckers out here acting like you got a tax return. Going to Ross. Look at this right here. This is me. It's me right here. This nice Tommy Hilfiger, $9 right here. Shut up. Taj Brooks just got drafted. Tajay Brooks just got drafted. Mr. 900 carries in college just got drafted. He's the epitome of no tread left on the tires. He is the personification of no tread left on the tires. Tajay Brooks. Shout out to Tajay. Bengals are doing okay. They're getting players. Rico, look up Toledo, where I grew up, and you'll see an entire city worth of people who get excited to visit Cleveland. So I don't have to look up Toledo. I know Toledo well. Obviously, they have a football team, right? They also have an episode on the first 48. People are getting killed in Toledo. I would never visit that joint. And I know there's rust in the water. Shout out to Flint. You guys don't even have tap water we can consume. I can only imagine what the girls look like, bro. Most of you walking around with tapeworms. Cleveland with quarterbacks go to die. Cleveland is where the quarterbacks, for sure, Andrew Mosley. For sure. For sure. For sure. Pick is in Jacksonville. Pick is in Jacksonville. Jacksonville. Ricky White Jr. Ricky White III. Ricky White III. Ricky White III. Fingers crossed. Ricky White III. Ricky White III. Ricky White Jalen McLeod. He's just a pass rusher, y'all. Jalen McLeod, one-dimensional linebacker. Not a real linebacker, not a stack linebacker, not somebody who's off the ball. He's on the ball in a 3-4 defense, rushing after the quarterback, gets rotated out on passing downs. He cannot cover anyone. That's Jalen McLeod for you. Shout out to Auburn. Did he transfer in from App State? I don't remember. Jalen McLeod might have started his career at App State. Or am I thinking somebody else? Give me a second. I don't like not knowing. Bear with me. I got it all. I can't sleep at all last night. No. Yeah, he came from App State. Man, I'm a man. Bro, 194 players in, and I'm getting everything right. I'm getting everything right. I'm getting everything right. Can you see Sanders having a Brissett type career? A Jacoby Brissett type of career? Romeo Taylor, that's best case scenario. I don't really see that. I think some of those situations are... They work out, right? They work out. The Genos, Brissett's, Tyrod Taylors, they look like good journeymen or whatever, but I don't know if he has the dog in him to do that. I don't know if he's built like that, to be a backup quarterback multiple times. Because when you're a backup quarterback in the NFL, you don't run shit. You get minimal amount of reps. You run scout team defense. You have to mimic other quarterbacks. You're doing other things. You're just getting scraps. They're not preparing you to be the starter. All that bullshit you hear, no, that's not happening. It's on you to be prepared to be the starter. You study the playbook. You study the game plan. Self-development in the NFL is 90% on the player. 90. There's very minimal like, you don't give any NFL coaches credit for developing players. They draft good players, they manage good players, they sign good players, but developing good players is really on the player himself. He has to lift the weights, watch the film, be prepared for the games, and that's why if you're a pro and you're lazy, you don't make it. There's no coach there to motivate you. There's no coach there to push you. It's on you. You have to be self-motivated. And I don't know if Shedeur has that threat. I haven't seen it. There's nowhere for me to even make that prediction. So I wouldn't go out there and say he has a Brissett type of career, because I think that's a slight at Jacoby Brissett, who is a phenomenal quarterback who managed to find a niche and a role in the NFL for an extended period of time. Quote unquote, a pro's pro, if you will. So no, I can't go there. I'm sure that's what everybody's going to do. They're going to just start listing a lot of journeymen, good quarterbacks, and all that. And why wouldn't his career be a lot similar aligned to E.J. Manuel? He reminds me a lot of E.J. Manuel. Why wouldn't it be more aligned with E.J. Manuel as opposed to a successful journeyman? Why couldn't it be a failure journeyman? That's what everybody's going to do. They're going to all identify a success story that aligns with that trajectory, as opposed to the vast majority of what really happens at that echelon or that level of a draft pick. Just my assessment for the situation. It is what it is. Shout out to Luke Newman for getting drafted. Now, this is a good pick. Luke Newman came over from, I believe, Holy Cross. Luke Newman, Holy Cross, FCS All-American stud, and then he transferred to Michigan State this year to get his belt at the highest level, and you see him getting drafted by the Bears. I don't know if that's a good draft pick. I don't. I'm cool with Luke Newman. I liked his tape when he was in the transfer portal, but now in no time did I think that's an NFL offensive lineman. But congratulations to the Bears. They never cease to amaze me. They just do that kind of shit. I don't know. I don't know if it's been asked, but is Donovan Edwards just not that good? Yeah, he's just not that good. That's the reality of the situation. He's not. I wouldn't draft him. You can draft him if you want, but there's other running backs that were the starting running backs with no, like, this was the year he was supposed to take over that running back room and he didn't. So regressing, not really having that heart. Maybe he made a lot of money for being on the cover of the video game. I don't know, but it's just not there the way people anticipate or talk about. I'm not a big Donovan Edwards guy. Nowhere on my list in any way, shape, or form. I don't think he's an NFL caliber player. My dog is barking, meaning somebody's near the house, and when I hear that, I got to grab my gun. I don't like sitting here without my gun. Sorry, guys. If you see me freaking out, I don't like that. Let's get focused on the next part of the chat. Let me just see this Lions pick here, and we'll see where we go for it. Here we go. All the way. Just for fun. We can take it. Why is this guy talking for effect, bro? Just announce the pick and keep it moving. Holy smokes. With the 13th pick, with the 196th pick, I'm going to sit up here and keep talking. I'm a Lions fan. No wedding ring on, bro. That dude's got a face only a mother could love. Nobody met that guy and thought, this is the best I can do. That's what it means to be married. Somebody meets you and goes, this is the best I can do. No one's ever met that guy and thought that. Nobody. He's wearing an Apple Watch. Wearing a Fitbit and a bunch of bracelets. Hamed Hassanin. Ha! Great pick. What a steal. One of my deep hidden gems at the defensive end position. Out of Boise State. What a stud sack master he is. Very good player. I fully expect all of my defensive ends to get drafted. So if they don't get drafted, I'll be devastated. But Hamed getting drafted, congratulations to him. First player from Egypt to ever play in FBS football. I'm sure that fact's going to come up on the screen, but I'm just letting you know that that's who he is. I don't need the TV to talk to me about him or anything like that. That's why I'm RicoKnows. It is what it is. Why hasn't Sam Brown Jr. been picked? So, Yusef, there's a couple of reasons players don't get drafted. Sam Brown Jr. actually transferred pretty late to Miami last year, coming out of Houston. And when you get there late, you learn the offensive scheme late. And then you go to a team where there's no coach to really advocate for you. Let me explain. He played at Houston, but he played under Dana Holgorsen. And Dana Holgorsen is not a current college coach. So the chances of NFL scouts reaching out to current coaches, which is what they usually do at pro days, doesn't happen. There's no coaches there to vouch for you. So now you transfer to Miami. You get there late because you didn't play spring football there. You get there in the fall. You eventually make the starting lineup, but you don't start till maybe week 3 or 4. And they have other established players. And nobody's really vouching for you. So when the scouts go around to talk to coaches, there's nobody really in your corner. And it's like going to a new business and having to reinvent yourself, and there's nobody there that knows your work ethic, your ability, or anything. You're just a new guy. This happens in the Army all the time. Every 3 years, you go to a new place, you got to reinvent yourself and improve yourself and all this stuff. And in regular businesses, that doesn't really happen, right? You can work at a place for a really long time, and they know your worth, and they know what you bring to the table. And in this particular case, they have no idea what Sam Brown brings to the table. That's all it is. That's why it's the way it is. So it's going to be tough to win over people when you don't have other people co-signing for you. Hope it happens, though. I love Sam Brown's tape. Toledo depressing as hell, I swear, man. Oh, Romeo Taylor. I'm sorry to hear that. The Saints and Jets racing to have the most irrelevant draft. Which one gets Shiloh? Ugh. You imagine you think Shiloh's being a draft pick? Nah. Not a chance in hell. That's a very fair take. I guess it's the hope of fandom that he figures it out. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of fans out there who want to see the best for certain players that they've been cheering for the last couple of years. Right? That happens. It's not the reality. It doesn't happen that way. They got to want it more than you. And they might not want it more than you. I can't help that. He might not want it that bad. You already made millions. I don't care. Right? Thoughts on Kyle Monangai? Kyle Monangai, Rutgers running back. My thoughts are that PFF will have a lot of people gassed. So Kyle Monangai gets all this praise for his PFF ratings. But when you watch him and you really pay attention to him, there's nothing special about Kyle Monangai at all. I think he's a fringe NFL guy at best, and I've never been sold him. So anybody talking about him like, he's a top draft pick, he's a good running back, he's this, it's just not there. And I understand PFF guys. I don't run that website. I don't know who they are. I've never talked to a PFF guy. I know I'm their biggest enemy because I don't care about whatever they're talking about. They sold the world on their advanced stats. And this is just a bunch of nerds sitting in a room running everything through advanced stats. But when you watch it as an experienced coach, player, and analyst, you're like, oh, well, that doesn't matter, right? It's Moneyball. I get it. It's sitting around analyzing the stats. Got it. But sometimes you can just watch it and say, all right, and there's certain moments where individuals, you got to evaluate them in that moment. And did he get the yards? So you can tell me all about Kyle Monangai getting yards after contact and all this other stuff. But on 3rd and 2, did he get the first down against so-and-so? Right? So there's a reason group of 5 players have really high PFF scores. It's because they're playing lesser competition and easier opponents. So you'll see a really high PFF score from certain players versus other players. It might be their level of competition, their schedule, how they're aligned, and how they play. So I don't get into it too much. Like, if you looked at Rutgers as a team, offensively, they have zero quarterback play that's worth a damn. Even with Soroka coming over as the offensive coordinator, they just weren't any good. They've had Gavin Wimsatt, Kaliak Manis. Like, they just had terrible quarterback play. So what's the only shining spot on that team to move the ball and get first downs? Their running game. So now everybody goes, oh, Kyle Monangai's great. He's a running back. He's a stud. And it's like, he's not really a stud. It's the only guy on the team that can move the chains. It's because the quarterback play was so terrible. It's the same thing at Colorado. Everybody thinks that passing game is the greatest in the world, and it's not really that great. Because when they play elite teams, it doesn't go anywhere. When they play BYU, it doesn't go anywhere. But there's times it's effective. But what's not effective at all is the run game. So it just makes it glaringly obvious. Oh, we want a first down. We got to throw it. If we got to throw it. We got to throw it. Oh, we got a guy. He can throw for 4,000 yards. You got a guy that can throw for 4,000 yards, but you also only have 4,000 yards of offense because you don't have any yards of rushing offense, right? So it's just people overvalue when a team is one-dimensional or there's only one good player on the team. They just overvalue it like that. And I feel like Kyle Monangai is one of those guys that's not it for me. Nowhere on my list, and I just never watched him, and I was never impressed. I just joined. How do you feel about the Bears picks? Don, rewind the show, bro. Rewind the show. You just joined. Rewind the show. You'll learn all about how I feel about the Bears picks. Just keep going to where they're at. Bro was giving a whole-ass speech. Dylan, I don't know what you're talking about. If you're on this channel, you're watching me speak. If you're on this channel, you're here to watch me speak. It's RicoKnows. This channel ain't fucking whatever the hell you're used to watching. Carry on, Dylan. I don't need you. My life is good. My life is good. Are you talking about the draft guy? Dylan, you talking about the guy on stage giving a whole ass speech? Dude, I felt some type of way. I thought you were talking about me. I just realized you're probably talking about that guy in the Lions hat. I apologize, Dylan. I know when I'm wrong. I was wrong. You're good, Dylan. I appreciate you, Dylan. Thank you for being here, Dylan. My bad. I'm on edge. It's been over 4 hours of live streaming. It's been almost 5 hours now, and I'm grinding through it. Unfortunately, we have to step away and do some UFC videos. Sorry, MVPs, or sorry, guys. I'm going to have to step away here from the draft, and we're going to miss the rest of these picks. I might stick around for the Cowboys pick at 204, and then we'll call it a day. I understand, not me. I apologize, and I just apologize to you, man. I know when I'm wrong. It wasn't to me. It's not to you. I didn't see your pre-draft analysis. Were you in on Cam Jackson from Florida? Yeah, I'm not in on Cam Jackson from Florida. I don't like him. I don't think he's good. Let me see what I said about him. I can tell you what I said about him. Well, we can pull up the episode, but we can cut that out. Let me just see what I had to say about him. Give me a second here. Cam Jackson. My notes were for Cam Jackson. I said his final 2 years were at Florida. He's huge, but never looked like an NFL player to me. 7-foot wingspan, pad level is trash. I don't see him do work when the play breaks down and extends over. Oh, I do see him play work. That's right. He makes plays when the play goes beyond 4 or 5 seconds. When I watch him, he doesn't really get going and do anything worth note unless the play's over 4 or 5 seconds, which is a terrible thing, by the way. I think he's a practice squad player, is what I wrote for Cam Jackson. Those are my notes on Cam Jackson. Not very good. Not very good. Just saying. Shiloh going to sign with Cleveland as an undrafted free agent. Probably, Blake Morris. Jimmy Horn should be drafted by now. Caden, you are the worst, bro. You are the worst. Graham Mertz just got drafted. It's fucking wild. Graham Mertz just got drafted. Graham Mertz drafted by the Texans? Is Graham Mertz on my list? How did Graham Mertz get drafted? Oh, man, they just throwing motherfuckers. They just throwing shit on the wall. Graham Mertz? Former Wisconsin quarterback. Was very, very challenged in Wisconsin. Transferred to Florida. Played well at Florida eventually. But eventually got hurt and didn't play anymore. And DJ Lagway took over and we saw a marked improvement on the team. Graham Mertz played good last year. He did. The team wasn't great, but he played good. But drafted? Nah, you didn't have to draft that dude. Nobody was drafting that. That's crazy. Oh, man, that's crazy. Whew. Caden V says Jimmy Horn should be drafted by now. Jimmy Horn will not be drafted. And if he is, it's going to be a mistake. Jimmy Horn is not an NFL caliber wide receiver. Should not be drafted. Cadence. Jimmy Horn sucks. How much better of a season would Arizona have had offensively if Krosky Merritt was eligible? You know, Kairos, I don't think that was part of the issue. The issue was the defense. The issue was the head coach and the team chemistry. I don't think they would have been much better. Kairos, I really don't. They had really good. They had decent running back production and play. They really did. They were okay. There's no way Krosky Merritt was going to change that team. Nah. Rico, I know this is way off the wall, but I'll still ask. Will Walker Howard with the Cajuns amount to anything good? Oh, wow. What a great question. So Walker Howard, stud Louisiana high school football player, goes to Ole Miss initially, eventually transfers. Wait, did he go to LSU? I'm sorry, he went to LSU first, transferred to Ole Miss, never saw the field. Now he's left Ole Miss and he's going to the Raging Cajun. I think it's incredible for the Raging Cajun. If they had gotten him out of high school, they would have been ecstatic. But even better than that, they went and got a guy who got developed at other schools, or at least should have been getting developed by some of the better quarterback coaches and coaching staffs, and probably a little ahead of where he would have been had he gone to Louisiana directly. Hope to see him play, man. Hope to see him play. I don't know how good Louisiana is going to be. They had a very senior-laden team last year that I believed in. I love that defense. We'll see what I think about this year. I haven't broken down the whole team. But, yeah, shout out to him. Raging Cajun, getting a local guy. It's weird when they can finally get them 4- and 5-star guys at these group of 5 schools just because they couldn't start at the other schools. This is where they should have went to in the first place. I had a young man ask me where he should transfer to yesterday. He's a 4-star, and he's leaving UCF. 4-star, leaving UCF. And I said, okay, well, what are your offers? And he gave me all his offers. And it was like Florida, Colorado, and 2 other major universities. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? You couldn't get on the field at UCF. You're transferring because you couldn't get on the field at UCF. And you think you're going to go to one of these. I said, do you have any offers from group of 5 schools? And he goes, Tulsa. And I said, that's where you need to go. You want to get on the field and get tape? You got to go to Tulsa. You go to the other schools, you're just going to be on the bench. And they're going to keep recruiting over you. You're silly. And he's like, well, thank you for your input. Okay. And watch him not go to Tulsa. Because he can't tell his friends he's going to Tulsa. He's already told all his friends, I'm headed to the SEC. I got an offer from the SEC. You're an idiot. Real talk. Is a Xavier Restrepo worth a draft pick? Of course, Sean. Yeah. Xavier Restrepo is definitely worth a draft pick. Yep. Especially at this point in the draft. It's not a bad get. We're all good. It was a while back, so I get it. Yeah, man, you get it. We got Graham Mertz drafted before Quinn Ewers. Isn't that wild? Yo. That is... Graham Mertz before Quinn Ewers. Graham Mertz before Quinny Quinn. Graham Mertz before Quinn Ewers. Just like we all predicted. That's crazy. That's wild. Give me a second here. Sorry about that, guys. Let's go back to the chat. We're here. Pick is in. We'll get back to the chat here. Graham Mertz over Bosmer and Hennigan is questionable too. Not questionable. It's a crime. That's criminal. That's criminal. Texans have had an underwhelming draft. It's been hit or miss. But yeah, I'm not in on all of it. Some of these teams just have auto draft on. Good Lord, some of these guys are trash. I think they have it on. They had it pre-draft selected from last year or something. Raylan Lane, you know, I looked at his tape hard, man. The Navy safety who just got drafted right now by the Jacksonville Jaguars. I watched his tape hard because, you know, I want to pull for an academy guy. I want to pull for a small school guy. So I watched Lane's tape as best I could, and I wrote short and slow. That's what I wrote on his tape. I watched it, and I just went, oh, he's too short and slow. I don't understand that draft pick at all. I'm just letting you know, short and slow is what I wrote when I saw his tape. That's what his tape looks like to me. That's crazy. Some of these teams, yup. Shout out to J5. Is that Jimmy Hunter? Is that Jimmy Horn? My bad. Jimmy Horn is J5? What's the 5 stand for? His last name is 4 letters. Sean Dolick, going to be a steal. I was telling my buddies after watching your podcast the other night. I hope so, Rocco Glaze. And Rocco Glaze, just remember, your friends don't know, but we know. When you're going live in Discord. I'm going live in Discord in 8 minutes. I'm going live in Discord in 8 minutes, but I'm not going to be doing any. I'm just going to be recording a video. Got to put together some parlays, props, and things like that for the MVPs tonight. So I will be signing off of YouTube and switching over to Discord live stage. I will do a video there, then post it on Patreon. I'm going to try to do it as fast as possible so you guys can get the final chart. But I got to do a lot of prepping before we get the final chart made. Remember, I got to do some trial and error with certain picks and doing things like that. Shout out to you, Romeo Taylor. Don't think I've seen you talk about Demir Miller. Do you think he's an NFL talent? Philly, he probably is. He probably. So if you guys don't know Demir Miller, he's a former FCS All-American at Monmouth, transferred to Rutgers last year. He probably is, but you don't have to draft him, right? Kobe King's on my list. Maybe he is. I like Kobe King. I don't know if he's on my list. Kobe King is not on my list. It is what it is, but I don't know if you have to draft him. He undrafted free agent. He'll be on my list, and I'll be telling everybody about him, but that's how that goes. Do you see Magdalena going today? No, he's an undrafted free agent. He's too small. He is fast, but he's small. Nobody's going to draft that. Graham Mertz only 50 picks behind Shedeur is kind of wild. Yeah, I bet that wasn't something anyone would have predicted. Oh, did Gavin just get drafted? Oh my God. Oh my God, they got Gavin, bro. The Vikings just got my boy Gavin. Gavin, my number 1 tight end in the draft, my favorite, not my number 1 ranked. That's Tyler Warren. But my favorite linebacker in the draft, he's pit tough. That's really cool. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Shout out to him. Graham Mertz, 50 picks behind you. Is Warren Brinson any good? My Packers just got him. Not to me. I'm not a big Warren Brinson guy. I think if you go to Georgia and you don't show up on the stat sheet and you don't show up on film, tape, if I'm not excited about what you're doing and how you're doing it, and you're at Georgia, I don't think you're any good. This is one of those guys where you get drafted from a big school, you never made it on the field. That means I shouldn't say you never made it on the field. You never made it on the radar. So LeJohntay Wester just got picked, by the way, by the Ravens. But you're just one of those situations where you're just a recruiting miss, if you will. You're a 4 or 5 star guy that just never really amounted to shit, as far as I'm concerned. So LeJohntay Wester gets drafted. Congratulations to him. I'm sure a lot of people are going to talk about him being a Colorado draft pick and all this. The reality is he was a sensational wide receiver at FAU before he ever got to Colorado. I think he's always been this good. He did not improve his draft stock by going to Colorado. This is about where a really good slot receiver gets drafted from a small school. So, not bad pick. Shout out to LeJohntay Wester for getting drafted by Colorado, or in the NFL going to the Ravens. I still don't like the Ravens draft at this point. But shout out to little LeJohntay. Did the Cowboys get Tez or Ricky White? Did they get Tez or Ricky White? Or Seth Hennigan? Tez, Ricky White, Seth Hennigan. That's all I can handle right now. Tez, Ricky White, or Seth Hennigan? Samuel Brown. Come on, do something like that. Let's see. 1 second, y'all. Let's see what happens. Oh, is that right? Rico bottom 5, huh? We'll see what Ben Johnson does. Johnny Cornelius, very good pick out of Oregon. Transferred in. Pretty good player. Not bad. Nice pick. My 10th best tackle in the draft. So the Cowboys are doing pretty decent in their drafting for sure. Their analysis of these players, Cowboys are doing okay. Wouldn't selecting a service academy be a wasted pick? They have mandatory service, and I feel it's rare getting deferred, or am I wrong? So Dylan, you're right and you're wrong. So getting it deferred so they can serve in the NFL first without having to finish their service, or making that a reserve contract later and all this stuff, that gets voted on by Congress, and it's in something called the NDAA, or the National Defense Authorization Act. We vote on those every single year. It's a package of things that they vote on and they apply funding to and all this stuff. And so it'll be that way for the foreseeable future, and then it'll change. The rules for Service Academy players changes by the administration. It changes overnight, over and over and over and over. The road just keeps flip-flopping and they won't get off it. Last checked, you must go and do your service first. But it can change overnight, and then you get to play in the NFL. I'm not going to sit here and tell you what's going to happen. I typically wait to see what they do. But 2 years ago, when old boy from Air Force got drafted by the Raiders, I think. Was it the Raiders who drafted him? He was the Jim Thorpe Award winner, defensive back. They let him forego the rest of his service to play in the NFL. And then they said that was the last one, and there was going to be this other rule, and now we got Trump in office, so it might be a different rule. It just changes with every administration, depending on what their priorities are. Just remember, the primary goal of a service academy is to create officers for the military, not to win football games, not to win conference titles or bowl games, not to get guys into the NFL. That is not the goal. The goal of those organizations, of those academies, is to produce officers for the military. That's it. That's why they can't redshirt. You must serve 4 years and get the fuck on, because we are paying for you to become an officer in the military. So it's a lot different than any other organization or any other team. I don't think they care about your desires to play in the NFL as far as the government goes. They just don't care. It's not part of the metric. It's not part of the assessment. But if a team drafts you, maybe they want you in a couple years, or maybe they get you now. I don't know. It changes every single year. I obviously root for them as well, being a vet, but I was just curious. Yeah, no problem. Can I get a link to the Discord, or is that like an MVP thing? So you can get a link to the Discord, Harrison. Let me show you something, man. I'm going to pull it up for you guys. Just bear with me, because I need to make sure I don't show you certain stuff. I have a different view. I have to change the view. So let me view as a paid member. There we go. So if you go to the Patreon, it's right here. If you go to Patreon and you search Rico Knows, you got to get the app, Patreon, no big deal. You search Rico Knows, you will then go and see all my videos. But if you see all these videos, most of them will have locks. That means you can't view the video unless you're an MVP. But you see the link to the Discord server on every single one of these videos. Now, you can get to the Discord server if you take those links. It's not going to do you anything, though. It's not going to do you any good when you get there. Let me explain. If you go to the Discord server, you're going to be in the Discord server right here, and you're only going to be in these non-MVP channels. We don't talk to people in these channels. These are just regular-ass channels where you can talk about a bunch of stuff, okay? That's all it is. You'll come in here, you go to the welcome, you will never see the MVP chat channels. So the MVP chat channels is where the MVPs are and everything, right? So the MVPs are right here asking for the chart, the UFC chart and everything else. But if you ever wanted to go see a live stream, which is what I do in here, it's got a lock on it. You have to be an MVP. So what happens is you go to Patreon or YouTube, you become an MVP. When you do that, you then go to settings. And once you go to settings, you will then do connected apps. And when you hit connected apps, you'll connect to the Discord server. The Discord server will then verify you and validate you to be on the Discord server. As long as you have an active MVP membership, you can then go to all those channels and access all the MVP data. Now, let me say this. People will pay for MVP and then show up to the Discord server and say, why can't I do anything? Because you're a moron. Okay, I just told you you got to go to connected apps. There is a pinned video. I can't see it now because I have this all going. There's a pinned video that says you're an MVP, now what? And once you become an MVP, you have to do connected apps first before you go to the Discord server. So there's a couple steps in there that a lot of people don't like doing. Not my problem, but that's how you get to the server, and that's how you do what matters. There's Kane Medrano. Got drafted by the Redskins. One of my guys. One of my deep hidden gems at linebacker. He's very athletic. He's more like a safety. He had a really fast 40. He's really into coverage and not necessarily going to be somebody that is going to be up there stopping the run. But in all these defenses that run nickel or run a 4-2-4 or 3-2-5, 4-2-5 defense, you're going to see Kane Medrano could be on the field in a linebacker position and cover that slot, help with the hook to curl, do things like that, cover the back out of the backfield. Great for spying on a quarterback, good for special teams. That's what he is. So, yeah, that's the Discord. You can go to it. The links are there on every single video if you're on Patreon, but there's no point in going unless you're an MVP. And then you can talk to everybody. Gotcha. Was thinking the same thing. Ran a mid 4.3 at his pro day, but the quarterback play at Rutgers is pitiful, so he didn't show out too much. I appreciate the explanation, Rico. You got it, Dylan. All right, guys, I'm going to end this show now. Sorry. Shout out to YouTube and everything we're doing. I got to jump to UFC. We got fight starting at 6. I got a bunch of customers waiting for me to finish my final chart. Peace.